Good morning, everyone. So, today's National Pollution Control Day, as I said, and as Anupam sir also said. So, I guess Bhopal gas tragedy was a very big blow to the whole of world, I guess, because such tragedy had not occurred before, and hopefully it won't occur in the future also. Because of the gas leak, I guess isocyanide, methyl isocyanide. So because of the gas leakage, there was a big, what we can tell, disaster. So which is which people are suffering even today. So such things can be controlled by environmental auditing frequently in the industries, because as there is a frequent check of what's happening in the industry, we can control any future such consequences which may occur. So today I will be discussing about environmental auditing. So we will be discussing regarding the introduction, the methodology, the elements of the process, liability auditing, and auditing of EMS, etc., and along with the case study. So during the 1970s and 1980s, there was what we can tell various tools which has been developed concerning the environmental management, such as impact assessment, auditing, life cycle assessment, etc. Because the industries realized that without any concern towards the environment, they can't be progress. But still, such auditing is to be frequently maintained, managed, so that smooth relationship between the economy and environment, as we learned yesterday, can be maintained. So we can define auditing as systematic and documented verification process of the objectives and evaluating the evidence to determine whether the organization's environmental management standards are conformed with the audit criteria. That is nothing but ISO 14001, where it is used regarding various system of standards. That's the criteria which is being given. So it can be carried out for various reasons, such as to verify the compliance, or when we review the implementation of policies, such as frequently there will be new policies which have been given across by the environment, the factory or the industries. This must be checked whether it's in compliance with the environment or something like that, to identify the liabilities, to promote environmental performance, awareness, etc. So the objective is the same, what I said, that's the evaluating the efficiency, the efficacy of the resource utilization, that is the three categories, that's the people, machine and materials. Whereas people can be related to the health of the all the employees or the who are working over there, along with the machines and materials, that the resources which is being used from the environment must be checked frequently, so that there is nothing like over exploitation from the industries. So it can be divided into various categories, that is design, specification and layout, resource management, pollution control system and procedures, emergency plan, medical health facilities, and occupational health. And again, the last one is the confirmation to the regulatory requirement. So here I design, how it works, how it uses the water or water, various resources, it should be checked. And again, the resource management, that's the exploitation of the resources, the natural resources, water it can be. And again, the pollution control system, I guess you will understand the frequent, maybe how to check the pollution, how much pollution and again we learned about the taxes and all yesterday, something related to that. And again, occupational health and the confirmation to the regulatory requirements. The scope of auditing, it is nothing but the degree. There are two categories for scoping. It can be the degree of compliance and again the adequacy. So the two gradations. The degree of compliance means the various policies where the how much it compliance or it agrees with the norms of the government, or how much there is a degree of there is nothing the compliance with nothing but like something like an understanding. So how much is there, and again the adequacy is nothing but how much adequate is the various policies and various equipment maybe, or the resources which is used, how much it is done through documentation, etc. So can we have summary, or shall I continue with continue? Okay. So the types of environmental auditing are basically two types. That's the objective and the client driven. So the objective is nothing but based on the objectives of the industry or the what we can tell the factory, where it can have objectives such as usage of a limited amount of water, or emission level can be minimum set, and they can be various controllers or the something like that. But the client driven is performed by the client or the stakeholders of the environment. They will demand for the auditing to check whether the company they invest or they work in, or they are the stakeholders, whether such company is in accordance with the environmental norms or not. So again, in objective, we have various types such as liability audit, management audit, activities audit, and again, in client driven, it can be regulatory external audit or independent external audit, internal environmental audit, and third party audit. I'll be discussing regarding this all now. So the objective, that's what I said, based on objectives of the factory or the industry which is going to be set up, auditing is based on that. So again, the liability audit can again be classified as compliance audit, operational risk audit, acquisition audit, health safety audit. So I'll be discussing that. So the operational risk is that it concentrates on the potential frequency and consequence which the industry is causing to the environment. So upon that, there is a risk which is going to be which is going to be happening, which is going to be maybe in future there may be a health hazard or something like that. So such audit helps in preventing this before the thing happens, or the acquisition audit which is due to the contaminated land and the remedial cost or something like that. So the health and safety, there's nothing but again, where is the safety of the people who are working there, or the what we can call it as the people working, or the employees. Their health is being checked. Like it can be wearing a helmet during in places like we can see in metro station during construction. They will be wearing helmet and all. So again, the compliance audit, it's verification process again, like various environmental legislation, regulation, emission limit, it can be checked by documentation processes. So again, the management audit, it's the second type of audit, wherein the second type of liability audit, wherein it's the consideration of the management systems which is being conducted, and to guide the efficiency and efficacy. And again, here, there are four types: there's the corporate audit, system audit, policy audit, and issue audit. So again, the corporate audit is initiated by the parent company, which can be regarding the responsibilities, management, awareness, communications, etc. Again, the system audit is carried against the British standards, which is to check the policies and standards. So again, policy audit can be legal, technical, and financial, which checks the relevance of the audit. Whereas the issue audit is carried out to establish environmental management plans and targets. So this is the last type of liability audit, is the activity audit, wherein it's very simple: the site, waste, product, and cross-boundary audit. Site audit is nothing but it examines all the perspectives regarding the site of the project or the industry. And the waste audit is again what's the waste being released to the environment, can be related to water, etc. That the paper needs to be checked. So again, the product audit is what's the product being manufactured, its life cycle assessment, or what are the beneficiary and ill effects of that product causing to the environment. And again, the cross boundary is nothing but across the various things like production, manufacture, supply, etc. Regarding all of this together, it can be nothing like the cross boundary audit. So the next is the client-driven audit. It is nothing but the audit which is being conducted by the clients or the stakeholders. It's not, they will demand for the audit from the company because they are the stakeholders, they are the investors, they are the ones who are responsible for the growth of the company. So they are eligible to ask the company to check whether it's in accordance with the environment or what. So again, it's been categorized against regulatory external, independent external, internal audit, and third party audit. So regulatory external audit is nothing but it is regulated, but the audit is conducted by an external organization. So it is like the norms of the industry is being set up, and the regulatory external, it is we can tell as systematically enhance its overview, including the possibilities of verifying the accuracy of any report which a company required to submit the authorities. So here, external and independent internal audit, one more term is there. So between these two, the only difference is independent external audit is conducted by an independent body. So what happens is, when there is an independent body, it doesn't judge based on various companies. The audit which is being, the report which has been given, it is without any bias. Or what happens is, sometimes there can be bias in the company, the report which is being given. So the independent audit, external audit can be like by the shareholders such as banks, investment funds, insurance company, environmental groups, policy buyers, customers also, etc. So the last two types of the client-driven are the internal environmental audit, which is done by the management itself. And again, the third-party audit is nothing but the audit certifying the organizations carry out to verify as to whether the internal or external audit meets the standards. So here what happens is, the auditing which is being conducted, that is a client-driven. It is always based on both the stakeholders and that's what I said, the bank, maybe the bank or the like the investors, etc. They can demand for it, and again, such internal audit confirms that whether there is a liability of the industry to pay, or maybe if it is not in accordance with the environmental norms, it can be the industry is questionable. So now we'll go to the general audit methodology.
You should be slightly slow because warming up the thing. And Anupam, where is Indranese? Dr. Rajshekar Murthy has come. Your signature is that
Yeah, good morning everyone. So I am summarizing about the environmental auditing. Environment audit is a systematic or the independent review process to check the results of the environment work tally with that organization or not. If we look, we have also discussed about the objectives and the scope, the main objectives like the emergency plans and response, safety audits, also resource management, design specification and layout, medical and the health facilities. After that, we have studied about the scope for that audit. The scope consists mainly of two types. Like one is to limit the scope not only for the assessment of degree of compliances only, but also to have the adequacy of these policies along with the compliances. After that, we have studied about that the types of environmental audit. Under that, we have the two different types. One is the uh, like one is the objective based type, and another one is the client driven type. Under this objective type, we have the three different segments. One is liability audit. Under that liability audit, first is the liability audits are mainly conducted for the purpose of the insurance only. So under that, the liabilities, the compliance, first is compliances audit, that in which it is the verification process that we see that the organization is complying to the measures that are met with the environment or not. Second is operational risk audit, in that we concentrate on the raw material and product safety handling. The next is acquisition audit, in that we see that while acquiring the land, what all liabilities cost or what all the liabilities we have to see in that. After that, we also studied about health and safety audit. In that, we see for the emergency preparedness of the organization. Like what we are celebrating today is the World Pollution Protection Day. So for that also, what the total gas tragedy has happened. So this type of audit help in that cases. Now the next one, we have the objective based type, that is the management audit. Under that, we have studied that they are initiated by the main persons or the board of members of the management or any company. Under that, we have studied about corporate audit, in which they carried out that audit has been carried out by the main board to see the aim and objectives are being met or not. After that, we have studied that system audit, policy and the issues and reassess the review of the policies. Issues audit are that to establish like environmental management plans and the targets also. The last one of the objective driven type audit is like activities audit. In this, there are again four different types. Like first is the site audit. In that we examine all the facilities that are with respect to the environment or not. The next is the waste audit. So in the waste audit, they are mainly, if we see, they are mainly of two types. Like one is the way in which we identify and quantify the waste, and the another one is like that in which we look for that what practices and procedures are to be adopted for the waste. And if you look for the product audit, in that also, product audit is something like a sort of green labeling, that what by using the product, what all harm is there in the environment. Like similarly, the cross boundary audit, it just across it is the audit that is being conducted between the boundaries, between the cross organization or between some business units also. Now the last type, that is the client-driven type, it is again having the ABC, and it is again further subdivided into four types. Like the first is regulatory external audit, that is being carried out by the regulatory authorities like PCBs, CPCs, NGTs, all these are see that all their compliances are met or not. The second one is the independent internal audit. These audits are performed to in the process for the bank, for the buyers, so in order to have the loan opportunities, and also they are sort of voluntary in nature. And the internal next one is the internal environment audit, that involves the inquiry that has been commissioned by the management. Like if the management wants, then they can go for an internal audit also. And the last one is the third party audits to see that whether all the audits that have been carried out are within the what they have done internally. To just cross examine those audits, the third party audits are carried out. That's all.
One second, my friend. Our Aparna is just landing. You know, IISC, we follow the time. 8:30 means 8:30. Not like IIT. Okay? And today, Anupam told me it's the National Pollution Day, Control Day. Can you tell us the significance of the day? You are the youngest person in the group. Can you give the mic? She will know. Tell us now. Why 2nd December or 3rd December is celebrated as a National Pollution Control Day? Hmm?
I don't know why this particular day is celebrated as National Pollution Control Day, but I would say that this day should be, widely celebrated or being a day that awareness should be taught, because throughout India we have been battling various forms of pollution, particularly air pollution. I think even yesterday we spoke about the scenario in Delhi, and even today morning while coming I saw a quote that breathe Bangalore, so which means that everywhere along in India we battle air pollution, and particularly air pollution is the cause of two-thirds of the pollution-related death, and secondly is water pollution, which yet again is which has drastic consequences. We've been degrading a lot of our lakes, and then we have plastic pollution, and then the state of Ganga is much aware. And
These are all general things. Every day we have this pollution problem. But why 2nd December specifically is celebrated as
I
this?
don't know, sir, but I would say this day should be widely
No, no,
celebrated.
you are a bit late. The Karthik told us. Okay? He communicated to Anupam also didn't know. He whispered in his ears that saying that some Bhopal tragedy happened. You know Bhopal
Yes,
tragedy?
sir, I know Gopal Raj.
When it happened?
I'm not sure of the year, but in the day,
That was before your birth. All tragedies have happened before your birth. After your birth, now we have given comfort to youngsters. That's why they have become arrogant. They'll come late to the class. All those things happen.
I got caught in traffic. I come from Mali, the next class.
I said that you should be in the campus. That excuse cannot come to us. I've written specifically. Some people I even called and spoke. You asked Tanuja madam. She was staying outside, closer to your place only, Kalyan Nagar. So I said you shift to the campus. I would advise you to shift to the campus than shuttling and struggling like this. Because it's raining, Manita temple gets flooded. Then no vehicle will come there, okay? First thing is before you get flooded, you come here and settle down, okay? So that you don't waste the problem of Bangalore floods. Huh? So you please shift the thing immediately, okay? I don't want the excuse of that, okay? So, because everyone was there on time except Anupam. Of course, Indranil had his own this one, and yourself. You are the youngest among all, but still, time didn't work. Huh? So now you know the National Pollution Control thing, no? That's why he is giving a talk, first talk as auditing in industries. Okay? So in case you have missed something, no? That's why we had summary just now. Can you summarize what he spoke till now? Chapter 5?
Chapter 5 is about,
No, without seeing the book.
as far as I remember, chapter 5 is about environmental audit. So we have different forms of environmental audit, internal and external. So internal audit is carried out within the industries, so within the community, and external audit is performed by third party. So in case of internal audit, we initially find the gap. So and then we have Pareto method to do that, and then we'll after finding the problem, we'll perform after performing the gap analysis, we assess the problem, we find the solution, we document the same, we review it, and then we implement the solution and then follow up the same. Similar things happen in this external audit as well.
anyway, some part you have missed. So you will read it and in the evening today, before you go home now, you will summarize the first part. Okay, you can. Even if I forget, you yourself should.
So now we'll go to the general methodology of the auditing. So first of all, auditing, as I said before, it can be based on objectives or client. So, but now I'll be telling general methodology which will be followed. So these are some of the common elements, such as it's like the process which collects, analyze, interpret documents, etc. The audit programs, it opens up the audit programs, objectives, so scope, resources, and frequency. Whereas it can also be a process which includes quality assurance procedures to assure the accuracy and thoroughness of the audit, the team staffing, auditor training, etc. And again, the commitment, the environmental audit and commitment to follow up an audit fine. Even follow up is an important part of auditing. So again, environmental audit function independent of audited activities. So the four general steps involved are audit preparation, systematic scrutiny or review of facility, reporting, follow-up. Now I will briefly tell what are the what this means. Audit preparation means nothing but based on, it may be based on objective or things, something like questionnaires or what's to be done during the audit is being prepared in the starting. That comes under the audit preparation. The scrutiny or review of the facility, it's nothing but what are the equipments or what's present in the industry. It is being checked. Scrutiny is nothing but the thorough checking of what's been there. It's been done in a systematic way. And reporting is nothing but the answering. It can be the question is prepared. It can be answered by the management or the various divisions of the industry, or it can be reporting in the sense of it can be direct interview with the management or something like that. And the follow-up is nothing but whereas when the results are being interpreted and the follow-up must be done by the management and etc. I'll be discussing each one of them. So here, as I said, the preparation, audit preparation is nothing but determining the methodology, the tools required and materials which for the completion of the audit. This is the first step, that's the audit preparation. So next step is systematic scrutiny or review of facility. Depending on the orientation and goals of the audit, the focus of the scrutiny differs. So common to all audit is analysis, evaluation of information that has been obtained, and analysis of the outcome and vice versa, the goal of and expectation, etc. This will help for the identification of what we can tell the areas where improvement or where the change is to be made in the industries, etc. So this is the main step wherein reporting it occurs, which can be various answering of the questionnaires, etc. So here we can tell that audit process brings attention to the unknown problems or deficiencies, etc. It can be audit often points to the need in change in organization, improvement, increase in environmental responsibilities, and investment in new equipments which are environmentally friendly. So the last step is the follow-up. Here, it is nothing but the following up of the result is an important part of the audit, wherein the evaluation of the result of the results of remedial action it's the logical step which is to be followed, and it's a very important step also. However, we must note that mere following up on the results may result in control, routine, and stagnation of the work work and environmental problem cannot be resolved. So this is the flow chart or something. See here, there are three broad domains. That is the pre-visit activities, key activities at test, and post-audit activities. So here in pre-activities, there is nothing but what I said, the audit preparation process, wherein it can be the members of the audit who will be auditing can be selected, and planning can be done, and etc. Various information also can be gathered in this step. Next is the key activities at the site, which is that's when in the systematic scrutiny and the reporting process can be done at site. Here, it can be done to assess the strength and weakness of the company. It can gather information. It can assess, verify the various process along with the reporting. It can be done. The post-audit activity is nothing but the follow-up, which I said. Here, the action plan which is to be done in the future, and what is the timeline to be given for making the change, etc. is being given by the audit team or the one who will be doing the audit. So the main four elements are who, why, what, and how. And audit is being conducted or being done. So what to audit? So what cannot be audited must be my question, because everything can be audited because everything has its relation with the environment. So in this concern, audit can cover anything from environmental related decision to function and maintenance of an individual piece of environmental protection equipment. In other words, what should be audited is it's like nothing but a broad approach, or wherein everything can be audited. Like it can be from the health of the individual who is working till the pollution, the air pollution, or the what's been released to the environment. It can be audited. Who should audit? So here, as I said, the type of audit it can be who should audit the you guys remember that client driven and all. It can be dependent on the client for who can prepare the audit. Sorry, who must do the audit. So again, here I'll be mentioning such as questionnaires, checklists, etc. can be prepared by the one who is conducting the audit. Later on, why an audit? So I guess this is, I guess you guys all know that audit is a very important, and the primary purpose of this audit is the environmental compliance and how it reflects the priorities of the environment, whether its priority is just making money or it has its priority in also concern towards the environment. So the ask is how to audit. Again, here there is a need for the document or the audit procedure, results, etc., which is being prepared. A plan should be prepared before the auditing, and later on it can be the scrutiny, etc., can be and again, as I said, questionnaires, checklists, etc., can be prepared. It can also be with a direct interaction with the one who is working or with the management, etc. Auditing can be performed by various methods like this. So here I will be telling about. Sorry.
In what time you are going to speak? Yeah, there are two speakers before 10:30.
Now the time is 9:30.
9:15.
9:50.
The wall clock is there. We are following that.
Yes, sir, 9:50.
Not 9:30.
9:30.
9:30. Good. You are more precise. So you can ask someone who can.
Okay, can anyone summarize about
You
this?
chose randomly, okay? Don't ask for that.
So we talked about general auditing methodology, where it depends on the specific requirement of the client, like what the client requires and what the objective they want to do the auditing. So auditing will be based on that, and also it is done based on the purpose for which it is intended. And then we talk like for that they need the adequate staffing, like they need to have a proper scope that needs to be specified and all that. And later we talked about 4 general steps that is included for auditing. The first is audit preparation, wherein this a team of experts will be there and they define the scope and all those steps will come in this. And the second one is systematic scrutiny or review of the facility. In this, they'll analyze and evaluate the whatever the objective that you mentioned in the EIA, whether that is followed up or not, and then they will do the reporting. Like there is a documentation process where they document all the things that they have assessed, and then there will be a follow-up thing where they evaluate the results. Evaluating the results will also give us the help us in taking controlling measures, and then we should have chart where we talked about pre-visit activities the auditing done? And why we are doing the audit is also based on the company, like what is their objective, and how to audit. There is a standard procedure based on ISO standards that can be.
Thank you. Yeah, so the waste audit and pollution prevention assessment. So, in this term, the waste audit, what can be done in various aspects. It can be waste related to water, waste related to solid waste, etc. And here, especially solid waste, it can be hazardous in various sense. It can be to the environment, it can be to the people who are working there, etc. And there must be an audit to reduce the volume and toxicity and thereby assisting it. Here, it can be the US Congress Office of Technology Assessment, this Office of Technology Assessment OTA defines waste as a systematic periodic internal review of companies' process and operation designed to identify and provide information to reduce the waste which is being emitted, especially the hazardous solid waste and the United Nations Environmental Policy and etc. They are promoting this waste audit so as an operational tool which must be which must be done. So these are the various phases where the waste audit is done. There is the pre-assessment, material balance, synthesis. It's similar to the general procedure which I just now said. It's similar to that. So the pollution prevention is like it comprises of various approaches. There is a risk assessment approach or management approach or the complaints. It's something like this, as I showed in the figure in that. This classification is regardless of whether the audit is conducted independently or the pollution prevention approach is integrated into the complaints management or risk audit. There's nothing but that. So here in industrial projects, so the first thing what is done is the site audit. So first they will
Go to the see, for example, if you incorporate pollution prevention mechanism, so with the higher in complaints and effective management, you can reduce your risk. Okay, that's why that top portion is very small. So risk can be reduced by pollution prevention. It is not about risk management and complaints will lead to pollution prevention. Okay.
Sorry, sir. Thank you, sir. So here, environmental auditing in industrial projects. So here, the first what we go to is the site audit. Within the site, where in the site inside mechanism, I mean inside the auditing is being done, which can be defining the scoping, like the priorities for action in sampling, monitoring, etc. So the full site audit is detailed, requiring careful site inspection, review of the past and present production processes, as well as the pollution emission and control measure is being assessed in this site audit. Why past and present production processes? It can be if the audit is not being collected, the auditing of the past, what it's been the company is performing, what it has been done in the previous, it must be checked. And again in the present also to control the future consequences. So the purpose, in this purpose, we should the audit should provide the list of recommended action in the in terms of increasing cost effectiveness and addressing the critical environmental issues. It can be including long-term targets and the timeline for achieving them together with other investment and resources. So there is something called as terms of reference. So like how in what terms the audit is being referred. Like I'll be telling that these are some of the term a site audit or it is nothing but site specific. See the overall objective, the specific objective, general scope of work, baseline data, principal source of contamination, area of impact, technical approach, work plan, prevention control.
After each topic, take up the discussion. waste management happened. That is okay. That is okay. Why you are so like that? Because this is a new topic. Okay. You should also be mentally alert. It is okay. Waste management is not short. It is because of that only we have so much short.
Okay, Mehat ma'am, can you summarize the topic, waste management?
Can you go to the slide, please? Can you go to the slide, please, Gagan? Yeah. Yeah, so in the last slide before that, we discussed that why, how, and who. Right, we discussed this, and from here we moved on to waste audit and pollution prevention assessment. Next slide, please. Yeah. So we talked about the origin, that where it is origin from, and then from there we moved on to go to the next one. Yeah. So we talked about that waste audit is divided into three different phases.
Can you just summarize why you understand?
Independent of the slide.
Yes. Whatever you understood from this, can you just summarize from that?
If you go on looking at the slide and explain, there is no point. Again, it will be one more repetition.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, the audit is divided into three parts. One is the pre-assessment, in which there is usually which usually includes preparation for the audit, and which also talks about looking at the place, at the site of the particular area. And then it is the material balance, which is which is in which we kind of understand that what is the input that we are going to be using. And the last one is the synthesis, which is we try to understand that what is the how in what are the different pollution that is creating.
It looks like you are not
Yes,
concentrated
oh,
on
I'm
this
not.
question. So we will take the help of sir.
So I'll try. The previous topic was like waste audit and pollution. So the origin of waste audit happens in 1980s with this RCRA in the US. Then it was amended in 1984, which had a guide was given. In this there was like 20 steps, which is divided into three parts, like phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and which I think will start with audit preparation. Then we have material balances where they have process input and output. Because every audit will have an input to take care, and it will have a set output. Then after that has been done, then the phase 3 is synthesis, right? To see how the waste reduction has been done through various targets and investigation and identify long-term waste segregation. Then the last two to evaluate, and then waste reduction plan. Then we spoke about something called pollution prevention approach. So in this, sir has explained that. So I have a doubt on that. As you said that the approach is independent of this process, risk management and compliance, because that approach can be done to all the three. That is what it said, right?
He mentioned pollution prevention approach will lead to higher compliance and management and risk. I said, see, with the higher compliance and management, your risk will be reduction.
Like
so
that.
that's why the pollution prevention is very, very essential.
So, sir, so when you say the pollution prevention approach, is this one any framework, separate framework? What is this approach?
Pollution prevention approach can be any, following any guidelines of the regulatory agency, also for the looking for the alternative material.
Okay.
Okay. So,
So we need to understand that when we are applying this pollution prevention approach, so there will be high compliance, then the risk will be mitigated by doing a better management. Okay. So yeah, so next topic. So as I said, thank you sir, thank you ma'am.
When you ask someone to summarize, you are going to give some marks and pass it on to Sunita or Ravi. What summarize? or 5 out of 2. Whatever you select, you have upper limit and you have a performance scheme. Okay? So that the summary, how it has happened, let us try to see. Okay?
So the terms of reference, as I said, there are 18 such specific, it can be objectives, standards to be set, or these all, the audit team goes and it answers each one of them. It can be baseline data such as the air, the water, what's it's being used, etc., and norms and laboratory services. And again, in the end, it provides solution also if there is any problem or it does not agree with that of the environmental terms and policies. The report may contain the following sections, that is the executive summary, the project description, the regulatory setting, the audit procedure, mitigation, cost, and schedule and annexure. So here the audit report will contain all of these which is being mentioned here. So now we go to the points of procedure. So here what happens is I'll go a little bit fast now. There is the selection of auditors, the briefing and the reference, the TOR, that is the terms of reference, which will be given, along with the preparatory phase, preparation phase, execution of audit and review of the findings. So here, these are the points of procedure which will be followed by the auditing the team.
AI industrial projects, how in the industry we are going to be done auditing. There we can see the site auditing. It's nothing but a first step of the auditing. It is a quantitative understanding for pollution problems. And the full site auditing is also a detailed one required for the careful site inspection. Next one is the auditing purpose. It is a long-term targets required in this auditing. Here that they countable for the list of recommended actions in the terms of increasing cost effectiveness is the addressing here. It is based on the critical environmental issues they are targeting here. Next, terms of references is the countable in auditing purpose. It is the keyword of site auditing. Will obviously it's a very site specific or here mentioning the TOR is mentioned about site specific nature, and other criteria are there, that is the overall object, specific objects. These are comes under TOR. And next, points of procedure. In the points of procedure, we can see the selection of auditors. So in the point of procedures, can execution the site audit, how they are auditing in the that one. There we can see the selection of auditors. Many of skills required for the site assessment are generally environmental and engineering skills are required. And important that a term audit has a personal with a detailed knowledge of specific industry can be addressed here.
Thank you, ma'am. So we'll go to the liability audits now. The liability audit here, there is something like a case study in United States. Around 1 lakh sites have been labeled as contaminated, out of which 10,000 has been as priority cases are called brownfield. As you all know, brownfield nothing but that's like something like abandoned or the already used land which has been left barren or something like that. So these such contaminated lands, if some, for example, if a company want to set up industry in that land, it is subjected to liability audit. That company is subjected to liability audit because liability is nothing but like pending or something like, for example, I give you some money, you are liable to pay that back after some time, something like that. Liability is something like that. So here there are two important phases in liability. The phase one wherein it is used for investigation that involve collecting historical information, performing visual inspection of site, and again something like preparation of models or something like that also. So here, and one more phase is the phase two, wherein it refers to the physical sampling, testing of contaminants in laboratory, etc. So what this two does is phase one wherein the historical or nothing like there is nothing as site specific thing. But in phase two there is physical examination. It can be the soil testing, etc. And again, there are some standards set up by something like in Dutch ministry, there is environmental guidance for soil and groundwater standards, something like that, for example. The scope involves the initial briefing session at the company's facilities between the consultant and the appropriate company staff, the review of relevant environmental and occupational health along with safety, review of the existing documentation pertinent to the all facilities, environmental and operational health along with safety aspect of the facilities. So some of the other the scope involves the inspections and preparation of priority lists or the checklists, identification of environmental concern issues, etc. So the last concept is the auditing of the. Anton sir, can you summarize?
You spoke about the liabilities, so you gave an example, you give money and borrow back, right? Is it true or something else?
It's like I just gave an example for liable.
Yeah, so in industries, like when we talk about small and medium scale industries, so what kind of audit they can prefer?
Sorry, sir.
That's a question actually, but there was a confusion.
So the question will go at the last. Now, just can you summarize this part?
Yeah, I'm unable to summarize. That is what I'm asking. The way he explained, right? I couldn't get that. So he talked about phase one and phase two, right? Phase one interviews and phase two for the physical examination, soil testing, and all.
Yeah.
But in case of the brownfield, right? Already it is not getting used.
Mm.
So how liable they are? Like this liability, can you explain here?
See, for example, there is a brownfield which is supposed to be.
See, brownfield, it's like previously used land which has been barren or left unused or something like that. So when and some other industry wanna set up or the same industry wanna the restart or something like that, they are liable to the such audits such as liability audits. Whereas what happens is because it may be like the previous industry have left some chemicals in the land or something like they have done some hazardous waste spilling or something like some nuclear waste or something like that in the soil. When some industry set up, some new industry, you set up a new industry there, sir. So what you are, you should conduct a liability audit so that that waste which is present in soil is not done by you. If the previous company is liable for that waste which is being present.
As per the norm, when the industry is closed, okay, before you hand it over to the other industry or whoever takes over, as per the norm, they have to submit a due diligence report, which involves the detailed auditing of that location, especially documenting the pollutant in the system there, air, water, and in the soil. Okay, and that involves some cost. That's why it's called liability audit. You understood, but your interpretation is different.
No, I was telling the same thing regarding the extra cost involved in cleaning the contamination.
Somebody
Already done, right? I understood now. So before closing a company or like when you are going to close a startup or industry, so you have to give the report regarding the air quality, the management. what kind of things you would be doing. Yeah. So, so I'll be submitting details about the previous industries and also the site, details and all. So that is what we include in this audit.
So that will be another expense for me. But sir, they are asking that whatever damage has been done, you need to pay.
People have started, but in general in Bangalore, what I notice is they just hand over and go. When you sell a property, will you bring it to the condition where people can live? You just sell it and go. Okay? And that is the understanding of the person who has purchased
So
it.
that extra expense will be on me.
Yes, when you buy it, that is expensive because you have to say you have understood the thing that you have purchased a unit. Now you have to prove there are no contaminants. To prove that there are no contaminants, you can conduct the audit, which is called liability audit.
Like what you have discussed is when any industry is closing or they have the industry is in operational. But in the case of the land which is infertile, like many government land is like that, which is marshy, which is in
This is applicable to the industrial this. For example, in Bangalore, graphite industry was closed. The next buyer wanted to have the apartments there. So we said that you should get the audit done. Due diligence report has to be submitted. So for the soil fertility and all that doesn't come under the thing. That comes under the baseline data when you conduct the EIA. That is before you start the industry, you conduct the EIA, environmental impact assessment. That is independent of this.
So the last concept of auditing, that's the auditing of the environmental management system, which is nothing but a systematic document verification process of the objectively obtained audit evidence to determine whether an organization's environmental systems conform to the criteria and communicating the results of the process to the client. So here what happens is that there is something like, I guess we all studied one ISO 14001, that is the EMS specific standards, wherein there are set of standards which involves the standard which is set for the policies, the practices, procedures, etc. Here auditing of such EMS system of that is conducted, wherein the audit given the audit report given to the client is being what we can tell. Determine, like we can tell the objectively determine whether EMS conform to the audit criteria, and what the audit is being done is um, what we can tell is given to the client, and client is satisfactorily agreeing to that. So because in audit there is also a category wherein recommendations are also given. So these are the objectives, roles and responsibilities of such audit, wherein it can be determining the conformance of the auditee's EMS, determining whether the auditee's EMS has been implemented and maintained, identifying areas of improvement, assessing the ability of internal management review process, evaluating the organization's EMS, and audits and clients have an important role to play in auditing the environmental management system. The scoping and the review process describes the extent to which the EMS auditing has its this thing, or what we can tell as its factor, wherein it can determine whether the audit reaches the these are some of the steps wherein used for the EMS preparation that is similar to that of what I discussed in the general procedure. So I'll just skipping it. So the last would be the case study. Here I have taken the case study of my own university where I study. That is Jain University, wherein I and my friend Ganesh has been a part of this audit. Jain University, there are various categories which has been conducted during the audit process. I have taken two categories, which is water and electricity. So here there was a concept given by government and Prime Minister of India, which is something like eco campuses, wherein the universities or something like that, eco campuses like minimizing the waste and various concepts have been given to all the universities to follow. So this was prepared with the help of One Look Ventures. So here we conducted the audit with formulating questions and posing the questions to the various departments. There are various departments in the university, and especially to the laboratories wherein chemicals and others were used. And also we had detailed, we took the bills, water bill, electricity bill, etc. to check whether how's the consumption of energy and water. So here in water audit, we came to know that the population, the community had a population between 20,000 to 1 lakh requires 100 to 150 liters per day. This is the data. Whereas in the campus there were around approximately I remember there were some 2,000 including all teachers, faculty, students, etc. So here the main source of water was Kaveri, and along with rainwater harvesting was being done, but it was not so effective. So which had the pumps. So the over tank, the below ground tank was around 60,000 liters. It would hold water, and there were pumps to take this water to the upper head tank, which had various pumps which were very old, and they were set to consume more energy. And here we also recommended to replace the pump so that the electricity consumption would be reduced. And also the automatic water system, the controller, as we all know, this should be implemented, because there were much water being waste because of not regularly monitoring the water switching on and switching off. And again, electricity, here we have done regarding various major factors, maybe inverters, lights, AC, and also computer labs such as wherein desktops, printers, and fridge were used in the laboratories. The only disadvantage was there was no solar panels involved in the university, because of which there is, I guess, it must be installed because it can help in reducing the energy consumption in the long term. So again, we counted how many lights were used. That is 1,898, which were LED, and there are also normal tube lights also which were used, which we have also recommended to get it replaced. There were 438 fans, 8 AC, among which 6 were centralized and 2 were normal, etc. So the recommendations were given, such as replacing the tube light with CFL or the LEDs, wherein switching off of lights at 5 p.m. after the college hours, and replacing the unloaded motors in the pump, as I discussed. Sewage treatment plant was not there. We recommended it to get it constructed. Water overflow can be prepared by regulatory systems, and rainwater catchment area. The rainwater harvesting is there, but the catchment area must be cleaned and fixed properly for its better display. And other, I took the example of only energy and water. There are other things like air pollution, where we also recommended students to use public transport instead of individual vehicles, etc. So this is what I wanted to discuss. So thank you all.
Somebody in the last part. So this case study.
So he discussed a case study about his university, Jain University, wherein the bunch of team audited the campus and suggested various measures to mitigate the effects, to reduce the electricity consumption and all. So he particularly mentioned the overhead tanks and pumps which was underloaded and which was not energy efficient. So they recommended to replace them and to switch off the lights after 5 p.m. After the college hours, and that's how they can reduce the electricity consumption and become and the college campus would become more efficient. That's it.
It was interesting to notice, one of your slides, reference to contaminated sites in US and of course Canada. I just want to share an experience which really dates back to about 50 years. As the environmental movement started moving in the early 70s, there was considerable concern in terms of the drinking water for the US and Canada, which is the main source of which is the Great Lakes. And Laurentian Great Lakes, American Great Lakes, is what I've seen. I just want to share one example. The Niagara River is a large river which connects the Lake Erie and the Lake Ontario. Of course, there is a elevation difference. That's where the Niagara Falls is, 1,000 meters falls. Upstream, people have been disposing of toxic waste for several decades. Ever since the Industrial Revolution, they never really had any intent. They never really expected that it's going to have an impact on the drinking water in the Niagara River as well as the downstream Lake Ontario. A problem that arose with time was that dioxin was detected in the drinking water supply in one of the water intakes, which is from Niagara on the Lake to this small town. And then, of course, it created quite a lot of this one. There have not been any environmental audit around being dumping toxic waste in the ground, not in the river, but into the ground nearby. Toxic waste, we can call it. And this became a very serious problem because it is the drinking water source for about 40 million people around the Great Lakes. And not only that, this toxic substance has this biological property of what we call bioaccumulation. I'm not a biologist, I don't know the bioaccumulation from various species all the way. It was detected 1,000 kilometers away from where the source is, in Beluga Whales in the St. Lawrence River, apart from affecting the drinking water source and all those type of things. So the environmental audit type of this one was not there with the initial inception. Huh? So the remediation problem of the detection of this one is complete evacuation of the toxic waste, which has taken several generations to do this one. So one has to be very careful in these type of audits and all those things. And of course, now that the environmental audit is far more greater than what it was 50 years ago. Yeah. So I just wanted to share that particular aspect of it so that many environmental actions that have taken place long before the environmental problem became a serious issue in the district. Okay, thank you.
I have one question regarding this brownfield thing because you said it is in label.
people there do audit, site audit, environmental site auditing. So is there a government agency is labeling that? I think sir would have been giving that.
Sir, I think it has been not labeled as a contaminated site due to the different activities of the respected industry or company. They left because of their own choice. Like we don't know what happened there, and we don't have history also. We may have history, but we don't know why. What is the reason for them to choose or vacate different location? So after coming to that site, or if you are choosing that site as a comfort zone, then we need to undergo under auditing because we know that already it is still constructed site and already various like if it is same industry of your interest you are choosing, and if you are taking that, then you need to consider everything and every step. What are the things in that industry, or what are the machines, or what are the usages you are doing. So I think as you are choosing it, you have to undergo this laboratory audit because we don't know what happened in the past. So is it, have you got the answer? Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Very basic one. Karan, when do you conduct all of these? Like when you do this audit, is there a particular time frame, or how is it decided that when is it to be done?
Ma'am, as I said, there are two types of audit. There's the objective one and the client-based one. Client-based one can be any time. If the client wants it every month, then he is liable to ask to the his company because he is the stakeholder. If I invest my money in some factory or something like that, and I am environmentally what can I tell? I have my interest in environment. I think that okay, this company is not following this policy. Then I am liable to ask. It can be any time. And in objective one, what happens is there is this objective of the company. When the company is going to be set up, they will be setting some objectives. In that, they will be also mentioning regarding the auditing also that we will be having the audit in this timeline, and we'll agree with the norms given by the pollution state or central pollution control board, etc., etc. Something like that. I hope you got that. Thank you.
Then can you go to the energy audit slide, please?
Case study.
Yeah, case study, last one. Yeah, so if you see here, you mentioned lights, right? 1898 LED. So what is the wattage here? How many watt? 5 watt, 10 watt?
Yeah, I guess it was not fixed. It varied because in some auditorium and all they were.
So my concern is we should mention, right? How many LEDs, how many wattage, and what about the fan? How efficient they are? And then next you see solar panel mill. What is the total load you are having in university? How you are trying to, match the supply and demand. So energy auditing is a very long topic, okay? And I cannot see the load here.
I had just cut shorted it. Just I made this just to give
At
simple
least
size.
we should know the load, right?
No, we have the load. I have not mentioned it. That's it.
So can I answer the question?
And we do have the energy bill, right, for any university.
Actually, we have each and every report of it, whatever we have done auditing.
Saying
No.
you have an energy audit, right? At least mention the load.
Yeah, it is in report, but when he is presenting case study, it's just highlighting the whatever the things have been recorded. And even for LEDs also, we have different types of watts according to the room. Like if there is a larger room, they are using very high watt lights. And many different types of lights also.
For example, I have seen Bits Pinani Hyderabad campus.
Okay.
Energy usage per month.
Ah.
So they are paying more than 1 crore rupees energy bill. So how much you are paying?
That's what, sir.
How much load you have?
No, this is the first initiative we as environmental students also and as consult students also, we took initiative in Jain University. We did this by our own interest, and we are making them to promote a very sustainability. Like we are making them to choose sustainable option, and we are also choosing the same thing in different campuses also.
Now they are taking concern regarding this. Before this, they were not having any concerns, as you mentioned, regarding the rainwater harvesting system and any type of usages, electrical, either it may be anything.
The second part to be Gagan actually. Do you feel that students who are working on the environment should also invest some time in energy systems to understand the energy usage because they both are related to each other, right? We always talk about energy and environment. So what is your opinion on this?
Yes, sir. Obviously, everyone should be, not only students who are studying environmental studies, everyone should do that. And I guess in colleges there is always an optional OE subject for also commerce and other background students also, wherein they study environmental science. They have been educated in that, and when we are not yet given a presentation of this report in the university, but when we do so, we will be having students of other background also, other than science. So we will be telling them also, see, this is the thing what you guys have, not you guys, we guys have been doing. So we should reduce it. And also, as I also mentioned regarding the parking lot and all, there were so many individual vehicles. I mean, all of them would come in two-wheelers, and few of them would come in four-wheelers also, students only. So when I guess when we present this, I hope so. There will be some space in parking lot also, that few people will come by public transport. So hoping for the best, sir.
And you mentioned solar panel, right? Mills. Is it really true that they are not having even one single panel?
No, sir, because it's very old building, so they don't have space because it's very congested area also. For setting up.
See, building is old, that is fine, right? Nowadays we have solar-based power, right? For street lighting and all.
That's it.
Uh, you have a question, sir? Yeah. Thank you, Rugan, for your good presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Um, Today I'm going to tell about environmental auditing. As per you got an idea about what is environmental auditing. So I just simplify it. These are the contents which are there in environmental auditing. Firstly, as I said, December 2nd is a National Pollution Control Day because it observed in every year in December 2nd, which reminds the action in the Bhopal tragedy which happens in 1984 because of those who have faced their lives in that tragedy, so they are celebrated the day which is December 2nd as the National Pollution Control Day. And coming to contents, these are the contents which we are going to look. First one is introduction to environmental auditing. First, if you know what is auditing, that it is like a checkup. Whatever we also go to hospitals and we also regularly we check up, right? So same thing, we have to check the environmental risk what are going to happen. See, environmental audit is a systematic independent interval review to check if environmental work results are aligned with targets and if methods like also identifying areas like of risk and environmental liabilities, management system of weaknesses and regulatory compliances issues, and also we have to ensure the control over waste and pollutant generation. These are the some few objectives of the environmental auditing, and also design specific and layout to identify areas to upgrade pollution control measures to meet future environmental standards. And next is the resource management, how the resource that provided data is efficient to use the resource per unit production to reduce the consumption of the waste, consumption and also waste. And the pollution control systems and procedures ensure systems and procedures are followed correctly and identify conditions for corrective actions. And some of the emergency plans and response safety systems are like to ensure the staff knowledge and also alertness and their health. And also next is medical and health facilities where it, facilities to meet the occupational health to improve the workers health in the company. And also regulatory compliances is that compare existing status with regulatory standards to ensure compliance to avoid the legal issues. And next is scope of the environmental auditing is like limiting scope where policies and procedures are developed and approved by key principal, key technical and marginal personnel. And also there is a audit objective where compliances with policies and requirements and other procedures which are involved in the audit. And there are like types of some of the types of environmental audits are objective based audit and objective based type and also client driven type. In objective based type, we have three types where liability audits, management audits, and activities audit. Whereas in the client driven type, we have four types: the regulatory external audit and independent external audit, internal environmental audit, and third party audits. Uh, if we go through all these in detail, like liability audits is also next. They are further divided into compliances audit and operational risk audits and acquisition audit, health and safety audit, wherein these compliances audits are mainly seen with probably the most common form of this environmental audit, where it verifies the process where the facility establishes the extent of which they complying with environmental legislation, regulations, and emissions limits and all. Where operational risk audit it concentrates on the potential efficiency, consequences which are made in the environmental and all. And that is the acquisition audit where it is contaminated due to land and buildings remediation costs. And also management audits which have further corporate audit and system audit, policy audit, issues audit, and also activity audits like site audit, waste audit, and product audit, cross-boundary audit. Whereas it is a corporate audit is a main, it is focused on the main board or a parent like company, which is considered with the organization structure, roles and responsibilities, and the policies implementations which have been made by the parent companies. And also like the system audits are they are carried out by the same as main company and all. And also the policies audit is carried out by the review of relevance of policies like developments like legal and technical technical, financial within the organization of the outside. And also we have the site audit where activities audits which include the site audit. That site audit, the environmental site audit is mainly examines the all aspects of the facilities improve, like facilities performance with the respect to the in the environment. And also the waste audit is depends upon it depends on the two types where the first it is quantifies the waste. It quantifies the waste and waste streams and also waste minimization programs are also be done. And next is product audit where audit covers the several use and disposable like recyclable, reuse, everything will be in this category. And also cross boundary audit where activities which cut like business units like transport and supply chain audits and all. And next these are the client-driven audits where consist of regulatory, external, independent, external, internal, and third party. Where the regulatory external audits are such they are ordered by the regulatory authorities to enhance the oversight to give the desired result. And the independent external audits are like ordered by the buyers and the bankers, like customers, insurance, claims, etc. Where the desired results is objective information, which depends on the category of audit. And internal, the top management and the board members will order these internal audits to reduce the risk and all, environmental risks and all. The third party is also like this category of audit is also ordered by the top management boards and all for the like the desired results like certifying the like environmental protection system to certify the environmental protection system. And the next
Okay, Aparna, can you summarize?
We looked into environmental audit and then learned about the different types of audit, starting with the scope and object definition. And then when we went into the types of auditing, starting with object-based and client-based. In object-based, we had liability audit, which is the audit conducted when we are accountable, which is for one example, health and safety audit. And then we saw about management audit, and then activities audit. And then in liability audit, we spoke about compliance audit, operational risk audit, and acquisition audit, and again health and safety audit. And then we saw about client-driven audit, which is by the initiation of the client. So we spoke about regulatory audit, independent external audit, internal audit, and we saw about a site audit, so which is about the site and the layout thing, and then yeah, that's all.
So far we discussed about the objective-based audits and types and also client-driven types. Now this is the general method of audit, where the basic method of audit, firstly management support and also independence and in terms of training, objectives and scopes will be there. If you choose a company, if you want to audit that company, so first we have to plan how to what to audit and all. Further we will discuss about why and how and all. And also also reporting, prepare clear and appropriate written reports on audit findings and corrective actions and schedules. And the quality assurance, we have to there are some procedures to ensure the accuracy of the throughout audits and all. There are some steps in environmental audits.
There is no hurry in just speaking some of the important content is getting spend some time to hear whatever the content is.
Okay, sorry, I thought that time.
Don't worry about time.
Uh, Steps involved, some of the steps involved in the environmental audits. First, there are 4 steps. First is audit preparation and systematic reviews, reporting and follow-up. First is audit preparation. So first we have, before auditing a particular company or a particular industry, first we have to choose the auditors. We have to choose the auditors based on their qualities and knowledge about the audits and all. And also we have to collect the background materials. And according to the background materials, we have to plan the audit orientation and to develop the audit specific tools if necessary. And next is systematic review, scrutinize the facility and also analyze the information and to evaluate outcomes against audit goals to identify areas for improvement. If there is any risk which we observed in that area, so we have to analyze what are the improvements which we can make that over the area. And also next is reporting, where report deficiency are possible alternatives that ensure readiness to accept and address audit findings. So what are the audits can be done in that particular industry, we have to report it in the systematic way. And also follow, the 4th step is follow. So we have to evaluate the results of remedial actions and ensure the audit process remain dynamic and effective. So we have to first where we have done all the preparations and what are the risks or what are the audits we have listed out. So we have to follow all these audits in the 4th type step. And these are the some of the steps involved in. First, before auditing, there is a pre-visit activities, and also after that there is a key activities at the site and post-audit activities. So pre-audit activities, we have to select and schedule facility audits and all. We have to select the site or auditors and all, and then we have to team up with the knowledge, the person who has the knowledge about the audits and all. And we have to plan the audit, define scope, what is the scope about that company and what are the objectives, and also identify the priority topics, and also some of the we have to modify some of the protocols before conducting the audit. And also we have to gather the main thing is the background information before auditing a place or a company. So we have to discuss the program and advance visit if appropriate. Pre-audit questionnaires should be made. And next is key activities at the site. So before planning for a audit, first we have to pre-plan. And next is the key activities which are done in the site. These are the steps involved in the site itself. With the first step is to understand the management system, interviewing and also by the interview and working with papers and all. And also the next step we are assess the strengths and weakness, what are the internal risks and at what ways we can control those internal risks and all. And the third step is to gather the evidences. So we have to assess also some of the verification and some sampling and all all these like key activities at site, we have to do post audit activities like prepare the draft report. We get the report at the fifth step, right? So we have to like prepare the draft report environment, like some of the affairs like legal, facility like managements and all. Like see, issues a final report, and like if we take the final report, it should be like everything from starting to the marginal like final report. We have to mention everything like what the business is, like what is the company scope, its objectives and all, and what are the risks, internal risks, how to open control, and some of the like related like findings and all we have to make, and we have to like according to that we have to plan. Next is that action planning action planning. So we have done so much of reporting, like drafting a report. So we have to implement it. Like we have to action. We have to plan according to that, and we have to propose actions to address each findings, and also responsibility for the corrective action, and also some of the timetable estimated, like this period we have started, and at the end of this period we will be completed. So we have to do all the margins and all. We have to plan according to that, and then the follow up. We have to follow up this.
Ambassador, can you summarize?
Now we learn about general methodology of auditing and steps involved in auditing. So actually for general methodology, any for auditing the management support is very important. So we also learn the independent auditing, and we then steps involved in auditing, that's preparation, systematic reviews, reporting, and follow. The preparation includes, like so visiting the site and making the list and other things. Then we have to systematically review the findings, the initial findings, and we have to report that, say what is there and what should be done. Then what should be done should be followed in further. Then we also further so activities in auditing, that's pre-audit activities and key activities and post-audit. The pre-audit activities include again site preparation. Before that, what type of audit should be made, and who selection of audit team and other things, professionals to audit. Then we're finding the site visits and findings. Then key activities will include physical reports and evaluation of the report. And post audit will to the preparation of final findings, and further it has to follow.
Thank you, sir.
Next is elements of audit process, where what there are four things, like what audit, and who should audit, why an audit should be done, and how to audit. So first is that what to audit. So the things which are like from the related to the environment. So those topics can be audited, like the functions which are related to the environmental production equipments, and future audits should be evaluate the efficiency of these structures and procedures. Environmental audits are increasingly management system oriented, focusing on policy, principles, and system, procedure, practices, and performance. Means what to audit? We can audit which what are the things which are related to the environment. So we have to audit all those, and who to audit. First, we have the topic, but who to audit? So we audits can be conducted by the industries and regulatory agencies and other interested parties and who are interested in environment. So environmental audits should not be limited to particular group, can be used by various stakeholders to secure their interests. And see who to audit is like audits can some of the audits can be done by the industries and companies and all. So where they have to know what are the risks they have given for the environment and all. Is by they are doing is the environment is getting bad or any risk to the environment. So if they have any auditing that, so they will get some idea of what to use or what not to use and should be done. See, industries use same thing as I said. Industries use audits to reduce the environmental risk. And while environmental groups focus on the minimizing the risks of the environment, to minimize the risk, we have to audit. So, and how to audit? See, and we see all the steps and all, right? We have learned every step to how to audit and all. So, audit should be systematically and objective and independent, involving competent individuals who do not have direct responsibility for the area being audited. The audit process should include documentation and periodicity, ensuring a dynamic process towards minimizing environmental impacts. Auditors um, can provide recommendations for improvement in an objective and independent manner without assuming the operative responsibility for environmental protection. As we said, there are a protocol for the audits and all. So first we have to follow all the protocols and the policies, procedures which we conduct the audit. And
Sorry, no. Okay.
I'm not going to explain about the elements of audit processes. So, which include what to audit, who should audit, why an audit, and how to audit. So, in the elements of audit process, the audit can cover a wide range of topics from environmental related issues, environmental related decisions, to the function outcome for the environmental protection. So, in what to audit, we will discuss about the whether any issues being affected in the environment and what are the implications or what are the necessary action should be done and who should audit. So in that, industries, regulatory agencies, or other interested parties also can do the auditing. And environmental audit should not be limited to a particular group and can be used in various stakeholders also. And why an audit? It's based on the companies. It's a primary purpose for conducting an environmental audit is open a reflection for the priorities and interests. And for the how to audit, so auditors can provide recommendations for improvement in an objective or in an independent manner. Thank you. Next is waste audit and pollution prevention assessment. As I mentioned earlier, that waste audits are intended to identify the possibilities for the improvements. The purpose of waste audit is that to identify the opportunities for improvements through technical and economic evaluation of waste minimization alternatives. So first we have the waste audit is we have to audit what are the waste which will be come from the industries and all. And also waste minimization programs have to be done, which involves the systematic procedures to localize and characterize all types of waste streams, leading to creation of formal methodologies for waste minimization programs. And also the US Congress Office of Technology Assessment defines the waste audit as a systematic or periodic internal review of companies' processes and operations to identify opportunities to reduce the waste risk. The scope of this waste audit is that to encompass all byproducts of a product, what we have get all the byproducts, to include emissions to air and water, not just hazardous, and also solid waste. So these are the we have to reuse all these audit and all, and also some of the steps which are involved in the audit waste, waste audit, where 20 steps are covered in the three phases. First phase is pre-assessment, second phase is material balance, third phase is synthesis. So phase, pre-assessment is the audit preparation, where the first step, and this involves three steps. The first step is involved that prepare and organize audit team and resources. So we have to prepare a team and also resources to conduct an audit there. And also second step is that divide process into unit operations. Like we have to divide some of the works to according to the procedure and all. And in step three, construct like process, like flow diagrams to plan according what are the things we have to do. We have to conduct some of the plans, flow chart and all. And also in third phase, that is material balance, which is process input and what are the process which can be done, and what are the outputs of the product or any other industry. Like there are steps like determine inputs, record water, what are the water we usage in those inputs, and also to measure the current level and wastage and reuse, what are the recycles and all. And derive a material balance. So first, after that, the process of outputs. See, in step 7, we see the quantity based products by byproducts and all. So first, we have to see what are the like byproducts we get after manufacturing the product. So, and also we have to account what are the waste we are exerting, and also wastewater, and also we have to count what are the water get, how water is wasted, and also account for the gaseous emissions. If product is being manufactured, so there will be a byproducts and the main products and some of the other emissions and all, like water, like some of the air emissions and other things which are included in water also, and also air in the form of gaseous. And in step 11, they assemble input and output information. And step 2, derive a preliminary material balance. So we have to balance the how much of amount we are using as a raw material. So it should be less in producing the byproducts and all. Um, and also next is evaluate and refine material balance, as I said. And in phase 3, synthesis, here identify the waste reduction options, where identifying the obvious waste reduction options, and where the waste is being what are the like where the more waste is being detected, we have to see upon that. And also we have to target the characteristics, some of the problems, how can we reduce those waste and all, and also investigate the possibility of waste segregation, and identify long-term waste reduction measures and all. Next is evaluate waste reduction options. So undertake evaluation of waste reduction options, list variable options. Like we have to list the what are the reduction options to reduce the waste in the production company or anything. So next is waste reduction action plans. So after identifying the what are the waste contents which are we can see in the industries and also we have to plan according to that. How much amount waste is getting, so we have to plan. We have to reduce the waste and all. So design the implementation in waste reduction action plan to achieve improvement process efficiency. So we have to improve the process, like minimum usage of the water or like for the raw material we can do more products and all instead of taking all byproducts which are those are wasted. By the wasted products also we can making of reusing those things and all.
Can you summarize waste audit?
So next topic is waste audit. So here we identify for improvement for the waste scenarios based on technologies, economic evaluation of various waste, and also recommend various waste minimization alternatives. Then it's basically originated the waste audit originated from the amendment of the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act in the USA. Then she elaborated on the waste audit gate, where there is three phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Phase 1 is the pre-assessment, where we prepare the audit, and phase 2 is the material balance, where process input as well as process output. Then we derive the material balance. And after that, the synthesis process, where we identify the waste reduction options, and then we evaluate what is the waste reduction option, evaluate the waste reduction option. Then we can actually promote the action plan, the waste reduction action plan.
We will have break for 15 minutes. So later we continue. It's 10:43.
pollution prevention audit, where, as sir said, that high compliance with management, which reduces the risk of the environment, that pollution prevention approach, where audits which are whether conducted independently or integrated into compliances management and to reduce the risk of the environment. So includes the creations and analysis of correction and improvement alternatives, typically management tasks. Here, the management involvement mainly it requires the active involvement of the management in like information gathering and proposals for change. The term assessment is often more appropriate than the audit in this context. And the scope of environmental audits is that cover the wide range of activities based on the formal performance evaluation of an organization or facility in relation to environmental objects. As I said, high compliance with the management, it will be reduce the risk of the environment. So the pollution prevention approach. And next is environmental audit in industrial projects, where here there are two types, like site audit and the purpose of what is the purpose of audit, and also the TOR, the terms of references, where site audit is that first we have to audit the particular site or a place in the industry to establish an industry. So understand the scale and source of pollution problems and set out of options for addressing them. Like what are the pollutions which are there in the site where the industry being established. And also followed by detailed sites like inspections and sampling, and also review of production process and pollution control measures. And some of the outcomes of the site audits are that clarify legal and regulatory frameworks, set standards, and propose realistic interim requirements if necessary. So the purpose of is that we have to check the water, the pollution, or any other things which are there in the site. So we have to report everything which are addressing the critical environmental issues, and including the long-term targets, and also require the resources, what are the resources which are there in that area. And next two is in terms of references. We have 18 terms of references here. That overall objectives and specific objectives, some of the scope of work and baseline data, and also sources of contamination and area of impact, technical approach, and the work plan, prevention and mitigation measures, and also priority of actions, environmental management plans, and at the end is the reporting requirements. The site audit report, we have to some of project description, we have to make out all the descriptions and also regulatory settings, and what are the procedures and what are the mitigations we can mitigate from by conducting audit, and also schedule, and also cost and annexures. These are the terms of references. And the points of procedures are selection of auditors. So as I said that earlier, we have to select the auditors with having the knowledge of the auditing. So and also the specific industry. So if we don't have any knowledge about that specific industry, so we may not be knowing that how to audit and all. And next is briefing of TOR, the terms of references. Consultants must understand the objectives of the work and preparation of phases, develop an audit plan according to the schedule, and also protocol which are being there, site visits and other prepared protocols and all, and execution of the audit. After we all the procedures and all, we have to execute it. So, cooperation from plant owners and also managers, document the site inspections and all, to organize visits and some of the samplings and all. And last is the review on findings. So,
industrial project. It begins with the site audit, understanding of the site audit. And first of all, site audit is when you are trying to understand all the facilities in a site and examine them for what kind of risks are there, what are the threats it's posing to the environment, and like that's the overall purpose of it. And then you know that certain steps that are involved within a site audit includes things like interviews, overview of suspected sources of pollution, extent of impact, um, sampling and testing of a lot of things within the site, understanding the past production processes and even the present production processes, emissions, etc. And overall, after the audit is done, some recommendation plan or an interim plan at least should be provided along with some targets that are set. Moving on, there are some terms of reference, which is basically some things that are a must in the audit that need to be referred in the audit. Uh, they include many things like objectives, scope of work, baseline data, um, like what are some approaches that are being taken, what is the priority actions, norms and standards, what are some client contacts and facilities provided by the client, what are some deliverables that we are trying to give, and etc. Then there are five sections in an audit report, which is starts with an executive summary, which is usually put in very simple terms so that even a common man can even understand the summary of the entire audit. And project description that briefly talks about the entire project and the site that has been audited. Regulatory setting, understanding what are the regulations that have been taken into consideration and what is the audit procedure that was followed, and mitigation, what are some alternatives that were evaluated and steps for mitigation that were recommended, costs and schedule of the entire audit process, how much did it cost you to perform the audit, and annexure. I think we also discussed about the procedure, points of procedure, which include the selection of auditors based on their qualifications, and selecting the right team of auditors that also sometimes includes experts in the industry themselves. Then briefing and TOR of the so briefing your team, the audit team about what's ahead. Then preparation, where you prepare your objectives and your action plan. Then execute it finally, where you actually do the examining and going and testing out the things, gathering evidences, etc. Then reviewing of the findings is finally considering so what are like significant impacts that took place and what can be done about it. I think that's where we start.
Thank you.
And next is liability audit and site assessment. What is the purpose of doing liability assessment? Liability audit is that mainly if the meaning of liability audit liability is that if as sir said that if a company already built in that place, so it is like um, it is giving to other person. If I'm buying the company, so I need to check the liability audit in that particular area. So whether the state of the some of the potential pollution, migration, and also some contaminated sites like brownfields and all. And in that liability audit, there are two phases: phase one and phase two. First we have to like do the like that we have to collect the data, like historic data and visual inspections, and some of the interviews we have to go there and we have to check all these. And after that, some of the guidelines we have to like follow some of the specific standards and guidelines which are being there. For example, ESTM, TM standards and ICRCL guidelines and all. The main is to identify the outcome of this is to identify the potential contamination which has been there in that particular site or particular area the causing effects with causing things. And also we have to like process like drilling, sampling, and also analysis of soil and groundwater, assessing contamination against cleanup standards. And the outcome is that to determine the need for additional investigations or remediations, develop a remediation plan if necessary. So by these outcomes, we can plan according to that contamination, what are the measures we can take and how can we mitigate it and everything. And next is scope of what is the scope of liability audit. So initially, briefing sessions with the company staff and also reviewing of regulate environment and occupational health and safety of the legislature, and also inspection of buildings and properties, identification of environmental and occupational health and safety concerns, and preparation of prioritized list of concerns and recommendation and cost estimates for remediation measures, preparation of the comprehensive report with finding and recommendations. Like the scope is that first we have to go for that side and we have to decide contaminated, what are the contaminants are there, and we have to like what are the findings we can get, and we have to report it. And next we have to according to that we have to take the measures like if company members are working there, if the employees are working there, so we as we are the head of the like industry, so we have to take care about those employees who are working in that company, right? So we have to go through all these measures and terms. And next is auditing of
Sir, can you give a summary of this?
See, what I understand, sir, gave the example of love canal. This sir gave the example of love canal, where, you know, hazardous, he was talking about hazardous waste, like when you dispose the hazardous waste through, you know, through drums instead of just disposing directly. So it's a good example. And what I have learned through liability audio is that, you know, from practical point of view, see, you find the contaminated pollution, and again you keep the, you know, remedial action. That is the major learning from this. And if you look at the purpose of, like, there is a two phase. Phase one where we gather the secondary data like from visual through interview, and phase two we get the get like we get data from testing, sampling. This is the thing. And as you mentioned earlier, like when somebody like visit to any site, would he found that what are the contamination, then he prepare the reports and give the suggestions and remedial actions.
Thank you, sir.
this is the last part of chapter auditing of EMS. Environmental management standards. Like it is a systematic and documented verification process to determine if an organization EMS conforms to audit criteria. Like for example, there is a standard ISO 14001 and to communicate the results. So the objective of this audit is that to determine compromises with EMS audit criteria, access process, proper implementation and maintenance of the EMS. So we have to identify area for potential improvement, and also we have to evaluate the internal management review processes and also potential relationships and all. And here the scope of this audit is that like um, we should not be extend to the boundaries. So we should not cross that boundaries and all. Here the organization we have to keep the organization document where policy statements and reports are to be maintained, and ensure that advocate resources are committed to the audit and all. And for the preparing this audit, we have to develop a flexible audit plan, including objective scope, criteria, and audit procedures as the general audit methodology, where the communicate the plan to the client and audit team and auditees. Um, like we have to
discuss all these things internally, like inside the industry or company. So resolve any objections to the audit plan before conducting the audit. So firstly, before the persons who are working there, they should have the minimum knowledge about the what are the why we conduct the audit and everything. Uh, so conducting the audit. After that, conducting the audit, hold an opening meeting. We have to make a meeting and introduce the audit team, review the audit and what are the audit plans we are going to make, and also establish the communication links and all. And after that, collect sufficient audit evidence through interviews, document examinations, and observations. We have to collect some of the evidences through the interviews and all. Next is to verify information from independent resources and record all these informatives, like non-conformities, and also present audit findings to the auditees management for understanding and acknowledgement. And after that, after all these terms, we have to at the end we have to report it. Audit should be made in a draft or a report form, where we have to mention the date and the sign of the leader auditor who audited that one, and also include the audit findings. What are the findings we get in these audits, and also objectives of the scope and criteria, and the audit process summary and the conclusions, everything. And also um, provide a distribution list for the report. So we have to overall look in that overall report should be mentioned. And have the one case study, which is report environmental audit report, which is happened recently, in December 24. It's located in Bangalore itself, ABC Tech Park. I think some of them might have known. But this auditing is done by some of the agencies like environmental consultant, but XYZ should not mention. Here, the main in that ABC Tech Park is that some of the objectives of audit is that the primary is here regulations, evaluate resources utilization efficiency, what are the resources they are utilizing, and identify areas for improvement, like what are the usage, water usage, and everything, current and everything. The scope of this audit is they are made is that water and wastewater management, and also energy consumption and efficiency, and solid and hazardous waste management, air quality monitoring, and also they have done on noise pollution levels, and also compliances with legal and regulatory requirements. They have find some key findings, so they are noted that water management, so usage the facility consumes, they have also mentioned the quantity, like 120 kiloliters of water per day, and also the rainwater harvesting system is also functional, but under reutilized, like 40% of capacity. And the recommendations is that they have given enhance the rainwater harvesting system and implementing recycling of grey water for landscaping. So they have given these recommendations for the water management, and wastewater management. So what are the wastewater management they are getting? So how can we they are audited about that. So they observe the on-site receivage like treatment plant process 80% of wastewater is coming from that company, and they, however discharge parameters exceeds and limits the some we can do some of the BOD tests and all to like what are the pollutions, what are the chemicals which are there in that wastewater thing. And the recommendations they have given is upgrade the sewage water plant, and also monitor the discharge regularly, everything. And next is energy usage. So how the energy consumption is happening in that company particular, the facility energy demand is 500 kilowatt per day, with only 10% coming from renewable resources. Like they are recommended that increase the usage of solar energy by installing additional photovoltaic panels and all, like solar panels and all, instead of using the electricity. They use the natural solar energy. And next is they have done about air quality about that area. So they have monitored some of the data is in like 2.5, I think PM is becoming I don't know about that unit and all levels within limits, but vehicular emissions are a significant contributor to localization pollution, like how the if the company employees are getting they are recommended to avoid you avoid the like personal uh, vehicles and all. Instead of using the personal vehicles, we can like they can be travel in public transportation and all. That may reduce the air quality, like air pollution and all. Next, they have done also in solid waste management. They become like approximately 2.5, sorry, 1.5 tons of solid waste is generated daily in that company. So with 40% segregated for recycling. Then recommended is that implement a 100% waste segregation policy and set up an on-site composting unit for organic waste. And also noise pollution. They observed that within that limits during the day, but slightly exceeds limits during the peak hours in traffic zones and all. So they recommends her install small barriers around the high traffic areas. And next is compliance status. The organization in these partial compliances with the Karnataka State Pollution Control Board guidelines. The gaps of identified includes improper wastewater discharge and limited renewable energy resource. And the overall recommendation and recommendations for the improvements are that conduct regular trainings for employees on sustainable practices and establish an environmental management system, ensure quarterly monitoring of air, water, and noise quality, and integrate sustainability matrices into operational goals. And the conclusion is that ABC Tech Park has demonstrated a commitment to environment sustainability, but requires targeted efforts to enhance compliances and environmental performance. Immediate action is that to upgrading the wastewater treatment systems and also promote the renewable energy like solar panels and all uses for the energy like electric and all are critical. Thank you.
Can you summarize the last part of this with the case study also? Just the gist of it, whatever you have understood from the case study and as well as the EMS of audit.
Can I go back to the slide?
Just the gist of it, ma'am, whatever you understood.
Yeah, so overall what I understood was that, why do we conduct auditing? We also understood that what is the mechanism around it. We understood that, what are the various steps we need to take, why do we do it, how do we do it, for whom do we do it, what is the time frame that we can do it. Then in the last part, we reached to the auditing of the EMS. Now, EMS is the environment management system, which is already in place. What we do is that we audit the EMS per se, and we set out the criteria that we want to measure. We set out, we see that what are the various aspects of the EMS that the EMS is recording. Eventually, we assess the potential of the relationship, and then we do the scope and review. After completing the audit, we prepare an audit report, and that's the end that I understood. And about the environment audit report, I understood that there's a technology park here. There was an audit, environment audit that was conducted there, and based on the environment report, they were the last part. There were recommendations that they had, the key findings that they gave and also the recommendations that they give.
Thank you, Mahatma. Does anyone have a question? Yeah, please.
Can you give to the who should audit? Yeah, so in the Bharat sir, if you can answer it. In that sentence, environment audit should not be limited to a particular group and can be used by various stakeholders to secure their interests. So does it mean that anyone can do the audit, but there has to be a statutory body who will do the certification?
In general, the audit will be conducted by two parties. One is internal and another one is external. Internal auditors, again, company decides whether within the internal team they want to do audit. Second one is external audit based on the like regulatory agencies or the request from the stakeholders like insurance agencies or banking agency. They might request for some audit report. So the here audit is not limited to the particular group, which indirectly says you should not always depend on internal or external. Even sometimes the stakeholder also initiate. They want to understand your company's audit standards or wanted to know the status of environment in your organization. They can also ask for some report. That's where who are the people involved. Even stakeholder can also ask for the audit report.
Finally, somebody
It
has
will be based on the expertise. For example, no one can come and do the audit. They require the auditor team, and they should have some exposure to conduct the audit. So it is again a standard procedure will be followed.
Okay, but finally, some auditor.
Yeah, auditor is the lead auditor will be there. Audit team will be there. And for example, this audit also depends on the nature of the company. For example, if petrochemical industry is there, the auditor specific who have the expertise in that industry only will be called. So it depends on, again, the audit team will be decided by the organization. But if it is a regulatory agency audit, that is depends on the government. So if government sends some expertise, see sometimes even sir also will be called for some audit reports. So that depends on the government.
That may fall also in the objective type audit. This last sentence may be also more relevant to the objective type auditing, because fine driven will be like the statutory and those things. Okay. Fine.
See, again, there are two ways here. Every year you will submit the audit report. That is again internal agency, internal auditors will work. Second one is sometimes this pollution control board and all third party will be surprise visit. They will go and they will also perform some audit reports. So this audit report won't be available to everyone, especially the government agencies. But internal audit report will be available to the organization limit.
There you are doing on auditing, that means how come it will be precise? So means like
see, third party audit again, see, for example, the industry would have done some audit report. So they wanted some unbiased report from the external agency. So they invite some external agency, they will conduct the audit report. That is what third party audit. So apart from that, the regulatory thing, don't bring it here. The regulatory is, if there is any issue, they will come and do the suspense visit. See, for example, if you take Dandeli paper mill, every year they will submit the audit report saying that it is very good, it is going on very well. But there is a pollution discharge in the Kali River. So many NGOs went to the government and given a complaint against the industry. Then Pollution Control Board visitors has a surprise visit, and they have conducted an audit for almost 1 week. And they submitted a report saying that these people are not treating the waste and just releasing into the Kali River. And the fine has been imposed, and now they have come up with the various the treatment plants. So that is how it is.
before I'm going to ask the question, Kagan and Bindu about particular hospital or companies or schools or wherever, when they are doing auditing, so it will be only regulated for the particular agencies. It is how precise it was. If compared to the government colleges or hospitals, whatever, when they are doing, how particularly they are doing auditing. Like how norms taken to be a part. Like you are doing in a private sector, it should be a precise and they are very maintained. Once you are doing auditing, they are the auditing measures taken to the action after that. But when it comes to the government sector, when they may do auditing or not, whatever, but when conducted the auditing, how precisely take action to the future, how they are taking. Then what is the result output? I'm asking regarding that.
It's an interesting question actually. We know that private is different and the government is different. They both are not same. So private is maintained well, so they go through all the steps and all. They recommend what are the like alternative things we can do it. Even same as it is in the government also they make, but it is depends upon the head who is conducting those auditings and all. No, it is depends upon the head and also the workers which are who are there in like who are there below him. So if all the recommendations have given, so if he say we have to like we have to precise those risks and all which are harming to that particular area. So if they are okay for that, then do it. If they are not.
So earlier was the case what you were mentioning maybe 20, 30 years back, but now it is very stringent. Even in fact, government agencies do very detailed work as compared to the private sector. In fact, we had one participant from the Indian Oil Corporation 2 years back. So he is still active in our EM course groups also. Once in a while, he will be posting about the internal audit report and what is result. So he says, especially government will be very stringent if it is from the government sector side. If there is any mismanagement as well as violation with respect to the environment, they strictly follow it. But only some cases, maybe one or two, that is exceptional, you might see some problem. But by and large, all government agencies, they follow the strict regulation. From past 20 years, the government has streamlined regarding the pollution standards with respect to the government agencies. But whereas private agencies, still we are seeing some lacunas.
Yes, sir. Because when we are in a government, we can see the lack of things. No, like now we can say some of the villages we can go in Karnataka and say where the government schools are getting the gain. Like they are still the same. This year I'm doing auditing, still same to the next year. There is no improvement we can see as so far. You may know because we are belonging to here. We can see through. So those kind of sectors, how can we this impact is going on? That's my question actually.
The school is different with the
and the college is whatever.
School and the industry is different.
In hospitals also.
By and large, hospital industry, they are doing very well because government is very stringent regarding the waste as well as other issues, environmental issues are concerned. Now at least they are streamlined. In fact, if you take the pollution control board with respect to the Gujarat itself, Gujarat is doing very well with, related to the environmental issues of concern. They are working hard to make sure that they are following the standard. But there are some violations with respect to the EIA and all, I accept. But still, see, we cannot expect 100% from some, especially government agency also. So they are maintaining at least 80% the standards they are meeting.
Actually, why I'm asking we example yesterday we spoke about the pollution of Delhi pollution or wherever we spoke about. So we have to take an initial initially. Then the norms are government like we spoke about. So how much impact is there? If anyone is ready to take the initial like one day at least in a week, I can go by bicycle or I can go by walk to the office. It is not taken a part. No, then how come we are considered this one is one? And second, I will ask one question to both of them are also. So last we discussed about the liability audit measure. Like from Tanuja ma'am, I got a doubt on that. If we are buyers, we are going to take the liability audit to my account. Why it can't be for seller? When he is selling, why he can't show with other documents like when we purchasing a vehicle, we are seeing all the documents like a second-hand vehicle, any car or bike, whatever, that we are seeing, including insurance of previous people and how it will be, like every document we are precise. So when you are selling the thing, why liability audit only goes to the buyer, not for seller?
Again, it depends on the industry, and also what happens now when they are about to sell, they might be already in a lot of financial loss. Then only they might be selling the company. So they no further they can go to that kind of losses, and they might say that okay, I might reduce my price to sell the factory, so you can go ahead with your establishment. So maybe the especially the buyer might be have the more potentiality to clear the contaminants and make sure that he will follow the standards. If he is not following standards, again regulatory agency will come and they will try to stop their industry and all. So that's where it is again depends on the buyer only. It is not the seller. Yeah, I think in view of time, can we stop? Can we continue further, Chalkar?
Yeah, thank you for the interactive session, and I thank Bindu Madhavi and Gagan Kini for a very good presentation, and I thank all the participants for their active involvement. Thank you all.
Next session will be chaired by Gagan as well as Bindu Madhavi, and we are going to discuss chapter 6, which will be presented by Ganesh and Tarun.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to discuss the topic chapter 6, which is life cycle assessment. In coming to life cycle assessment, it is a tool to evaluate the environmental effects of a product or a process at its entire life cycle, starting from the extraction of raw materials till the usage and even the disposal of the material. The basic ideology or the main ideology of LCA comes from that whatever the operations or processes which occurs inside the facility of a plant or an industry does not have impact only inside the facility. It also affects outside the plant, the neighboring areas and everywhere. So that is the main ideology of LCA, where everything outside the plant and inside the plant which is taken into account for doing the impacts are taken into account for, of a product or a process, which elaborates LCA. And the evolution of LCA comes from 1960s, where it was started as a resource and environmental profile analysis, and thereby in the late 1980s and early 1990s, there were many organizations and international organizations which standardized the principles of LCA, thereby making context of the process and the principles of LCA. And this is a representation of a product LCA, where it starts with raw materials and then proceeds to production, and then the use of it and disposal. Again, it comes to the raw materials. When the product is being disposed of, the materials, the parts of it or the other components of it may be used for other processes. So those will again start up with the same process of other products. So that will include the raw materials production, use and disposal. And coming to this, the assessment of LCA includes quantifying the energy and materials used for the production of the process, and also the materials that are released into the environment during the production process. So these are the inputs, like raw materials and energy are the inputs, and the processing, manufacturing, utilization of the machineries and everything, and the recycle process are involved in the process. And the outputs are atmospheric emissions, waterborne, and solid waste, and other residues. And the unique feature of LCA is that it doesn't focus on a single manufacturing step or a process, but it enlightens the entire process of a product or a process. And in 2000, ISO established a few standards of ISO 14000 series, which are 14040, 41, 42, 40, 43, LCA for principal framework, inventory analysis, and impact assessment and interpretation. The LCA is emerged as a decision-making support tool which aims for sustainability. Coming to the stages in product of LCA, as we first told, coming to the raw materials, there are various components, semi-products, chemicals, or other components in raw materials used for the production. These comprise of the raw materials and other components, and then there is production of the product using these materials, and then the use of it, and the disposal. And again, it comes to the same thing. After the product is disposed, that is going to be used in again for other material production or other standards. And you can see the T mentioned everywhere. That is the transportation. So this implies that transportation is not a single step, whereas it's an integral part of the whole LCA product. And we'll go in detail in the coming session.
Yes, sir, can you summarize?
Like Tarun started with the LCA, what is LCA is all about. It is a sort of tool which is used for the assessment of the product or any process throughout its entire life cycle. In that, he has also discussed about the product life cycle, that how the raw material is moved towards the production, its use and disposable and disposal. And after the disposal, how it comes, how that product can be used back for the either for the production or either for the again raw material. We also focused on about the assessment process, like how input we are using and what outputs we are getting in the forms of the atmospheric, like emissions, solid waste, and many things like that. Also, we will discuss about the ISO 14000 series, under that is ISO 14040, which comes for the LCA. In that, we have discussed about 40, which is the principles and the framework, 41, which is inventory analysis, 42 is the impact assessment, and 43 is the interpretation.
Coming to the stages of product life cycle, first is the extraction of raw materials. In every product manufacturing or the process involved, the first step, which is the raw material extraction, plays a major role, because that's where every problem starts, or it is the source of the problems which occurs, the impacts or the effects generated into the environment. So it mainly involves everything to be accounted in. See, for example, the raw materials doesn't involve the materials or the chemicals or other machineries which is included, but we need to include the production and electricity considering it, because there's a lot of behind stories for every electrical energy production. So those also should be accounted in for the raw material. And what should be included and not included in any analysis of LCA will depend on the sensitivity analysis. Coming to the manufacturing of a product, it includes everything, like in the entire process of manufacturing, and also majorly includes the processes which involved in the production of machinery and chemicals, which is occurring outside the facility, because in the entire life cycle. So production doesn't necessarily indicate which is happening inside the facility. It also indicates other processes which involve in the manufacturing of chemicals or the raw materials or even the machineries which involved in the processes. And coming to transportation, as I said earlier, it's not a single step. It's an integral part of the entire life cycle assessment, where the energy spent in maintaining the transportation or producing the vehicles for transportation, everything is being accounted. And also, this phase of transportation has an equal share in all parts of the production. Everything will be accounted and like transfer from one point to the other point, and also the consumption of energy with the vehicles also, the fuel consumption, the energy consumption, etc. Coming to the use of product, this stage begins when the product is being delivered to the consumer and ends when the product is used. So in this phase, the entire consumption, the maintenance resources, these are all included in this stage, which supports the operation of the product or the process. And this also includes the release of components or other materials which happens during the operation of a product, and which results in the environment, which will be emitted into the environment. And coming to waste management as a final stage of LCA, coming to the final stage of LCA, there are various methods for waste management, which include reuse, recycling, incineration, composting, wastewater treatment, and landfilling. Coming into details of it, reuse. When a product is disposed of, if the components of it or the byproducts of it can be reused again instead of just by that recycling it, which may be facilitating other product usage. So it can be reused. And coming to the recycling phase, as I said earlier, it can be recycled into some other parts or into some other production. So wherein it's not just like that generated environment. Coming to incineration, some parts are burned to ashes to produce heat, which is alternatively used to produce electricity, and thereby these ash can be used into multiple purposes like even constructing roads and bricks with the ashes and things. Composting. This is only for the components of a product or process which involves biological components or chemical components which can be degraded by biological methods. So not for every product, only for composting. Composting is for only biologically degradable products. Coming to wastewater treatment, it depends on the water which they use for the production or other processes inside the facility. But these water should be treated in an efficient way so that the water can be reused by the facility or for any other process. Landfilling is like finally out of by using all these finally comes landfilling where the products or the parts of the products have been left out in a landfill when they are subjected to undergo various processes with physical degradation. So by evaporating another biotic factors. And like each form of the waste treatment will associate consumption of resources and emission of particles into the environment. All these six might include, no, they are utilizing resources and emitting products into the environment, which will be accounted as the input of other processes.
We looked into the various stages of LCA into deeper. So we started with the raw material data collection. So to perform LCA, we have to look into the extraction of raw material and the energy used in extracting the raw material, and then manufacturing process. So we list down all the manufacturing process and the energy and other factors involved in doing the same. And transportation, so which is transporting the material to the final area or the destination, and then we look into the end of life of the product, and then we discuss about whether it can be reused, recycled, or incinerated, or decomposted, and then wastewater treatment of the same, and then last is landfilling, which is simply the disposal of the product into the land.
Next, coming to the code of conduct for an LCS, there are various elements which need to be considered for a good code of conduct. Coming to one, which is data quality, the consultants who are performing an LCA generate data from various sources. The ones which they acquire personally from the site or from various analysis are considered to be the primary data, and also they generate data or acquire data from various literature or the previous studies, which are considered as secondary data. Actually, when it comes to comparative studies or comparative analysis, the primary data are very valid and the secondary data are considered to be lack of credibility because they have not acquired it. This is third person perspective which they have acquired it, which stays as the secondary data. So coming to the data quality, primary data are more credible than the secondary data. And then it's life cycle boundaries where like entirely everything should be concluded, including the LCA, which are entire raw materials, processes, emissions, energy consumption, working environment in LCA, etc. Because a Dutch study where it involved industry, when they were doing LCA, they didn't consider the raw materials for the processing, the chemicals which they use for the products. They didn't include the raw materials, they included the raw materials which were included for the production of the chemicals. So those will not be the proper LCA. Once everything should be included, it includes the chemicals and the raw materials involved. And coming to the country-specific technology, it's like when a study is based on a specific country, it's not very generalized that, say for example, if we take electricity as a energy source, it depends from country to country. Like European countries might use any other renewable sources like a hydroelectricity or wind power or solar as a prime source of energy generation, but just saying like Western countries might use coal as their primary source for energy generation. So it varies from countries to countries in every aspect of the process, the materials and the production or the usage of the product, everything. So everything should be accounted in for a good conduct of healthcare, not just biased with a particular region or a particular type of people. And then coming to the evaluation stage priorities, like, during the evaluation of various, during the evaluation, like, the priority should be given to the intent of the output. Like you need to focus on the impact of the output so that you can prioritize the input. Coming to the definition, it should be very focused that what is the purpose of study and who are going to be the people who is going to do the LCA and for whom it is done and who it is reviewed and those things. And coming to the good code of conduct, there are few questions which are mandatory to be answered. And those fall under these four categories, which is delimitations of system under studies, inventory, impact assessment, evaluation. Coming in detail, there are life cycle described in detail. There are a lot of questions to be answered, which is whether the life cycle is described in detail, whether it is done by stage, does it really describe the real situation and not the other systems in everything, including the raw materials. These are the questions under delimitations of system under study. And coming to inventory, whether the primary and secondary data both are appropriate and whether all the data are being included in the inventory. And coming to the impact assessment, it should be performed in all types and all the types of impacts under the output should be very well explained. Coming to the evaluation, as I said earlier, there should be the priority should be very clear on which is subjective or objective, and the conclusion should be clear and not be, and the assumption should be very clearly explained.
As well as the king summary. If we now we learn about the code of conduct of LCA, so it includes data quality, life cycle boundaries, and again it's bifurcated in different steps. In this LCA can be country-specific technology type, and we can also have evaluation priorities and definition, communications of system boundaries, so inventory, impact assessment, and evaluation. Again, this need to have its own, weightages, so inventory should conduct, what are the type of, things happening manufacturer product, and this real impact assessment, and after all those things, proper evaluation should be done.
Next, coming to the procedures of LCA, there are 4 steps involved in the LCA procedure. The first is defining the goal and scope of the LCA. It is intended the goal, the study of the goal of LCA study must state the intended application and the reason for carrying out the LCA study, and also it should indicate the who used the results and in what way it is being used, and it should be very transparent and the goals can be redefined in the continuous process of the study. Coming to the next, there are few elements which need to be considered and should be clearly defined in the defining scope of LCA study. These are the functions of the system, the functional unit, the system to be studied, the system boundaries, the allocation procedure, the right of impact, methods of impact assessment and interpretation, data requirement, assumption, limitation, the initial data quality requirement, right of critical review, and the right in the format of report that need to be submitted. Moving on detail of some of this, the functional unit. The functional unit actually describes the scale of comparison of two or more products, including improvement to one product. And this defining the functional unit of a product is the foundation of any MCA studies. Coming to the data collected in the inventory phase are related to the function unit. All the data collected in the inventory are related to the function unit, and there are three main aspects which need to be accounted when defining a function unit. Those are the efficiency of the product, durability of the product, and the performance quality of the product. And next is system boundaries, and this sets the boundaries for all the process and operations or the inputs and outputs that are here. It's when defining a system boundary, it should be subject to operation which includes all geographical data and life cycle boundaries like technosphere, biosphere, etc. And there's one important factor, like water waste treatment is always omitted when defining a system boundary because there's a lot of boundaries inside a wastewater treatment. So every time when setting a system boundary, wastewater treatment is where it is omitted. System boundary is being omitted. Coming to critical review, it's a process of life asset LCA, and the review can be made by internal or by external people. And these are the few things which are ensured by the critical review. The methods used to carry out LCA are consistent with the international methods and scientifically and technically are valid. And the data used are appropriate and reasonable to the study. Interpretation reflects the limitation identified. The study report is transparent and consistent. Coming to the data quality, the data quality used in ICA obviously reflects the quality of report. So whatever the data is being used in NCA will be reflected in the final report of the NCA. And there are various data indicators which is precision, completeness, representativeness, and reproducibility and consistency. The data should be very precise and it should be complete, not lack of any other information, and it should be reproducible. If anybody can again reproduce the data, and it should be consistent and should not lag in some areas. And next is coming to the analyzing the inventory data collection. This includes collection of data used in the life cycle assessment, and it should be from all processes, not to be any of the processes will be omitted in this, and it should be both site-specific and general source. Data collection is always an intensive part of LCA. The data collected in the first phase also gives the primary appearance of the impression of the project report. Then comes the refining of system boundaries. After the entire data is collected, we can often refine the system boundaries. According to the data which we have collected, we can define the system boundaries so as to work on the next phases. Coming to calculation procedures, there is no set standards or procedure for calculating the impacts. So the proper method can be used depending on the data collected. Validation of data to be conducted during the data collection process in order to improve the overall quality of the data. Validation should be done in every process so that the data collected is very appropriate and there is no lack of data anywhere and it's very appropriate. The relating data, like the data which has been collected should always relate to the objective of the study and should not be wavering from some other side. Shouldn't go out of the box. Everything, the data collected should relate to the flow of the study and reflects the scope of the study. And next is the assessing environmental impacts. There are 4 categories in this, and the first one is category definition, where follow-up of the decision made in the goal and scoping phase, and then the impact categories are selected in order to describe the impact caused by the product or the product system.
Yeah, so if I'm not wrong, you started from procedure of LCA, where we talked about the 4 important procedures. The very first one is defining of scope, goals, and delimitation of the life cycle. Second, in which
regard to that, we also talked about system boundaries, we talked about the data quality. In data quality, it needs to be more precise. Actually depends, the output of your essay would actually depend on the kind and the quality of the data that you've done. It needs to be representative, that means that it needs to have enough data collected that the results can be generalized. To have producibility, that it actually holds some kind of value, and then it needs to be consistent. Kind of what I understood from the book.
Coming to the assessment of environmental impacts, there are four categories. In coming one, the first element of LCA is category definition, where follow-up questions are made in the goal and scoping phase. Everything is timely followed up to focus on the goal and scoping of the phase. And impact category is selected in order to discuss the impact caused to the product or the product system. There are main elements to be considered during this phase, the completeness, practicality, independence, and relation to the characteristic. Coming to the second element of LCA's classification, where it is a quantitative step and it's of scientific analysis. When assessing the inventory input and output data, the potential environmental impacts, the output contribute to more than one impact which need to be mentioned. Like there might be many inputs in the process and which will give up two or more outputs. When the single input can generate one or two outputs, in that case, those need to be separately mentioned and not clubbed together. And then the impact categories can be divided into four space regions, where it is global, continental, regional, and local, which depends on the exposure. Wherever there is the exposure, according to the exposure region, we can divide into four groups, which is global, continental, regional, and local impacts. And this is what I told in the classification, where we see that everything emission has carbon dioxide emission has global warming, and sulfur dioxide has acidification. But coming into combustion hydrocarbons, they even produce smog formation and as well as global warming, and even nitrogen oxide. They produce nutrient enrichment and as well as acidification. So the classification of input and output should be very clearly mentioned, and it should be separate, should not be clubbed together. When input has two outputs, it should be separately given in order to have LCA properly. And next comes the characterization, which is the third element of LCA. It is also a quantitative step based on scientific analysis. It has to assign relative contribution to each input and output to be selected, and the potential of each output and the potential of every input and the output to the environment should be estimated properly. And the fourth is the evaluation and weighting of elements. And weighing aims to aggregate the results of different life cycle assessment to relate to the importance of each result. The weighing process is not technical or scientific, and since it's not scientific or technical, various life cycle assessment results are not directly comparable. And the purpose of weighing is to ensure relative preference of an organization, to ensure that the process is visible, documentable, and reportable, and to establish relative importance of each result. Various institutions have come up with few approaches for the weighing and evaluation process. These include proxy approach, technology development, monetization, authorized goals, and standards authoritative panel. We are coming into detail of this. Proxy approach is like you can set a combination or a specific input which will by which you can estimate the weighing of the particular input. And then coming to technology development approach, where you can change the technology and you can analyze the output of it. Then coming to authorized goals and standards, like setting up of proper authorized standards and then focusing on that. And authoritative panel is like creating a panel of people who are established in that field and who will monitor the entire report. And the final is the evaluation of environmental profiles, where this evaluation involves a comparison of the alternative studies represented by the environment, resources, and the working profiles. The objective of the evaluation is to decide which alternative causes the least environmental damage from the life cycle assessment point of view. If one alternative is better in all aspects, it will be a state approach. But if one alternative is better than the rest in some aspects, while the other aspect it is not giving a good approach, it will be a complex approach. In this case, you need to focus on the priority, as in mentioned earlier, for now, to consider giving an example to this, like a company, if you are a manager who's going to do the LC approach, and if you're given two options, one will be a company will be using more of natural resources but will be emitting less of pollutants, and the other case is that they use uh, limited resources from the environment, but they will produce a lot of chemicals or toxins into the environment. So you need to consider either one. You need to give them the whole resources, thereby getting limited toxins into the environment. And I'm explaining. So this is where the priorities are set. So you need to decide on the scope of the study and the goals of the study. Thereby, you need to decide which you want to choose. So that is comes under the evaluation. So that depends on the scope and the study where that will be evaluated.
Gagana ma'am, can you summarize?
About assessing the environmental impact, that the first is to categorize the impacts that are there, which will be the first element in the life cycle assessment, and next they classify the the impacts based on the compliance, efficiency, and how the impacts are being happening, and how much significance or effect it has on the environment. And thirdly, they do the characterization, where it is the scientific analysis of relevant to the environmental process that is taken up, and then they do the valuation or the weighing. They assign the weightage to the impact that is happening in the overall life cycle of the product project.
Coming to the different applications of LCA, first we'll focus on the private sector, where one of the things is product development. See, product development is the site is the part of the project where we can analyze what are the impacts occurring to the environment. So incorporating LCA in the design of a product, where we can there's a lot of possibilities of avoiding the impacts to the environment, because in the primary stage we are eliminating those impacts or we are giving alternatives to the impacts. So, and here's a representation of the relationship between designer's degree of freedom and level of information. In the very first stage, where the ideas are there, the person who is designing a project will have a lot of degree of freedom to design in such a way, but he will have lack of information there. Coming into the analysis, thereby both increases and one decreases. Like when the implementation of project is done, you won't have much of freedom to make the design, but you will have a lot of data. So this represents that. Coming to the next is marketing, where there are four categories. Like one is environmental labeling, which is a type 1 of ISO. Like environmental labels can be seen as a seal of approval for environmentally produced products. Then eco labels convey information to the consumer in a simpler way. Then the general objective of national and super national eco labeling scheme is to make the product with less environmental impacts. And coming to environmental claims, which is ISO Type 2 labeling, environmental claims are defined by ISO as a label or declaration which indicates the environmental aspect, which defines all the environmental aspects of the product. And third is environmental declaration, which is ISO labeling Type 3, where this environmental declarations are a tool for eco marketing. The entire results of the LCA will be given to the consumer as this is a tool to convey the entire results of LCA to the consumer. And third is organization marketing. And now, with the increasing number of companies being certified with the ISO or EMAS or the British standards, some marketing initiatives are directly initiated to the environmental capabilities of the company. Instead of making the products, they are focusing on the company itself on the whole. Then comes the business, strategic business planning, where integrating environmental aspects in a strategic business planning is becoming common in many companies, like use of EMS or ISO labeling standards. The LC information provides decision makers an understanding of pros and cons of the products and the services. Coming to government applications, the most involvement are in policies or deposit fund schemes, subsidies, taxation, etc. It's like LCA must LCA coming on the overall whole. LCA is not a single tool to solve the problem, but it's also a supportive tool which, along with risk assessment, EIA, or benefit analysis, can complete the overall analysis of the project or the process.
Kaveri ma'am, can you summarize?
We learn about different applications of LCA. First one is private sector application. To a large extent, depends on where a given company is situated in the product chain and the key driver of the LCA activity. Example, legislation or market competition. Next we move to the product development. Using LCA in the product development. How we use an LCA in product development as a large part of the future environmental impacts of the product and the construction phase. Then we learn about the relationship between the design and degree of freedom and the level of the information. Next we learn about marketing, and it is one of the traditional way of communicating product properties and capabilities which are considered with the consumer expectations and demands. Then we learn about environmental labeling, ISO type 1 labeling, ISO type 2 labeling, and ISO type 3 labeling. And in ISO type 1 labeling, we can see the seal of approval of environmental meaning products and can therefore attractive for the marketing purposes. And in ISO type 2 labeling, is presently defined by the ISO as a label or declaration that indicates the environmental aspects of the product. And in ISO type 3 labeling, it may be the tool in eco-marketing to transfer the results from a life cycle investigation of a product. And we next learn about the strategic business planning and organizational marketing. And in strategic business planning, it is a planning is becoming so common future in many companies, like handling the environmental management schemes such as EMS and ISO 14001 standards. And then we learn about governmental applications. As we know, an LCA is a specific tool that can ensure in some cases while LCA has an approach or a strategic tool which can give the directions but not the whole answer and must therefore be applied along with other tools too.
Yes,
My question is very when you talk about analyzing the inventory, I see it listed there also. What is the inventory are you talking about? What do you mean by the inventory?
Inventory includes the collection of data, like what all the data has been collected for the study.
No, that we've already done, right? Yeah, but here, what is the reference of it? Like, what do we mean by this? Yeah.
This type.
So there was a whole section on it.
No, this type particularly?
No, there's a whole section on it, right? Which talks about analyzing the inventory. This inventory here, yeah. So is this inventory only the data that we've collected?
No, it involves, like, inventory involves everything. The data, the processing of data, how we evaluate the data, and how we set standards for the systems of the system boundaries for the data collection, everything.
That we already did. We talked about data quality in the previous
that is the code of conduct. And this is like how we analyze the inventory.
No. I'm going through here. So it is procedure for LCA. The very first procedure is defining the goal and the scope. Under the goal and the scope, we talk about system boundaries. We also talked about data quality. We've talked about what kind of data do we need, why do we need to collect it, how do we collect it. But further on, we also talk about the critical review process. So that already is done. So here we're talking about analyzing of inventory, and again we're talking about data collection. What is this
covered this, and then coming into the procedure part, the doubt is there right now. This is where your doubt starts.
This is exactly where it starts. Yes.
This is a
So
procedure
one
part.
is that we have a product. We have decided that we are going to look at the whole life cycle assessment, or we're going to do an assessment of that particular product. You also said starting from cradle to the grave, right? Everything included, right? And of course, the very first step is to scope, to look at the goals. We have also already done that. In the goal, we also defined how and what kind of data we need to collect to establish the facts. Done with all of that. Now comes this second stage, which is analyzing the inventory. Now, I am confused here because I'm not able to go further without understanding what is the inventory we're talking about here. I understand everything, and I even understand that what is the implication of LCA. I also understand that where are we going to use it, which we talked about later on. You only talked about it right now, right? And you also reached at a place where you're giving me an example. But I'm stuck at a place where I am not able to understand this section.
Actually, the process, coming to the procedure points here, there are 4 procedures. One is defining the goals and scope, and the next is analyzing the inventory, and then analyzing the environmental impacts, and then evaluating the profile. Okay? And first here, when defining the goal and scope of it, we are just giving out the outline of how the LCA should be occurred. Like what are the goals for us and what is the scope of the study. Like we need to indicate what are the basic things which we need to follow for a LCA to the LCA which we are going to conduct. So what are the data here? The data quality here describes how the data should be collected, not what data should be collected and not doesn't focus on the data which need to be assessed. But here, when you are assessing the interview, like assessing the inventory, the data collected is being analyzed here. How the data should be analyzed is given out here. That is where how you collect the data. The procedure states our elements which are the gist of things which need to be done for an LCA, not in detail. But when you come into the inventory analysis, this is where the entire inventory is analyzed, the data collected, and how the prime work of an LCA is collection of data and interpreting the data, like for our study, not just interpreting it. So the analysis of inventory focuses on how we interpret the data for our scope and study. Ma'am, am I clear? Should I frame it again?
I'm still stuck at a place where I'm not able to understand the word inventory. What do you mean by the word inventory?
Inventory is a place where we have all the data collected. Repository of data, that's where we store. That's a place where we store the entire data for any work, not for specifically for LCA, for any work or like like in industry or an institution. Yeah, that's where they stock it. Even libraries that they have inventories where they have old newspapers, old articles, old books. That's how inventory works. We
We were talking about the limitations of the code of conduct.
What are all raw materials we are using? Okay, different types of raw materials is there for the any type of products. In case mobile phone, in case t-shirt, anything, we will take different type of t-shirts are there now. In that, which one is your raw material? In that one, how you can get that raw material from which is the nearest place, then how that procedure, that means here they refine the system boundary, that is very important part, this one. Then next one, functional unit. Okay, one particular product, how much energy you are using, how much is the raw material, then that transportation, energy, everything, what all input you are given, what all output will come. That is the for one unit. That wise you will make it as a analysis. Okay. In that one you will get the, then after that all the other analysis, how the
Coming on to the case study, this study conducted on the steel industry in 1999, and there were various industries included in it, like Pillar Steel Factory, SAIL, Jasapur Steel Plant, the Tisco and Vizag plant also. The scope of the study were created to create of the mining to crude steel, and then the inventory analysis, impact assessment, and improvement analysis. Coming to the boundary of study, the crude steel at the factory gate, the quantification of unit of the amount of steel which they used in the factory gate, and which includes steel making, production and transport of energy, production and transport of facilities. And coming to the data collection and validation, few were the main source of annual statistics. Coke oven gas were used, and then the gas conversion from calories to joules by 4.1868 terajoules, and heat content data was there, and then primary data validation with the log checks, secondary data validation, with every other validation in the data collection are represented here. And then the results of the complete analysis has been tabulated in such a way that every of the item which has been studied has been reported for their inputs and along with their outputs. And the emission results of each input also given in their terms of average units. And then along with the analysis has been done with all the data collected and the tabulations of the results. And then finally, they also plotted graphs for each process and their inputs and outputs, which gives out the pollution standards. And then finally, the improvement planning were also done. So this it shows out of from Nancy how it can be done. That's it. Questions?
Tanuja ma'am, can you summarize the case study?
So, Tarun took the example of steel plants like Vizag steel plant, SAIL, and some other. Jamshedpur was there. So he told about the scope of the study. What was the scope of the study from cradle to gate, and that includes inventory analysis. Like we had a discussion right now, what exactly inventory analysis is: collection of data, and then interpreting that data, and then assessing which product or which service has the least impact on environment. Based on that, we carry out, we move forward. Okay, the second step was after that, setting up boundaries and study of the boundary about the crude steel at the factory gate, and it included all the steel making process, production and transportation. Each and everything was included under the boundary study. So like that, we did the whole life cycle assessment of the steel, especially the steel sector in India, and we understood that how the end product steel, it is going to impact the environment, and based on that, we did.
Anybody have any questions? Yes, Aparna.
One diagram you showed for the phase of product development. Can you explain that with the example? No, and this explain a little bit better.
Okay, consider making an EV vehicle. Like in the beginning of designing a project, the person who is designing a product, this EV vehicle, he will have a lot of ideas in the starting. In the starting phase, he builds his idea. In that time, he will have a lot of freedom to construct the product, but he has less amount of data. That is the starting stage for him. So he will have the entire amount of freedom to construct a product. Construct a product, but the limitation of information within will be there. And coming to the next phase, which is analysis of the idea which he has, that time eventually the freedom will reduce because he has amount of data with him, which will reflect on the freedom. Thereby he has collected information which will directly impact on the freedom of the product development. Coming to the goal, when the goal is set to him after the idea and the analysis, again the same thing. He has information which will reflect on your freedom, thereby than which he had in the beginning of starting of the project.
Sir, we'll continue with the questions after Ganesh's presentation. Thank you. Time constraints, sir. Sorry.
Okay, so one suggestion, summary, then please don't keep your slides. There is no purpose of summary. The purpose of summary is to make sure that how much you understood. If they are flashing the slides, then what is the purpose of summary? How much they have assessed from the slides, they have to give in the form of summary. If you are keeping the slide and ask them to read the slide, what it means? Okay, so presenters, please keep it in mind when you are asking for summary. Don't keep flash the slides. Okay, please don't change the slide. You can help them out of the class, not during the class.
Thank you, Tarun, for your wonderful presentation. Now we will go continue with Ganesh presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I will be sharing my presentation topic on chapter 6, that is life cycle assessment. General life cycle assessment means it is a tool to evaluate the environmental effect of the product or a process through its entire life cycle. Generally, what we are focusing is, we are just focusing on the whole life cycle of the product, and we are accessing what are the environmental effects the product may have in any of the stages in its life cycle. Just like we will be, the process controls like this. First, we will be having a raw material. Then, using raw material, we will produce something, that is production. After production, it undergo transportation, like it will reach the people of usage, and that means people of interest. Then finally, all the products have end life period, so it will undergo the disposal. So basically, what we are focusing is on these 4 stages. We are analyzing whether there is any environmental effect or there is any negative activity within the product or like that. Next is the assessment process includes identifying and quantifying energy and materials used and waste released to the environment. We are generally asking for it, and and their environmental impact and evaluating opportunities for improvement. That's what we are just analyzing in order to improve each and every aspect. That's why we will be having like monthly reports or 6 months half annual reports or annual reports like that. The ISO 14000 are demanding continual improvement in the process of production in the environmental management system. As you know, ISO, after including of ISO, it is demanding each and every step with improving the quality of in each and every aspect of environment, because the environment is least concerned in many of the people's aspect. That's why nowadays it became lots of topic of interest in all over the globe. Coming to how the evolution of LCA takes place, the principle of LCA was developed during 1960s, followed by during 1978s. US environment started refining the methodology for LCA. Later in 1980s, the conducting in several European institutions on environment loading, like what is happening in the environment, like example effect of beverage containers such as milks and beer cans. We know that all of them are ending up in the oceans. When ocean is getting polluted, we can see what is the contribution, like what is happening to all the biological marine organisms. Many of the organism is getting microplastic is, we can find like recently Lake Symposium also, one of the girls from Kerala, she has presented topic on microplastic in the marine environment, even in estuaries. That is very damaging. and it also leads to bioaccumulation or biomagnification, and we will be consuming all the life forms of marine environment, example fishes, and again it will indirectly or directly affect the humans, the so-called pollution contributors. Followed by in 1990s, we started to see the development course of good conduct. So here comes ISO 14040 for principles and framework, 41 for inventory analysis, 42 for impact assessment, and finally 43 for interpretation. What are the stages if you see? First stage is extraction of raw material. Like during this extraction process, we will check for what are the raw materials used in so-called product formation. If there is any problem with that, like the people, they might have not noticed what they are contributing. So sometimes it is required that we need to approach them, or we need to tell them that you are doing and it is a impact so-called creating. Then the manufacture of the product. During manufacture also, from one place to other place, the transportation is going on. Again, there is pollution, like environmental pollution. The process involved in the conversion of raw material into product. During the conversion of product, we know obviously byproduct will get released. The byproducts might be harmful or might not be also. But what we are focusing here is, we are focusing that even the how better we can use even the byproduct also, or how well we can break down it also. Then followed by transportation, the basic step. Then the use of the product. After product of interest, people will start using it, and finally they will get to board of it, or maybe the product expiry may leads to developing or depositing so-called waste. So after the waste is generated, it is very difficult to process. As I told, in nature there is no waste generation. Like whatever the waste has been created in nature in natural form, it will degrade by itself until unless there is no any ecological imbalance. But what we are creating, so-called human waste, is very complicated and complex also. So in order to break down this, we have some 5 categories. That is reuse. Whatever you are doing, example, you will be buying many bottles whenever we are traveling, that too all plastic bottles. Instead of buying, if you have any steel bottle, as I told, even the complexity of water getting polluted with the microplastic or whatever plastic will get reduced, and again recycle whatever we are doing. Example, cloth. The biggest problem nowadays is textile industry, because everyone is fall behind the fashion. So they are using many different types of dresses, full dress to off dress to some different types of dresses. So this is leading to the deposition of lots of textile waste. That's why recycle is important there. Then incineration, like burning of some of the product. Then composting, biodegradable. That's why if you are using any eco-friendly product, then it automatically says that it is compostable. Nowadays, the recent discovery, not new discovery, recent discovery shows that they are by using biotechnology, they are making bacteria or any of the microorganisms to degrade plastic. Means they are inducing some of the genes to make them to activate and degrade whatever the natural pollutants in the environment which have been created by humans. But this is the current scenario. We don't know what is the future impact. Even the biological disaster can also happen. So we should be clear and aware of that also. Then finally, wastewater treatment, very important. If water is not yet treated, ultimately all life forms will collapse. Then landfilling, the major complicated form, which is increasing global warming and so-called CFCs and other vulnerabilities. Okay, the basic step, I think this has been understood. First is raw material, then with the help of chemical, it is converted into semi-product, then components. Finally, it is turned into a production, then it is transported, then usage, and finally the disposal. A code of good conduct for LCA means here we are primarily focusing on tools serving the environment impact of the product should be regulated by government authorities, but there are limitations. Anybody want to summarize? Karthik sir.
always say that it is a very green vehicle, but no, if you look at from the angle of LCA, you can understand that, electric vehicle has a battery. Is it built from renewable energy or non-renewable? That's how it is very important. And if you look at, like, what I've understood from Tarun's side, that, LCA is a multi-tool, not about, talk about, stages and products. It is also talk about cost and benefit analysis.
Thank you, sir. Next is the code of good conduct for LCA. As I told, the primary tool for the environmental impact of the product should be regulated by government authorities, but there are limitations, such as data quality. The consultant conducting of the life cycle assessment were able to obtain highly recent and complete information from the manufacturer regarding the procedure. Means what happening here means we are getting so-called information, that is the data, from only one side. We don't know. Like, if I want to promote my own product, I will see all the positive aspects rather than highlighting the negative things. This is what happening here. So there is a limitation. Life cycle boundaries. There is one example. The German study did not include emissions from the energy production associated with the life cycle of the milk containers. See, everyone wants to highlight their own things. Means we want to like close up the whatever the negative things what we are doing. Same thing we are doing. Means life cycle boundaries means there is some boundaries within which the company works and which have the limits within that. Here what the judges are doing is they are showing all the data with respect to their own NCA, but they are mainly not considering the transportation which is associated with like container, like milk container, which is causing emission. Even that is also a problem. They need to find out any good solution for that. Next is country-specific technology. This is very important. In a Swedish study, the electricity production was based on nuclear power and hydroelectricity, while a Swiss study used coal as the energy source. We can understand the basic difference here. If you are using coal, then you are creating lots of emission and you are polluting whole environment. Again, there is an increase in global warming and other demands also, due to which the cost of living of individuals are also indirectly rising. Evaluation stage priorities. In case where the alternatives do not have particular advantages over one another. Here means we are focusing on individual stages. Example, Danish was based on an evaluation stage choice between the reduced consumption of raw material and water, but on the release of dichloromethane into the working environment. There are two choices. It's left to you what you choose. Both are causing harm only. But here he is choosing reducing consumption of raw material because for buying raw material you have to invest rather than waste is letting go. No one will consider, no one will see the pipe what you are letting out to the river, right? So this is happening here. He is focusing on his raw materials which is costing more rather than what is polluting by the so-called chemical dichloromethane, which is very toxic and it will have a chronic effect on humans and any other organism. Then followed by definition. This involves finding answer to such question as if the purpose of study explicitly defined, it is meant for internal company use or the public use. If the study is intended for public use, as it being pre-defined. Like it is saying that is it with respect to companies only or are you considering the people also? Then the inventory. This involves finding answer to such question as does the inventory cover all the processes of the process tree? For inventory, I will give good example in coming slides. Procedures for NCA.
Anupam,
Ganesh talked about code of good conduct for LCA and the data quality, the primary sources and secondary sources. We do current situation analysis and secondly involve literature review, systematic review. So we do have country-specific tech types. That is more important. Evaluation is stage properties, priorities, for whom, by whom. This all comes under the good for good conduct for LCA actually. So now we'll see the procedure for LCA.
Thank you, sir. Now, what are the procedure? If you see, first procedure is defining the goals and scope. Obviously, you know the goal. What is the goal? The main goal is to avoid any environmental impacts with respect to any type of product. The following element must be considered are and clearly described. The functions of the system, or in case of comparative studies, the system, the functional unit, the system to be studied, the system boundaries, and the allocation procedure. All that are the basic units and contribute for the scope of NCA. Then the data requirement, assumption, limitation, in the initial data quality requirement, type of critical review, the type and format of the report required for the study. It all depends on the internal and external factors. Next, the functional unit. The functional unit sets the scale of comparison of two or more products, including improvement to one product. Here we are focusing on, like, I am using sugar cane. At the same time, I am also thinking of multiple approaches. Like within sugar cane, how much income I can get, like making jaggery also, making sugar also, making use of fibers and making paper also, and any other outlet. Like multiple approach at a time. Then it will be very useful also. Example, wastewater treatment system processes with different output. That's what output. We are mainly focusing on different outputs. System boundaries. The system boundaries define the processes or operation and the input and output to be taken into account in the LCA. This is the main factor which will depend on industries in which they bound their own LCA boundaries, where either they may have a positive impact or even a negative impact, as in case of Danish example. Next, the data quality. The quality of data used in the life cycle inventory is naturally reflected in the quality of the final LCA. The data quality can be described and assessed in different ways. In critical review process, the processes of the critical review process is to ensure the quality of the life cycle assessment. The review can be either internal or external. This is just like what we are, just like we will be having some meetings in order to discuss about any of the situation. Like we want some results, so we will be introducing the people, the main, like they are like audience and the experts and even the government experts, means professionals. Experts is different and government professionals are different. Means those who are working. Experts means just like sir working as a wetland, then government officials, and finally the at international level. Like if as in Lake Symposium, sir we how sir helped us in each and every aspect, just like international, because we will be getting to know how international the same function is working in different aspects. That's why. Then analyzing the inventory. Inventory analysis is the second phase in the LCA, consisting of issues such as data collection, defining system boundaries, calculation, verification of data, relating data to a specific system, and allocation. I will give just simple example for inventory analysis. Just like we are 15 to 18 students here or participants, each one of you like different aspect. When you are allowed to go to supermarket, you will choose different product of your interest. Some will choose chocolate, some will choose biscuit, some will choose juice, etc. etc. Like it depends on your interest. Just like that, it is just nothing but there will be a large amount of data. It will depends on you what you are choosing and what you want to do in future. Example, I will take my example only. I want to cook rice. Gagan want to make sambar. So what I will be choosing? I will be choosing rice and I will be doing rice. He will be choosing sambar, so he requires lots of resource compared to me. So he will be focusing on different aspects like vegetables, sambar powder, etc. etc. Just like that. I hope inventory is now understood. Data collection.
This is not like that, okay? In the same product, that is different alternatives. In our project, we have already known that we have to collect the different type of alternatives. That means you can understand now. You all are knows the articles. You read lot of different articles now. The same product, but people are making as a different type of raw materials. So you can other type of different type of t-shirts are there. But in that you can collect all the data, but which one is yours, this one, in that how the energy, what are the energy you are using, what are the for that one t-shirt, how much is the energy like electric energy or this one, then machinery that process in that one, everything you should take the data collection. That one. Don't put, we don't want to do the different type of product. Same product. That's why that data collection, that study is showing like that. There is, they are using the different type of sources of energy. That is, some are using the thermal energy, but some are using the hydroelectric energy. Other then some are using coal energy. This all the emissions are different. You can use without knowing your product and the energy consumption. You cannot do the system boundary. You cannot do the functional unit. So that's why here that that's our Abana is asking to that you know that graph the different type of first starting we have lot of ideas. Okay, in that when the information is increasing, then our freedom will be decreasing. Now you understood. Now we can collect all the data without knowing. You cannot do anything. The LCA is here analysis very important based on our product. That you never forget. LCA for only for our product. For that we will have the different phases. Then that one, the transportation is very important. Why? Because CO2 emission is very one of the global reason.
Thank you, Sensima, for helping us in understanding. As ma'am told, same example only. If you are taking rice, you are choosing different type of rice for different products, right? Same way, if you are choosing sugarcane, as I said earlier, different products, if you are focusing on different products, it depends on that, like that. Regarding to this situation, yes, it is flexible, like it depends on us, it is an internal factor. Just like that, they have mentioned that um, 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 inclusion of new unit processes sure to be a significant. When you are including any new thing, that time also you can change according to that. Calculation procedure, no formal demand exists for calculation in the life cycle assessment, except that describe demands for allocation procedure. Due to the amount of data, it is recommended as minimum to develop a spreadsheet of the specific purpose. Validation of data, the validation of data has to be conducted during the data collection process in order to improve the overall data quality. Like if you are calling for expert and if you are validating the data, like as I told, we are the chair here. If we are not properly doing our job, then it leads to like not disaster, but it will lose to some effect, right? There will be no quality notice here. So same thing happening here. If you are not validating at early stage, then it might lead to the problematic situation. Then relating data. The fundamental inputs and output data are often delivered from industry in arbitrary unit. Whatever the data is an input and output, it is represented by units such as energy consumption, either by MJ or machines or weak emission, etc. Then allocation and recycling. When performing LCA assessment, complex system of a complex system, it may not be possible to handle all the inputs and outputs inside the system boundaries. As I told earlier, like whatever we do, whichever company we open or how much ever you do LCA, that's why it will require regular auditing. Why? Because as ma'am told, the freedom, the degree of freedom will get decreased as you go deeper. Like if you are improving any product of any interest, like ma'am told about cloth, if you want to improve, the degree of freedom is obviously little less because you are focusing on types. If you are focusing on any patterns on cloth, again it will be very difficult and cost effective also. Same example. Here they have given two conditions, that is expanding the system boundaries to include all the inputs and outputs. See, as I told, in system boundaries is flexible, they are doing that only, means they are expanding only rather than finding solution. Or allocating the relevant environmental impact to the studied system. summaries.
Internal, sir, can you take?
We are in the procedure for LCA, right? In the procedure of the LCA, we have this, we are defining the goals, and then there are a lot of steps in that, which is the elements considered in by defining. Then you have your preparation of inventory. When you are preparing the inventory, there are a lot of different data are there. So basically, LCA will be done in a software. Okay. So in most of the companies, at every stages, example, while you are, if you are doing in the retail segment, so if you are making a clothes at the raw material and data collected, again in the next process there will be another set of data, and another last or final process there will be another set of data. We also spoke about iterative process LCA. So every time the data might be get updated or it might change. So the person who is doing the LCA has to understand if there is an alignment in all the data you are collecting, because in the last year if you have done the LCA, if the same process is going on, then they can see if there is any gap. If there is no gap, then they can finalize the inventory of the data that is being set in the code of conduct, which is that there are issues. Issues is like your questioning. So when you are collecting the data, these are the four stages where you have to keep in mind that how you are doing the data collection, like defining the system boundary calculations. So again, it depends on the business model. So basically, if your business is very optimized and a lot of inventories of data are not there in different part of the in the organization, so it will be easy to collect and there will be less ambiguity, and your LCA will be done in a very nice way. So this is what, and the final thing is assessing the impact of the loading thing, and finally last is assessing environmental impact, which is again categorizing the category definition, classification, and then characterization. Again, these are the type of emissions, and how during the LCA, the final stages of after you collect the data, how you are assessing your your report for finalizing the LCA. So that is how it is.
Thank you, sir. Then next topic is assessing environmental impact. Now we are focusing on environmental impact. That is, impact assessment involves category such as definition, classification, characterization, and valuation or weightage. Category definition, I'll just go with the main terms. Completeness. Yes, we are focusing on all the environmental problem of relevance should be covered by the list. Means if you want to see overall aspect, then complete for that. Practicality. This means that the list should not contain too much category. Too much category is always a burden. Like we are taking too much risk and stress rather than focusing on a problem. Like that it happens. Independence. This means the double counting should be avoided by choosing mutually independent impact categories. Relation to the characterization step. This means that the chosen impact category should be related to available characterization method. It should match at least, or else there is no use in meaning. Then followed by classification is a quantitative step based on a scientific analysis of the relevant environmental process. The classification has to assign the inventory, input and output data to potential environmental impact, that is impact category. Some output contribute to more than one impact category. You can give any one example by understanding this diagram. Anyone? Like, understand the last line. Some outputs contribute to more than one impact category. Means one product, there will be one X product which may contribute for, rather than product will also contribute for more environmental hazards.
Yeah, if you take example of like in combusted
hydrocarbons, it will create a smog emission as well as global warming, so like that. But if you take like heavy metals, it's no problem. It's a problem only in chronic disease.
Yeah. As I told, if wastewater is not being treated, what happens? Heavy metal toxicity definitely, then a chronic effect. People will have, there is one problem known as deformed bones. Like there is one chemical compound, I don't know properly. If it increases in some point percent, it will lead to the curving of the bone. Means the natural human body will get covered due to that chemical activity. Then you can think how impact we are causing. And again, the emissions, it is a common output in everywhere. And nutrient enrichment. Whenever you are letting out the waste, it will just ultimately nutrient enrichment and algal blooms are capacity of water bodies. Then characterization, it is mainly yes, ma'am.
Here one product or one industry we will send it. Okay. From that output, these are the emissions. One industry. So carbon dioxide from what all, where all it come? It based on our transportation, carbon dioxide can emit. Then another type of combustion or something like that, it will be CO2 can emit. Then the heavy metal, these all the things, it is the output of that product. In that first he showed no that one that input, then manufacturing stage and output stage. Okay, this is the output. In the any product you will make, then these are the emissions. Oh, so you have to find out what are the, that ways we are doing the LCA, that assessment, that product, what are the emissions will happen, so that how it affect the environment, how we can reduce that impact. This is for the LCA actually. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Characterization is mainly a quantitative step based on scientific analysis of the relevant environmental process. It has to assign the relative contribution of each input and output to the selected impact categories, followed by valuation, that is characterization resulting quantitative statement on different impact categories, like example, global warming, ozone depletion, and ecotoxicological effect. Next, the weighting process is not technical or scientific or objective, as these various life cycle impact assessment results are not directly comparable. Example, indicator for greenhouse gases or resource depletion. This will happen without knowing. Different institutions based on different principles. Like proxy approach, it means one or a combination of several quantitative measures. Their technological abandonment approach, the possibility of producing environmental burdens by using different technologies, just like wastewater treatment is one technology in treating waste, like that. Monetization, this approach is based on the premises that utilitarianism, value are measurable by aggregation of human preference. Next, authorized goals or standards. Environmental standards and quality target as well as a political reduction target can be used to calculate critical volume and emission to air and water, etc. Authority panels, as I told earlier, just like a meeting which involves local people, experts, subject experts, and government officials, and finally the international experts. And we can see the three levels of category. That is at global level, what is causing. Even though if you are doing or not doing, you are contributing for global level. And again, regional, like that's why we are doing LCA, because in order to avoid the regional effects, such as if there is one industry, it may have any of these effects, such as acidification, nutrient enrichment, photochemical ozone formation, chronic toxicity. Means that's why all the industries are like in Bangalore earlier as subjected to the borders of the country in order to avoid such kind of thing. Now Bangalore has gone out from the borders also. Then the local level involves all the whatever the commonest problems which we are facing. Again, finally, the evaluation of environmental profile. This shows just like a profile of how the individual profiles, just like that. Evaluation involves a comparison of alternative studies. For example, in alternative with respect to either product or a material usage or a project represented by all the environmental resources and the working environmental profile. The objective of the evaluation is to decide which alternative causes the least environmental damage. Next, we are finding alternative which has a very efficient usage. Which one is more important, improving performance in the external environment or in the working environment? This is a question for everyone. Is reducing the life cycle contribution to ozone depletion more important than diminishing the release of chemical causing chronic toxicity? These are some of the two statements, very confusing statements. Different application, finally last aspect, sorry for the delay, different applications of LCA. Among them,
Anybody wants to summarize? Yes, sir.
Thank you. So I think we've discussed about assessing the impacts from that section. So assessing the impact, first we have to categorize impacts. What are the different impacts that we will be taking into consideration? Things like, are we going to take global warming? Are we going to take acidification? So what are some impact categories that we want to consider? And then we classify the inventory. So we have the inventory of different byproducts, like what ma'am explained, like the outputs that have come out of the product, either through the emissions that came out, or are there being some heavy metals or toxic dyes being released into water bodies? These outputs are then classified for each of the selected impact categories. Then this characterization, where we put a value or a weight to each of these impacts as to what extent is it getting impacted, and that has many methods. Characterization has many methods of putting a weight to each of these impacts as to what extent it's getting impacted, like proxy method, expert panel, bringing in expert panels and all of that. Then there's weighing, then we evaluate. So what are the priority impacts that need to be first dealt with? And then the less priority ones can be taken care of. Like the example he gave for ozone versus, should we take care of depletion of ozone layer, or at the same time the same product which is also causing toxic chemical release? So based on our priorities we choose. If our priority is the global level of ozone depletion or a local level of toxic release into the river. So there we evaluate and make a judgment later, depending on our objectives and priorities. That's
thank you, sir.
Not like that. Okay, that is environmental. Let's go back. Go back. This one. Okay. This is in any product. Okay. In that local area also it will affect our environment. Then regional level also. Then global level also. We have categorized like that. Okay. Then the local level, the water pollution, that we can treat it and we can reuse. Okay. But in the CO2 emission, that is, it will affect our local, regional, and global also. So we have to reduce that one. We have to take this. That's why each and every product, that's why we are doing the assessment, inventory analysis we are doing. In that, we will understand how that product, in my product, we can it will affect our environment. How can, that's why we are collecting all the data. What all raw materials we are using. Then in that particular raw material, then what are the environmental effects can happen. So we have to find out all the aspects. Each and every step is very important to in our LCA life. Okay, that is the thing.
Thank you, ma'am. Now the last part, that is application of LCA in private and government sector. Coming to the private sector, the use of LCA in the private sector varies greatly. To a large extent, the differentiation depends on where a given company is situated in the product chain and the key drives for the LCA activity. Example, legislation or market competition. Followed by product development. At the stage of product development, using LCA in product development is an obvious choice as a large part of the future environment impact for products is determined by a large design and construction phase. Basically, if you want to change any at the product level, we undergo designing the product and reconstructing the whatever the procedure and framework, and thereby marketing. Marketing is very important in advertising whatever product we have done. So marketing is a traditional way of communicating the product properties and capabilities, which are consistent with the consumer's expectation and demand. As the level of environmental consciousness is increasing, the consumer pays more attention to the environmental priorities of goods and services. Now, the majority of them don't know what is eco-friendly, what is eco-friendly product. That is the tragedy. Environmental labeling. We have three types of labeling in yesterday's class we have discussed, right? So ISO type 1 labeling and environmental labeling, also eco-labeling, can be seen as a seal of approval for environmentally driven product and can therefore be attractive for marketing purpose. Environmentally friendly approved product this is. Then environmental claim, like based on current issues, if you are changing the product, example, earlier it has been changed, right, from covers to the cardboard material, and again the plastic tape has converted to the biodegradable tape. This is called changeover. So based on current, how you will change. Those environmental claims are often unidimensional related to environmental issues of the year or a month. Example, you can see phosphate-free detergent. Like sir was telling, right, usage of phosphate, when it is get introduced into the water bodies, it will create so-called froth, like that. Then environmental declaration. Environmental declaration, that is type 3 labeling. Environmental declaration may be a tool in eco-marketing to transfer the result from a life cycle investigation of a product to the individual decision-making processes of a consumer. The general idea is to give a graphic presentation of a preset number of environmental impacts. Organizational marketing means with respect to company. With the increasing number of companies being certified according to ISO 14001, some marketing initiatives have been directed towards the environmental capabilities of the companies per se. Just like nowadays we are seeing, majority of the product will show we have ISI, like on helmet we will have it, right, ISI, even on pressure cooker, ISI mark. Just like that they are telling, like every company will show that, but we don't know whether it is really they are following or is it really certified, we don't know. Next, strategic business planning. Integration of environmental aspect in strategic business planning is becoming a common feature in many companies. The handling of environmental management schemes such as EMAS, that is Environmental Management and Auditing Scheme, and ISO 14001 standard, but many companies still handle the issue on case-by-case basis. We won't hope for permanent solution. We just do work when only the problem comes. That is what here the conclusion is. Next, last part, government application means sustainable development has been included as a major item on the most of the government agendas since in 1992. Rio Summit. LCA as an approach or a strategic tool can give direction but not a whole answer. LCA can provide for betterment of the future, but LCA can't do itself everything, right? So the main government application include product-oriented policy, depositions, refund scheme, including waste management policies, subsidies, taxation, and general policies. It is all based about policies, taxes, and other aspects. Finally, the last case study, will be just breaking out like.
Can anyone please summarize? Monica ma'am.
Here we talk about different applications of LCA. It comes under private sector application. In use of LCA in the private sector, it varies greatly because it depends upon the larger extent of differentiation. When it is depends upon the where a given company is situated in the product chain and their driver, it is a key driver for the LCA activity. For example, logistics go through the environmental labeling. In that we can see that ISO type 1 labeling is there, type 2 labeling, type 1, type 2 and type 3 labelings are there. Based on that, we can go for organizational marketing, and it is the classical marketing and environmental performance has mainly been oriented towards the product. Like it is certified through the ISO 1001 and along with the EMAS or BS 7750, the organization implemented the necessary policies for this certification. Next, the strategic business planning. What is that exactly? It's a common feature for many companies, like handling of environmental management schemes, such as like we discussed before, the environmental management and audit scheme with the ISO 1001. They will take the initiative for the planning, business strategic planning, and government applications. Sustainable development has been included as a major item on the most of the government agendas. It started from 1992 Rio Summit is there. It started. So overall, we can say that LCA is a key role for our custom product analysis, I can say. So LCA makes that product should be precise. Then only it comes out as an output. Otherwise, there is no role of LCA. It won't be. We don't have to think about the product is existed. That's what we concluded. Thank you.
Thank you, Monika. Last is the case study part. I will just read it out. As we know, the current problem is about the textile industry, especially cotton, which is India is the largest producer of cotton. We know that. So it is basically due to the demand, and cotton is a comfort cloth for everyone. So what is happening here? After making of so-called product with respective shape and forms, many of the other which has left out parts has been causing the waste material. Means either earlier they were going for the dumping, but as we know, the fiber will take very lots of time to degrade in natural environment. Why? Because it is processed fiber, not the natural fiber. So this is what happening. And sir, not recently, in last session, in last first week of IISc classes, sir one day told about how much water we are using for individual products, such as for milk, for making cloth and other various products, etc. So for one cloth making, it requires many thousands of liters because as they are using dyes, so they will be processing in different types of water. So ultimately they are making water to get polluted. So it is very difficult to retreat that water. So basically what I am about to say is so-called this textile industry is causing lots of drawbacks, not drawbacks, some of the effects. And man told basically they are contributing to emission, that is carbon dioxide emission, which is at global level, and we can also see that urban heat island effect in Bangalore and means prominent cities. So so what is the impact of thinking that global level cotton farming and the manufacturing process are the major contributors for CO2 emission? Water usage, as the cotton cultivation is water intensive and dyeing process also use large amount of water. These are some of the drawbacks. Energy consumption, manufacturing and washing, drying cases consume significant amount of energy. And finally the pollution. And what are the opportunities for improvement is using organic cotton, which can avoid use of pesticides and fertilizer, means during raw material stage. Adopt water efficient farming technique, use renewable energies, encourage consumer to reduce washing frequency and late drying. Means the greater amount of the clothes have been washed, the lesser the product life will decrease, right? And conclusion, the LCA for cotton t-shirt highlights that the cotton farming and manufacturing are the most environmentally impactful stages, particularly in terms of water use, energy consumption and emissions. To reduce the environmental footprints of cotton t-shirt, solutions such as using organic cotton, improving manufacturing efficiency and promoting sustainable consumer behavior is very important and effective. Thank you. For now, ma'am,
I have a question.
ma'am, she just conclude the summary part, then we can go to questions.
Case study, right? So the case study was about the LC of a cotton t-shirt. It was more like the methods to follow rather than a case study exercise. So first trying to understand the goal and scope. So here we assess the environmental impact of producing a standard cotton t-shirt from a raw material, disposal, and the function unit was one important t-shirt. Then the system boundary we have to see. Then the inventory analysis include all the procedure like the data collection, everything. And then comes the impact assessment, how much impact that one t-shirt that cause. Then the global warming, then each impact like global warming potential, water usage, energy consumption, pollution. Then after that, all the interpretation and result stage. Then the impact the impact stage, mention the impact stage. Then further opportunities and improvement, and the conclusion. Thank you, ma'am. I also have one doubt.
Yeah, Tarun, can you please come to that? Even you had questions that time. So everyone can ask questions to.
So yeah, this is with both of you. So I do in that analysis okay. So in that session, one allocation and recycling part is there. It was not in his slide and it was there in your slide. So it was little confusing. Like what is the need of the allocation and recycling? And you also told there is two stages like expanding the system boundary for that. I didn't get the part actually. Anyone of you?
Like allocation means they are basically seeing on the resources, like what are the resources they are using, and even the recycling also. Like it depends on what the choice of interest. Like if they are choosing any different, like example, any of the any of the chemical which is very important for the product formation, it is leading to the environmental. Yeah.
After the relation of data, like once you validate the data, then you will go through the relation, right, which is more related. Then after that, why allocation and recycling? That's what I'm asking.
1 minute. Before applications. You know, can you repeat it once again, please?
So, in that inventory analysis, first we collect the data, then we'll set up some boundaries like from where to where we have to analyze the thing, do the LCA. Then after that, we'll do all this analyzing part and then we'll validate the what all data we got. Then we'll go through the relation part. Then relating this data or what we got, then why after that the allocation and recycling.
Like even though after this relating data, that is the fundamental input and output data are often delivered from industry's arbitrary unit. You want to answer?
After the complete analysis of all the data which we have acquired and also relating the data with whatever the data analysis, validation of data, and coming to the relation of data, there's a lot of data which makes the analysis very complex. So to make it easier for the evaluation, either we follow by expanding the system boundaries or we allocate relevant system studies.
Everything we will understand. In that, we can do the some part data, we understood that what are the emissions are there, what are the inputs we are using, that like here it is written of the energy consumption, what is the that in the SI unit, they are one machine per week, how much is the energy they are using. Like we will get each and everything. You please think about like that. If, for example, you were think that bioethanol production, okay, in that each every step you should think. In that you will get what all emissions are there, what all the raw materials you are using for the pre-treatment that acids are there. So that acid it will come to our environment. So how you can rectify that acid? So you will get the enzyme activities. That enzyme you can other function or another thing we can use for the treatment of that particular your raw material. So like that you will get more idea and you should implement into your product.
Life cycle assessment it is an evolution in terms of the impact of the byproducts or secondary products of whatever human existence are living. If you go back and look at the history of environmental issues, to date back to this London smog, so probably some of you may have heard of it in the early, soon after the Second World War in the Arctic. From there it started what the impact of this one on society. So if you look at the air quality issues, people are only concerned about the industrial stacks, power plants, emitting pollution, what the neighborhood pollution is, particles, smoke, those type of things. In fact, would leave the local. And all the change as the evolution, the industry started producing. Now you have more concern about the purely from the point of view of air pollution. It gave rise to this ozone and the ozone layer problems. Now, if you talk to many of the more important implications of the air quality is PM 2.5. Okay, so that is the most important aspect that which affects the respiration system. So, like similarly in the same area when it comes to water or other resources, the next impact that you will probably have is the toxic substances as pollution and how to deal with it. So it has been an evolution. It's building up in this one. Okay, now the whole question of global warming with the greenhouse gas emissions. So these whatever life cycle evaluations that you have to do, you have to look at it in a much larger context of what the impact is going to be on the society or at large. So they keep shifting. So yeah, if I remember correctly, when I first started working on this, the most important problem that was concerned about was the phosphate, this detergents used in, and also the phosphates are used in fertilizers and all, which eventually gets into the waterways and then you have eutrophication and toxic plume and all these type of things. So as the civilization progresses, as man exports more and more, will have more and more problems. But we have reached a situation now with this climate change, the climate crisis is concerned, that it affects the entire globe, starting from the melting of the glaciers and the Arctic, as a consequence of the sea level rise. So there are a lot of large implications. Now you talk to people, they only talk about global warming. No one really, it is there.
Thank you, sir.
We'll break for lunch. We'll reassemble as soon as possible because we have to continue other sessions. So if any questions are there, we'll take up in the break time. Okay. So because considering the time, we have to they have chosen, what can we do? Put the mic. Because Tarun got food before me.
So in the morning session, in the morning session,
Yes, morning session.
in the morning session, Gagarin Bindu started.
The way you summarize should digest everybody's food, so that when Gagana gives a talk, nobody speaks.
In the morning session, Gagarin and Bindu made a presentation on chapter 5, which is environmental auditing. So they covered all the points of the chapter, and then they had different case studies which they elaborated. And then we were discussing on few questions and others to summarize that. And then the next session went on chapter 6, which me and Dinesh presented it. We both have presented the case studies individually, and again we had a question discussion session, and that was the end for this session.
This is not condensed summary.
This is not content summary. This is what happened in the proceedings you said. We were not interested in proceedings. We were, what is LCA, what was the unique thing you learned from her presentation, that is the important. You only presented, no? Ganesh and Tarun. Then the summary is easier for you.
The chapter 6, which went on from the evolution of LCA, we went along how the evolution of LCA started, and then the procedures for LCA, and then we incorporated that data collection and scoping, definition of goal and scoping, and then the inventory analysis, and which then proceeded with the environmental impact assessment, and finally with the evaluation of environmental profiles. And then we had the applications of LCA, which we had the definition of code of conduct, how good LCA should be conducted, and then there were case studies. Finish the case study of cotton t-shirt, how the cotton, the basic transfer cotton t-shirt happens, and then I covered LCA for a steel industry, how the LCA covers LCA happens there, and what are the findings and the conclusions of that. And then through the environmental auditing, we went on the objective and scope of it, and the types of environmental auditing, which included the objective and the client-driven auditing, and then we went on the methods of auditing, which included the environmental auditing steps as well. And then we went to the elements of environmental audit, which includes who to audit, why to audit, what to audit, and how to audit. And then we went to the waste assessment, waste auditing, and which also had where the prevention pollution had a major impact on the waste auditing system. And then we had the environmental auditing of industrial projects, where the site auditing, and then the method used for the auditing in the industrial project involved, which involves the TVRAMACHANDra auditor, and then site audits, and finally went to the liability audit and site assessment, which involves the detailing of the liabilities of the industry or the company which is going to set up some ground land or any other land which are going to start up. And then finally went to the auditing of EMS, and that's parts such as objectives, roles, responsibility, and scoping, preparing for audit, and etc. And finally we had the case study of two companies. One was a software company, and the other one was they did for their college, which had their the university, JE University, they did on JE University, which had the electrical expenses which they utilized there, and there was lack of water management system, and also they didn't install solar power panels, which they were majorly involved in the people supply as an energy source. That was the part of one session.
next chapter 3, Gagana and the Monica will do that. Okay? So we have time till 4 o'clock. Both the presentations. Yeah, it's here. You can't hear. You can't hear? Who's that? Now the session chair are yeah, Gupta and Kaveri. So please ensure the summary at Ragala is given.
So good afternoon everyone. Today I will be discussing on environmental impact assessment. So coming to the definition, EIA is an activity which is designed to identify and predict the environmental impacts, mainly focusing on the environmental impacts, whether it can be positive impacts or the negative impacts when we are implementing the project. So first, what EIA does is it identifies the problems, conflicts, or the natural resource constraints that are there that would be affecting the environment. Secondly, it also examines the implication of project that might harm people, or the biodiversity or the whole environment. And thirdly, it will predict the problems and also try to give the mitigative measures to overcome those problems. So coming to the purpose of EIA, first is that it facilitates in decision making. How does it do? By systematic examination of all the environmental implications that are going to happen. So it helps us in considering all the environmental impacts and to take a proper systematic decision. So that we can reduce those impacts on the environment. And the next is to support decision making with environmental impact statement. Like it gives us a report where it will have a in-depth detail, which includes all the procedures that are being done to assess all the how the project will be implemented and the different stages that are taken up to implement this project, and also help local authorities assess proposed actions and alternatives. So it is not only when they do the EIA, they are not only focusing, it is not only done for the implementation of project, it also includes the stakeholders, where who are the major benefactors or who will be majorly affected by the implementation of this project. And the second one, it aids in the development of planning. Usually, when we look at EIA, people usually think, okay, if I conduct an EIA, maybe due to the negative impacts that will be happening on the environment, maybe the project might be aborted. Like they might not get a clearance from the government to go on with the project. But that is not the case in all the situations. When we do the EIA, it helps the industry to see, look at the both cost benefit analysis, how they can increase their productivity while looking at mitigating the environmental impacts also. And coming to the third one, it promotes in sustainable development. In present day, there is much requirement for the conservation of natural resources, where we use it in a limited way, and also by conserving it for the future generations. So EIA, conducting an EIA also helps in conserving those resources where we don't use it at the maximum rate. So coming to the steps in EIA, the first is project screening. Once industry comes up with the project saying, okay, this is the project that I want to implement, first and foremost step is to consider whether EIA is required for that particular project or not. And in this, the projects are categorized into A category and B category. Where in A category, all the high projects such as the installation of thermal power plants or extraction of petrol, these projects will come under that. And in B category, it is further divided into B1 For example, for project screening, you can see Moscow Steel Plant project that was in Odisha in 2005. So this proposed steel plant and captive port project was identified as requiring an EIA due to its potential for significant environmental impacts such as deforestation and also the impact on coastal ecosystem. So after screening procedure under the EIA notification of 2006, this was categorized as it is requiring a comprehensive EIA study. So the second step is scoping. So in this scoping, as Sir told earlier, when we are considering a project, when we are assessing the environmental impacts, we can go, very in depth. Like we can assess various sectors of how the environmental impact is happening. So in scoping step, what we do is we put this imaginary boundary and say, okay, these are the categories or points that I'll be looking at for doing the EIA assessment. So that is the scoping stage. I hope you all got it. And for that, the example is Vindhyam International Seaport, which is in Kerala. So here, during scoping, the concerns were raised about the coastal erosion and the impacts on fisheries and biodiversity were identified as the key environmental issues. During the scoping, they observed all these things, and the action that was taken was stakeholder consultations ensured that these issues were prioritized in the subsequent EIA study. So during scoping only, what they did was the stakeholders told that these are the issues we have, and all these parameters were considered for the further EIA assessment. And the third step is consideration of alternatives. So this, it seeks like what are the alternatives, whether it comes to the site selection or the technology that can be implemented in a EIA project. So this step will look at all the alternative aspects that can be taken up to reduce the environmental impact. So for that, the example is Navi Mumbai International Airport. So the assessment that happened in 2010, and in this the project involved assessing the alternative sites to minimize the environmental damage given the area's proximity to ecologically sensitive mangroves and the river system. So the action that they took was the final location was selected after weighing the environmental impacts. They had considered like 3 different alternative sites. So based on the lesser impacting site, the final site was chosen. And the fourth step is description of the project or development action. So in this step, the people who are giving the EIA report, they will be focusing on the each process, how the project will be implemented, what are the whether it can be the raw materials chosen or how the stages of implementation happens. That process is in detail explained in the project. And for that, Delhi Metro Rail Station phase 2, which happened in 2006. So the details is that the project description included objectives where it focused on reducing the urban congestion and pollution, design aspects, and also the stages of development. So action that they took was detailed documentation helped them align the mitigation measures to reduce the impact. So coming to the fifth step, which is the description of environmental baseline data. So yesterday when the discussion was happening, we were learning about the baseline data, which is very crucial as it gives us a base to understand what is the current environmental situation before implementing a project and what can happen if we predict the environmental impacts once the project is implemented. So for that, the example is TVRAM project, which was in Uttarakhand. The detail is that the baseline study documented the pre-construction conditions, including the river flow, biodiversity, seismic activity in that region, and also the socio-economic conditions in the region. So the action that they took was these study highlighted the risks such as seismic, vulnerability in that place, and also led to the inclusion of adaptive measures in, how the dam is constructed. The sixth one is the identification of key impacts. This is the major, step in EIA. So when they are identifying the key
the project is implemented, whether it can be socio-economically, environmentally also. So all these aspects are considered. So for that, the example that I'm giving is coastal road project that was taken place in Mumbai. So the detail is that the key environmental impacts identified, the loss of intertidal biodiversity, mangroves, and also disruption to the marine ecosystem. So the social impacts like livelihood concerns of fishing communities were also highlighted. The action that they took was these impacts were brought together during initial assessments to guide subsequent studies and also mitigation planning. And the seventh So before I, okay, the seventh step is the prediction of impact. So here, considering with the advanced technology and what they do is they have the baseline data. They predict what will be the future impacts once the project is implemented. That that is done. So for example, Polavaram Dam project in Andhra Pradesh, the prediction estimated that once the dam is built, it will submerge approximately 276 villages, and also the impacts on over 3 lakh people that will be residing in that area, and also loss of forested land and biodiversity. So the prediction, with the help of prediction, they were able to say, okay, these are this much extent of impact will be happening on the people, forest and environment that is in that vicinity. So the action that they took was hydrological and socio-economic models were used to predict these changes in the environment. They considered with the dam what is the impact that will be happening, or what is the advantages that are there, and without the dam construction. So before I go to the next one, sorry. AI is a tool to identify and predict the impact of a project on environment. So it basically focuses on the problem, conflicts, and the natural resources, and also it predicts the problem, so it can mitigate, like last week she said, to mitigate the problems what we face. So the major purpose of EA is to facilitate the decision making, to aid the development planning, and as well as to promote the sustainable development. And coming to the major steps of EIA, first one is the project screening. Here, the application of EIA to the project that may have significant environmental impact will be considered, and it will be considered as like a category A or B. A will be directly dealing by the MRCC, and category B1 and B2 will be the state board. Then scoping, she gives the example for William International Seaport. So they've taken so many conditions and all for that. And consideration of alternative, she takes an example of Navi Mumbai International Airport. They took other alternative. Then description of the project and development action. The Delhi Metro Rail project. Then the description of the environment baseline, given the example of Delhi Dam project, and the identification of key impact by the coastal road project, where they mentioned about the like all the all the intertidal environment and ecology and the mangroves or the things, and the prediction impact, the Polavaram Dam project, where around the prediction showed more than 200 villages will be submerged. So like that. Thank you. Next step is the evaluation and assessment of the significance. So in this step, once we identify the impacts that will be happening, not all the impacts will have will be causing major impact. deforestation, disruption of local water systems, and displacement of tribal communities in the Niyangiri Hills. So the assessment concluded that the social and environmental costs were significant, leading to eventually the rejection of the project by the Indian government. And the ninth step is the mitigation, where in this, as the title says, where they take up all the mitigative measures, whether it can be either to avoid the project, avoid the negative impact, or reduce the impact, or take up the remedial or compensatory measures to overcome the environmental impacts. So these are considered in this stage. Example is the Delhi Airport expansion project. So in this, the mitigation measures included, transplantation of affected trees, and rainwater harvesting systems and noise pollution reduction technologies. So the action that was taken was these measures helped, offset the adverse environmental impacts such as urban heat effects and also the ecological disruption. So coming to the 10th step, public consultation and participation. So this was also the important step because the stakeholders, as I said earlier, are the main people who will be either taking the benefit or the effect of implementing the project. So including the stakeholders. Stakeholders doesn't only mean the public. It includes the government officials, NGO people, or whoever who are concerned with that area where the project is being implemented. So in this, the Sterlite copper smelter plant, which was established, the public opposition focused mainly on the air and water pollution that will be causing once the project is implemented. So the action that they took was widespread. So public showed the widespread disapproval on implementing this project. So finally, this project was not taken up. So they closed the project permanently later. And the last step is the EIS presentation. So once the EIS environmental impact statement is documented, the project should be presented, for the stakeholders and also the government body, where they will be explaining on each step of how the project will be implemented and what are the measures, environmental impacts that they will be facing, and what are the mitigation measures they are considering to overcome that. So the example for that is Mumbai Grand Harbour Link. So in this, the environmental impact statement highlighted concerns such as impact on the coastal system, mangroves, and also the migratory birds which come to that region. So the action that they took was a well-prepared EIS. So the EIS facilitated, clarity in presenting mitigation measures and also ensuring the project alignment with the environmental standards. 13th step is the review. Here they go through the EIS once again. They systematic appraisal of the quality of the EIS, contribution to the decision-making process. So for this, Adani, Mundra Port and SEZ, which is in Gujarat. So during the review, the inconsistencies in the EIS regarding mangrove destruction and also the impact on the environment was identified. So what they did was the review process prompted additional studies, and also it required further mitigation measures, which include the mangrove restoration projects. The 14th step is the decision making. In this step, they take up the decision whether this project should be given a green signal to go ahead with it, or should it be aborted, or should they suggest the EIS to be done once again when they implement much more mitigative measures implementing the project. impact assessment, they will be considering all these steps. The first is the site selection studies. So here, when they are implementing a project, say a cement industry, they are trying to set up in a particular site. They have to come up with the three other sites where they'll say, okay, for me to bring in the raw materials or to construct this, once the cement industry is set up, there'll be emissions, air pollution emissions from those industries. So how much impact will it be happening on the residing areas that are there near the project? So based on that, they'll give a three different, sites, and considering the lesser, impactful sites, the site selection will be considered. And the second is that the rapid versus comprehensive studies. So in EIA, the studies can be done rapidly where they'll only do the monitoring for 3 months, which is the fast monitoring done, where the water quality, air quality, and all the other environmental impacts will be studied for a short period of time. And the comprehensive studies based on the seasons or yearly wise data will be collected, assessed, and then they do the conduct the study. And the third is the regional studies where they will be seeing not only the site that they are implementing the project but also the other regions that are there next to the project. So yesterday, ma'am was asking, how remote sensing and GS will help in, bringing the if they want to bring a green building, how it will help. So in this regional studies and all, they assess what is the land use and land cover changes that is there, or that will happen next to the implementing site, and then they take up the decision. And finally is the carrying capacity studies, which we have studied, where particular region will have a certain resource that it can, that we can source it from till a certain point without, affecting the environment. After it reaches its carrying capacity, it will become, it will start to, the natural resource starts to degrade, and we'll be creating more, waste and affecting that environment.
After that, we spoke about evaluation and assessment of the EIA carried out, and then we spoke about mitigation measures, and then public consultation and participation, for which we have given a few examples. For the public consultation and participation, we spoke about the Sterlite project in Tamil Nadu, and then EIA presentation and review, and then decision making and post decision making and follow up is being done. And then hierarchy involved in EIA is being discussed, starting with the site selection. So for site selection, you spoke about, you gave an example about constructing a cement factory. So is the site that is selected is accessible for the transportation of the materials you mentioned. And then you mentioned about carrying capacity.
So next, coming to the environmental impact statement. So the impact indicators. An impact indicator, it is nothing but an element or a parameter that provides a measure, in a quantitative or qualitative way, the significance of the effect, which can be, magnitude of an environmental impact that will be happening. So the first, how the impact indicators can be known is that the quantifiable indicators. So the morbidity, the mortality statistics or the crop yields with numerical scales, these are all considered in this. And for the qualitative indicators, they just rank the impact based on, okay, the impact is good or too bad, very worse. Based on this, the category, the index is given. And next, for the selection of indicators, for how much impact should be considered, this is purely based on the expertise of the the authority that is doing the EIA. Based on their expertise, they consider the various impacts that will be happening on the environment. And third is the widely used indicators. For example, they keep a standard and then they compare the present state or the future state value with the standard and say, okay, whether the environment quality is either in good condition, bad, or it is getting worse condition. And the fourth is the application and project design. So after considering all this, they will take up the mitigative measures to how to curb this impact. So coming to the evolution of EIA worldwide, firstly it was started in the United States of America, which was the first country to assign mandatory status to EIA through the National Environmental Protection Act, and then it taken place in Canada, Australia, Netherlands, and Japan. Coming to India, before 1974, they didn't have any particular notification that was given that okay, EIA is mandatory for certain projects. And later, in the initial steps, and even then, they firstly introduced the Water Pollution Act, where they said, okay, these are the norms that are given, and you should be compiling for that. And later, the formalization of EIA happened between 1986 to 1994, where the Silent Valley project, the construction of dam, which proposed that how the construction of dam would affect the overall ecology of the project based on that, and also with the introduction of environmental protection rules, the EIA was formalized. So first notification in that, what they looked at is they considered only 29 projects, and for that they said environmental clearance should be taken, and they made public hearing, the mandatory process, and the division of projects was categorized into category A, B, like that, and also this was limited to the project specific assessments without regional or cumulative considerations. And the fifth one is EIA notification. After the 1994, the notification got amended, and the 2006 notification came up. In that, they introduced the category A, which is the national level clearance, which should be done by MOEFCC, and category B, which will be the clearance taken from the state level boards that are there. And even in this, they made up a mandatory preparation of term of reference, which they already highlighted in the auditing section. And after that, they enhanced the public consultation hearing, and once the public consultation is done, whatever the reviews or the points that they would have brought up, all those should be systematically noted down and handed it over to the authorities once they are assessing the EIA report. And after in that only they said integration of environmental management plans should be incorporated in the EIA reports. And lastly, there was the amendment, regular amendment that got done between 2014 to 2020. So in the recent 2020 notification, whatever the change that they have gotten are, the timeline for the public hearing usually it is 30 days, and usually it is between 45 days. Now they are trying to reduce it to 20 to 30 days. And next is the categorization of projects.
an EIA or public consultation, raising concerns about reduced scrutiny. And the third is the post facto clearance. So some projects are, without taking the EIA or getting the environmental clearance, they can start the project. Once the project is started, later they can go for the EIA, environmental clearance from the authority. And then there is a compliance report where the proposed submission of compliance report annually. So they said before it was 2 years once they were supposed to give the report. Now the suggested one is to give the report, every year. And there are other like projects deemed strategic by the government because the defense related projects are not, put up on the website for the public to go through, and also streamlining process where it aimed to simplify and the approval process for industries and infrastructure projects by decentralizing decision making and also to reduce the procedural requirements. So these are not implemented now, but this is a draft notification that has come up, and the public, if anyone is having an issue with that, you can create.
Just we learned about environment statements, methods, and key issues. Background to the proposed development, environment impact assessment and topic area. Then impact indicators also we touched upon. This conduct, we learned about type of indicators, quantitative and qualitative. Then selection of indicators will again depend upon the project. This widely used indicators are air quality standards and water quality standards. Then we also touched upon evolution of EIA. So it started in US, then Canada, then Australia. So in India we got 1974. So it was mainly based on water prevention and control. Then next year notification in 1994, and again it is in 2006 and amendment in 2020. Actually total amendment was from 2014 to 2020. Then we also made the draft PA notification in 2020. It contains public consultation, categorization, post-tax clearance, complaint report, and expansion for strategic projects.
So the next is the forecasting of environmental changes that will be happening. So in this step, they will be focusing on what is the impacts that will be happening on the environment once the project is implemented. So when there is a change happening, if it is happening at a slower state and slowly, if the change is happening and then it is getting stabilized, then it won't have a higher impact on the environment. But if the change is happening at a drastic, very fast rate, it will have a higher impact. So that what all aspects can they look up? You can take up any project based on a particular project. You can give a.
If you look up in cement industry, when actually we have to take baseline data, so the present environmental status, like what is the present air quality and water quality in that particular area. Then we have to study without that also environment is subjected to degrade, so other development or normal development. Then if you take it after 5 years, what is the status without that, like factory or industry. Then we have to take that implementation of the industry. Then like pollutant which is emitting from the industry. Then what will be the changes? Then we can compare both the like changes without industry and with industry. Then so with industry, what are the parameters which is increased that how to mitigate and further steps we can make out.
For example, we want to start a tannery industry at a place. We look around, we see what are the water bodies, what is going to happen, what is the initial development stage as in, what is the present state of environment at that particular time. After that, if I start a tannery industry, what would happen? With action, that is with action. And if nothing exists, if I don't go, if I decide not to have the tannery industry, then
For the textile manufacturing, and they are focusing on the eco-friendly technologies to reduce the emissions and also the waste. But what is the importance of implementing this project? When we look at that, it is boosting the exports. That is, it enhances the India's position in global textile markets through improved manufacturing capabilities. And for the employment generation, it gives a growth in Maharashtra and contributes to the overall GDP. So the EIS process, the steps that is included in this one, the first day with the screening and scoping, when the project falls under the category A, activity 7C of the EIA, where EIA notification, which required an environmental clearance from MOFCC. The baseline study were conducted in the winter 2023 across multiple environmental aspects, and it included air, water, soil, noise, and socio-economic conditions. For the baseline data collection, it included a detailed analysis on the land, air, water, biodiversity, and socio-economic factors. Was carried out for the 10-kilometer radius area along the site that was considered. For the impact assessment, the potential environmental impacts during the construction and during the operation and also decommissioning phases were also evaluated. For the mitigation measures, they suggested the environmental management plans were suggested, and for the public consultation, consultation with stakeholders, including the local communities, were part of the study. For the report submission, the draft report is being prepared, and they are waiting for the environmental clearance from the government. So when we look at the environmental impacts and the mitigation measures that are taken, first is the land use and ecology. The impact that they discovered was that the land conversion, which could lead to the potential biodiversity loss. So the mitigation measures they took up were the 33% green belt area to increase the green cover with native tree species, and also the biodiversity conservation plans, including the habitat protection and also reforestation initiatives, and the proper zoning to avoid the ecological sensitive areas. When we look at the air quality, the impacts were at the dust and emissions during the construction and operation phase. For that, the mitigation measures were dust control through water spraying during the construction, and air pollution control devices such as the scrubbers and filters that can be installed, which reduce the pollutants that are being emitted when during the operation phase, and continuous ambient air quality will be monitored. When we look at the water resource, high water demand and common effluent treatment plant that they have considered, and the adoption of zero liquid discharge. Here, what they do is whatever the water waste that is being generated, they treat the water completely, and none of it is released to the water body that are there. Like they will be reusing this water body completely. So liquid discharge mean, and rainwater harvesting structures are built. And next is the noise pollution, where noise from the construction activities and industrial operations were identified. For that, they consider the installation of noise barriers and also the green belt buffers, and scheduling the noisy activities during the daytime rather than not doing it on the night time. And use of noise reducing machinery and regulatory maintenance was done. So the waste management, solid and hazardous waste are generated from this industry. So that the segregation and treatment of hazardous and non-hazardous waste will be done, and the proper disposal through authorized facilities will be taken up, and also the implementation of waste recycling programs are suggested. When they look up at the socio-economic impact aspect, so there will be the increased traffic potential displacement and also the community concerns. So that the mitigation measures were infrastructure improvements, including roads and drainage systems, stakeholder engagement and grievance, that are there, and the skill development programs and also the local employment to reduce the migration or displacement of people who are residing in that area. And risk and hazard management, industrial hazards might happen. For that, they are implementing the disaster management plan, which will reduce the disasters that could, or they'll have a better strategy to overcome if there's a disaster that happens during the operation phase. And for the monitoring and compliance, regular monitoring will be done to meet up with the compliance. So to conclude, it's a very AI is an important tool in the decision making, and more of one of the suggestions is that it can include the ecosystem services accounting, because it will give a monetary value of what is the impact that is happening on the environment. Thank you. Questions?
Clarification that TM Mitra, that before that slide, yeah, okay, go back. So there is a part of the brownfield mega integrated. Okay. Then the next slide, one more. So this is a part of that EIA process of the brownfield, right?
Yes.
Okay. So here one step is missing. Maybe they have not considered here. That is the consideration of alternatives. Because you mentioned brownfield in the auditing, there is a liability cost we discussed, which has site environmental site assessment needs to be done. So if this alternative they will take, either they will save their liability and they will go for a greenfield area, or they will consider this maybe the larger opportunity is something. So my point is that I hope that that's what we will also consider in this, because it is a brownfield.
Like what I perceive from this is, it is already by the name, that is the TM brownfield. So they have, firstly they have considered the brownfield, that they want to develop that area. So there is no scope or no step for the consideration of alternatives.
So that is my clarification. So since it was labeled already, so that's why that step is not there, right? I just wanted to bring that discussion because we had that discussion.
There are 7 places that they are trying to bring this project up in 7 different states. So this is already considered site where they will be taking up the project.
It's more like a doubt. So in the EIA process, we have this prediction step. No? So is it similar to the forecasting stage? Like you explain the forecasting and environmental things. Both are similar
getting the point.
Studied about that mathematical model, like population forecasting and all these things. So I think that same model we can use here also.
Okay, so going back to the question that he has asked, isn't it like when somebody has already decided that okay, this is the area that I want to develop, and then if you're doing an EIA, isn't it retrofitting everything that you already decided for? I mean, the whole idea of an impact assessment is to understand whether this particular place would be viable enough for a government to have a project like that.
No, if it is a contaminated site, so before there was a project implemented and there's a contamination happened, contaminated place, so they'll be trying to remove that contaminated area and bring up the project. One aspect is that, and for EIA it doesn't have to be for brownfield projects. They'll be trying to look at the environmental impacts other than only a part of it, not the major segment of EIA. So this is what I understand. Okay. The site is fixed, but the environmental impacts are still happening. See, we are able to assess so many impacts once the project is being implemented. So these are all the aspects that we are looking at. Did you get the point?
I did get the point, but I also still feel that if it is this bias, like we're starting from a bias. I'm sorry, you might not be, but we are starting from a bias place, and then whatever we are doing is actually to make sure whether this complies with what we want to do or not. And then the chances of somebody manipulating it is higher. If we're starting with the thought that okay, we want to see whether this is a appropriate place where something like this can be done, then it's a different.
No, I would say it is not a biased place since it is a brownfield where there is an opportunity to improve the project area, like utilize the area. Then I think we should take it up and go for the project.
Like I would like to add in that if we see the experiential learning case like what she has discussed about PM Textile Park, if individually you are establishing a park that too in a scattered way, like somewhere you establish textile industry like some place at A site and the B site is somewhere around 50 kilometers away. So the pollution emission that 50 kilometers away and that at A location will be different. Now, when they are developing for a specific area, for the specific segment, like for textile, so they are employing the different protective measures also, like what she has explained about that. If we can see that noise pollution, so noise dampers and all those things they have employed in that. So the noise will be less, and all the different other parameters will also be like if independently if any industry is going through, then the different parameters would be on the higher level as compared to the text, like the park only. And the motive is also behind that is like to have a competitiveness and also to have a trade at a single place and also to have that technology sharing also among the different companies and the different industries among them.
I wanted to make some general comments. There have been a lot of major major projects undertaken in the past without really giving any attention to the environmental or ecological consequences. Even before the environmental movement started in the last 20, 30 years ago. There are classic examples, for example, in Russia, the Neva River, which flows through the city of St. Petersburg. They had connects one from one lake, Lake Ladoga, from where the water flows into the Gulf of Finland via St. Petersburg. And the water was, as usual, in the metropolitan center of St. Petersburg, the quality of water deteriorated because of the ignorance, essentially, of discharging a lot of they were drawing water from upstream just for drinking purposes. So what I essentially wanted to bring is now that there are a lot of activities have been done, a lot of projects have been done in the past. I can give you another example. For example, in North America, the Niagara Falls. There are several lakes below the falls and a couple of lakes upstream shore. And that was ecologically balanced in terms of ecologically balanced in terms of the species migration and things like that. So they built this, but the ships navigation was not possible because from the Atlantic Ocean you come to the St. Lawrence River and you stop after you cross this one comes to Niagara Falls because of course the ships could not go, there was no navigable water system. So they built a Welland Canal with different blocks, rising the ships and all those things. It was all commercially okay when it was built 50 or years ago. The ecological consequence of that is the upper lakes, which were very well protected by this one. A lot of species started migrating from the ocean through the man-made canal and reached the upper Great Lakes. And then, of course, the ecological balance was and this is very well documented this much. So, in terms of making environmental impact assessment, which is taken now for a significant role in many countries, one has to look at what the ecological implications of that are, not just simply the convenience of from the point of view of say whether it is building an airport or major. There have been a lot of these type of environmental issues. Even the Aspen Dam that they built across that had a lot of downstream application this one because the dam itself cut off the entire sediments. The sediment was all collected behind this one. And this is a rich nutrient water that was going into the ocean, which was responsible for the fisheries. So after they built the Aspen Dam, the coastal fisheries was completely gone. So there is that type of this one to look into the but in the whole process is first level and only for of course major projects where there is ecological disturbances or may have negative impact on the society. So the first they do what is known as an environmental assessment review process. It's a first step or they call it. And then of course depending upon the significance of the project, then they go to the environmental impact assessment. So that's one thing that we have to take in mind. I think they all have the at the end of the day, irrespective of the best environmental impact statement you have done, what decides the project is the economics and the politics everywhere, how it comes out.
So I have a question. You said they do the review process. So what are they considering during this? You mentioned before the impact assessment they will be doing a review process. So what are the aspects they will be considering during that process?
But also you have to keep in mind where we have to grant resources. For example, river basins, countries share the water. So they are also, I think, in a major works which will have a I don't know, many of you probably heard, I think, 10, 15 years ago, there was this concept of desalinating rivers in India. You know, they wanted to link all the rivers. From the point of sharing the water resources is fine, but what the ecological impact of that one is something that we have to
Any doubts? Thank you, Ganga.
Darshan.
Sir, I too don't know, sir. Seriously.
Farewell he has gone.
Sir, he didn't tell me farewell. He didn't tell to me also farewell. I don't know. I thought of he's with you. Sir, surprisingly, he was not here.
No, I am frightened to come to your class. He is in the lab. You take this man as your student.
Sir, no, sir. No, sir, I have students.
He doesn't take class. Recheck. First give your specs.
Yeah, ma'am. Just one minute. Good evening, everyone. I thought it's good evening. Now we are going to, because of session become lengthy, so we can make the session as precise as I can able to make you sure to understand little more elaboratively with a short period of time. Here I'm going to tell you about the chapter 3, environmental impact assessment. Environmental impact assessment. Already we know the chapter because presentation is over one part. So I would like to know about the definition of at least EIA. What exactly anybody can tell now about the definition of EIA?
First you do the presentation. Let us have the discussion later.
Sir, it is not discussion. Just I want to know how much they are up to. So yeah.
Gagana has taken the class already.
So that I want to know anyone can tell the definition. I think Karthik, can you?
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for your questions.
It's okay. I want to know, sir, exactly they heard or not.
Environment impact assessment is a tool where we can predict the impacts of the project. It includes positive impact as well as first notified in 1994 under DTA.
Okay. Okay, we can go through the chapter. In this chapter, we are going to discuss about the introduction of EIA and the evolution of EIA. Next, forecasting changes. Next, it goes to the statistic environmental assessment, and the next one is the environmental clearance procedure in India. As we talk about exactly what is EIA. EIA is nothing but environmental impact assessment, which is a tool, and it is a preliminary step to the environmental management, and which is a cost benefit analysis also we can consider, which gives to the harmony to the which is harmony to the balance EIA. And why we are why we are created EIA, because which is used to predict the environmental changes and also give the introduction to the strategic environmental assessment also. So here, generally we can say that EIA stands for Environmental Impact Assessment. It is a systematic procedure used to evaluate the potential environmental, social, economic impacts of the proposed project or development before decisions are made or actions to be taken apart. So EIA aims to identify the potential adverse effect, purpose to measure the mitigate them and enhance the benefits of the project. So what is the purpose of EIA? Why we are choosing EIA? So EIA have some basic purposes. One is to facilitate decision making. Here decision maker plays a key role. So local authority which can provides systematic examination of the environmental implications. Here, before taking the decision, decision maker along with the other documents to planning the activity can be considered the environmental impact assessment. Means here with the other documents, EIA taken to the action. Next, to aid the formation development, aid in the formation of the development. Here, key players are the stakeholders. Once we need to make a project or we need to develop a project, we have to go through the process. It will be like a different methods. So it will take a more consumption of time and more consumption of like cost also. So in order to avoid these measurements, we are going to take a initiation with the EIA. It is minimize the cost and time and give to the stockholders the benefits. Like we are giving the primary survey to the EIA. EIA will take the initiation and give the precise content of the particular area, site, whatever about the project. So this kind of things will benefit to the stockholders. Next, to be an instrument for the sustainable development. EIA plays a key role in the sustainable development, which includes maintaining the overall quality of life and maintaining the continuing access to the natural sources and avoid lasting environmental damage. So on these norms, on this basis, there in 1992 and Rio de Janeiro, there is held up on a conference which is based on the environmental development, that is United Nations held it. It is main concern is that it is an international concern. Why? Because through this mitigation or through these measurements, we required that some changes. So that first of all, they want to initiate the EIA. It will give the precise content to the project initiation. So that they started this conference. Next, steps in EIA process. Actually, EIA contributes this process is depend upon the interaction among the resources, sectors, policies for the sustainable development. Steps in the EIA process. EIA represents a systematic process that examines the environmental consequences of the development action. It is a more proactive than the reactive in nature. EIA involves several steps in this process. First is the project screening. In project screening, we can see the significant environmental impacts. So EIA regulations, here we can consider the time of assessment. Like they will screen the screening. They will initiate to the survey. They will take into the action. They will start the screening of that proposal. Next, scoping. It is identify on an early stage and give that some alternatives, available alternatives. Then other consideration of alternatives, it is considered other feasible approaches. We can change the locations or we can change the proposal or where it is lacking. It will be the other alternatives, like we can see. We have already one project. In that project, it action. It clarifies the purpose and stages of the development and the location and procedures as we discussed about. And next baseline. It includes both present and future state of environment. The baseline will be plays a key role in the EIA, which gives the past and future aspects also. And the identification of key impacts. What are there? They are actually potentially significant environmental impacts, which are beneficial if we are taken into the part. And prediction of impacts. The prediction of impacts is nothing but a magnitude of change in the environment. See, there like a climate change, we can consider how much it will be impact through our proposal or a project which is depend upon the which can be the prediction of impacts comes under. Next, evaluation and assessment significance. This predicted impacts to allow a focus on a key advised impacts. So, these are the measurements we can go through this assessment. Next, mitigation. Mitigations, we know, measure. This is a measure to avoid and reduce and remedy, or it is compensating for any significant adverse effect. So it mitigate. Once it mitigate, means it is already measured or calculated or analyzed one. So public consultation and participation. This is the another key role in the EIA. It depends upon the quality. It depends upon the quality, comprehensiveness, and effectiveness of the EIA. Public views are taken into the for the decision making. Next, EIA's presentation. See here, EIA have their overall procedure also. We have to uh, uh, make a little with documentation. So here EIS is a make a key role. So here EIS presentation happened with the taken before part of EIA surveys. Then they taken into the account and again EIA starts their collective measures. So this is the vital step and it is a backbone to the EIA. Next, review. It involves a systematic appraisal of the quality of EIS, means decision making process. And the next one is means it is useful. Review is useful for the next part is the decision making. So decision making, it is relevant to the authority of EIS together with the material conservation. Means either here we can accept, defer, reject, and the project. Means all are aspects affecting on the project. And the post decision making. So all these decision making, review, mitigations, all these comes under after we are we need to finalize. It will be EA report. We have to tell that it can be like we. So that is a post decision making. So recording of outcomes associated with the development impacts. After decision making, we will go for auditing. In that auditing, we will comparing the actual outcomes with the predicted outcomes. Means actually we will have some analyzed measures with the already know it is predicted outcomes also. We will compare there with the auditing. Next. Can anyone summarize?
Unit 3, EIA, Environment Impact Assessment. As ma'am explained about the introduction, EIA focuses on problems, conflicts, or natural resources constraints that could affect the viability of the project. Here, the purpose of EIA. What is the purpose of EIA? There are some steps like to facilitate decision making and to aid in the formation of development and to be an instrument for sustainable development. Here it is a key characteristics of sustainable development include maintaining the overall quality of life, we're maintaining the continuing access to the natural resources and avoiding the like environmental damage. And next thing we talked about steps in EIA process like project screening, scoping, consideration of alternatives, and like also development action and description of the environmental baselines. Like both in this baseline, it includes the establishment of both present and the future state of the environment, and also identification of key impacts. The prediction next is the prediction of impact, evaluation and assessment of significance, and what are the mitigations it focuses, and also public consultation and participation, and also EIS presentation. It is a main key role as man said, and also review and after review we have the decision making process, and also post decision monitoring. All of after finishing all these, the last one is that auditing. So it have to like it involves in the comparison actual outcomes with the predicting outcomes and all. Yeah, thank you, Bhumi. Next, through this AI process, we can go through one case study. Here, one of the case study, it is I took from Loktak Lake. It is in the Manipur. Actually, this lake has speciality. It's a wetland also. It is already noted by the Ramsar wetlands. Because currently I'm working on the project of wetlands, so I consider that you can see the AI report on the wetlands also. So here this lake has massive features, like it is the world largest, not only India, world largest floating lake. It is held in India only, in the Manipur, and this water is belonging to the Brahmaputra river is the main source, and now it is held in the Manipur Imphal. So here we will discuss about that what happened, why here EIA it came to the screen, like we will see. So now here we can speak about the introduction of Loktak Lake. The location is Manipur, as we discussed, in northeast of India. Significance of this lake is largest freshwater lake in India, and designated to the Ramsar site. Means they are already Ramsar sites are the sites to conserve the wetland. Already they identified that wetlands. So those wetlands are comes under Ramsar sites. So here unification of this lake is this lake is known for the PUMDs, means the floating vegetation is more here, and serves as a critical habitat for the endangered species like a Shanghai deer. There, this river having one southwest side of this river having a national park, that is Lamju National Park in Manipur. There, these are the endangered species also currently existing. So this lake have immense this habitat. In there, we plan to construct. Means here proposal is came as a construction of Laptop hydroelectric project. So how the EIA reported, we can go through now. So issue is constructed an operation of the Laptop hydroelectric project in the 1980s, raised to the concerns about its impact on Loktak Lake's ecological balance and socio-economic dynamics. With this particular project, mainly we want to concern here about this project. This lake having the huge vegetation, so we need to maintain that ecological balance, and as well as there we need to see that socio-economic dynamics also. So mainly this project is aimed to generate hydroelectric power by regulating the water level in the lake, and which alters its natural hydrology. So this is the issue came through the, because their project is came as a hydroelectric project. So there how EIA processed. First is screening. Hydropower project was characterized as one of the requiring a detailed EIA because it is a potential to significantly alter the lake ecosystem. Then here scoping, environmental and social issues identified here. What are their alternation of the lake natural hydrological regime, and the submission of humidity like the vegetation of the lake, and loss of habitat for the Shanghai deer, as we spoke about, it is an endangered species.
in the scope of TIA, measures that or analyzed that these are the damages may happen like and displacement of local fishing communities reliant on this lake and changes in the water quality affecting biodiversity. So baseline studies, what they explained about this project is that the extent of humidity losses due to the water level changes, next biodiversity in and around the lake, and the livelihood patterns of lake communities, and water quality and sedimentation patterns. These are the baseline studies through where we can see that if we take a initiation of project, what are the changes we can going to be happen. So impact prediction and assessment, what can be impacted if we take a project here. Reduction in the size and health of humidity like a vegetation. What happened there, and habitat loss for aquatic and terrestrial species, particularly in the Shanghai deer in the, I speak about the National Park of Kaibul Limzo National Park, and here decline in fish populations and livelihood of fisheries also affected, impacted, increasing vulnerability of this lake to the eutrophication due to the stagnant water. If it is the project should be initiated here, obviously there we can see that some changes in the lake environment obviously. So there maybe eutrophication happen means more contamination can be formed because of stagnant water continuously be there. So next, what are the mitigation measures we need to proceed here? Regular monitoring of the water levels to minimize the vegetation submersion, restoration of degraded communities through the natural and artificial methods, and next one socio-economic rehabilitation programs for the affected fishing communities, and enhanced biodiversity conservation initiatives in the national park. What is the public consultation here? Local communities. See here, local communities take a part in action. They express the concerns about the livelihood loss and cultural impacts, lack of participation in the decision making. So recommendation included more equitable benefit and sharing, increased community involvement in the conservation. So EIA report shows that it is highlighted the significant risks to the laptop lakes, ecological wise and socio-economical systems, emphasizes the need for the integrated wetland management. It is a main part because if we conserve the wetland, wherever it is, whatever it is, this wetland conservation is nothing but emissions. What we are speaking about now, global warming, everything is no, because it is mainly wetland is one of the key factors for this process of environmental calamities, because calamities, these are the main features. If once that vegetation, once that ecosystem of the wetland, once the water body of wetland or atmospheric content is damaged, so obviously we can see the environmental change in there. So wetland is one of the source, is rich source for that ecosystem, so that we need conservation of it is very important. So that's why they emphasized it here. And decision making. The project was approved with the conditions for heightened environmental monitoring and mitigation measures, and the establishment of local development authority they formed because of that was mandated to the oversee the other these activities. Once you want to propose this project, so they already initiated the development authority of that lake, LACTAC. So they will next monitoring the further process. So monitoring and compliances, that LDA means this development authority has since been responsible for the implanting conservation programs, although challenges in persistence in achieving sustainable outcomes. So what lessons we learned from here is like, here we can see one integrated approach. So wetlands are complex ecosystems, as I told, that require a balance between the development and conservation. So stakeholder engagement also there. Here local communities must be actively involved in the planning and decision making, and adaptive management. Continuous monitoring and flexibility in the mitigation measures are crucial for long-term sustainability. Next, focuses on the biodiversity. Endangered species like Shanghai deer must be given a priority in the wetland management. So what currently we have to thought about this project and lake ecosystem, that Lactac Lake continues to face environmental and social
Ramsar wetland site. So it has been conserved under the Ramsar Convention because, first of all, it has some unique features which is mentioned here. As you can see, there is a floating grass which is called Fumli. So it also serves as a habitat for a very special deer, barking deer or sangai deer. It is the status of this deer is in the IUCN list is endangered. So it is very important for the preservation of this sangai deer, and it is particularly, I guess, it is indigenous to this place. So the Fumli serves as a habitat for this particular deer. So while we are talking to bring the hydroelectric project in this particular area, EIA will be very much helpful for us to understand that what are the impacts and what are the negative impacts that the hydro power project or hydroelectric project is going to happen in this Loktak lake. So for that, the EIA studies has been carried out. So like we are following different steps like screening, scoping and all. So under scoping, we first learn what are the possible impacts that the project will have on this Loktak lake, like alteration of lake's natural hydrological regime, and there will be a habitat loss, and the families will be affected, and by that the habitat of the sangai deer will be affected, the population of the sangai deer will be affected, the local fisheries will be affected, and by that the employment of the fishermen, those who are dependent on the fisheries will be affected. So step by step we are understanding by taking the baseline studies also, and we are predicting the impacts, and based on that we are assessing, and we are providing some mitigation measures, and measures which ma'am told that we can regularly monitor the water levels to minimize the loss of the particular vegetation that is fully, and to check that there is no extra entrance of the nutrients to avoid the eutrophication and all, and for that we need to consult the public as well and the authorities, and like that by the help of EIA we can minimize the likely damages to the local lake.
Yeah, Kamshaman, thank you. Now we can see the hierarchy of EIA. In that levels, what are the levels we can see through the EIA, that how that initiation will be going to happen. So in hierarchy, we can going to see that the site selection studies, rapid and comprehensive studies, and the regional studies and carrying capacity studies. These are the studies we can do for in the EIA. And so one is the site selection studies. These studies involve the evaluation of alternative sites with respect to environmental projects. So here we can consider the raw materials, infrastructure, facilities, and markets, etc. comes under the site selection studies. Second one is rapid comparison studies. These studies are actually monitoring the time period. So in the time period like a 1 month, 6 months period, how we are monitoring the situation or site or a place or environment of those particular area of the project through rapid and comparative studies go through. There we can see fair amount of knowledge through these studies existed and about the proposed site or impacts the proposed development. So this gives to the identification significant issues for the comprehensive EIA. Next, the regional studies, which are these are the studies depend upon the seasonal data, not only particular period of time. It will be seasonal. Season varies, like 1 season, 6 months season after again 6 months or 3 months, 3 months, 3 months. We have to take a collective data and addresses themselves to the analysis of the estimated capacity of air, water, land, components of the environment. Next one, the carrying capacity studies. In these studies, availability of resources, it coming to the part which can be a positive impact or negative impact, we have to take into the part in the carrying capacity studies, which are analyzing of supporting capacity in the region and availability utilization and supply demand and infrastructure congestion, and estimate the capacity of residuals. are there. This statement give a adding to EIA to make it is like a document we are giving to the EIA. So here provides the documentation of the information and estimates derived from the various steps. So environmental changes. What exactly forecasting environmental changes are like? That is the impact on climate. So here these changes can be estimated the climate change, like environmental changes, so that it gives the environmental quality. So this, which can estimate environmental quality, not only environmental quality, it can be estimated the rate of change of climate. The climate change rate effective, we have to take the predictions also for the measuring that one. So that I given their prediction in the future if it is absent happen in there.
Okay, we'll do one thing. We'll have tea break.
Yeah.
I think her bombarding is require some tea break.
Because I thought of that it will be boring, so I'm giving little bit.
No, tomorrow at this time they will be writing the exam. If you bombard with the wrong information,
No.
only you will get through in that chapter, while others will lose.
No, sir, they are clever. Why they want to take consideration of mine, they will take their consideration also. I felt. They will hear only that Monica will also. At the end of the day, I will be loser because I only predicted that. So, there is no other option for them.
Okay, we'll take a break and come. I think it requires. Meanwhile, Abhishek, थोड़ा वॉल्यूम कम करो, ये बहुत ज़्यादा हो रहा है. Or I am sitting closer to the thing, I don't know. What about you? He is frightened.
No, sir, I'm not writing anywhere. Sir, actually, base, sir, actually, mine. It is not, I am not even speaking louder, actually. I'm trying to minimize my phone.
Tomorrow when you get married, husband, you run.
So, no, sir, I'm not like that.
Huh? Okay. You announce the break, how many minutes? And you say that last person to give the first summary.
Yes, sir. As I told, we will take 10 minutes, 10 minutes, sir. 10 minutes break. Okay, 15 minutes break. I don't, it's up to sir. No, I will tell. Sir, why? Tomorrow they will target me on the exam. So I don't want to take any risk.
Why you're a teacher, no?
Yeah, sir. A teacher also can be fighting sometimes. Because students, sometimes we can't tell that when they will go wild and all.
That's what Darshan ran away.
So I'm not taught him. Before only he ran.
No, seeing you, he said, I will run.
Maybe, sir, I thought. Next session, he told me he will be there in that final session. But when I come, he is not there.
No, he said, Monica is coming, I won't come.
Maybe I don't. What he planned after I gone after he will come.
You have to answer the prediction.
Aparna, shall we start the session? Yes, sir. If Aparna is ready, I am ready to tell to her what I know. So here I want to correct now that forecasting changes in EIA. Like these forecasting changes are the changes happen with the human activities. With the human activities, how that environmental changes are happen. So how the environmental quality is damaged, going to be changed. So here, when these changes can lead to the either it will take to the risk to high level or low level, like magnet level or green level, it will go through. So here these changes happened in that all factors, external factors like air, water quality, biological way, like environmental way, all sectors it is happening. So in that prediction, how we take. So in the prediction part, I already mentioned here. See, prediction is nothing but a measure. So here, for example, we can tell that water quality. If you shall I speak little more? Or can't? It's okay. Fine, fine. Sir, okay? Because sir is getting headache. So I got some comments regarding my days of
No, Basaraj is getting headache.
She was telling I'm getting headache, then I told stop slowly so that you not get headache. So that others also will not get headache.
Yeah, come to the part. So prediction is nothing but a measures. How we are taking the measures once it's going to be problematic. So for example, water analysis. Example, we can take the example a lake. If we can see that it is contaminated. So that how can you tell that in a physical way that it is contaminated? No, we can't tell that with the naked eye. So we have to take some measures to estimate the water quality in the particular water body. So that estimation can give that result of that how much the lake or water body contaminated. So this kind of predictions we can take into the action. Then only we can minimize the environmental changes or quality of environment can be negligible to, and it can be in a certain point. It will be there. You have any other further question or shall I want to continue?
No, she says still not understood what is prediction and forecasting.
Why, sir?
I don't know. She.
If anyone have any doubt on this forecasting and prediction, including Aparna? Yeah, how much you can, like how, where you can't understand or whatever, what you understand?
Like forecasting is basically prediction, no? So that's what my question. Like forecasting is we are taking the past and present data and we are predicting the future. Right? Similar thing we are doing in the EISC. We are predicting the future impacts.
Here, forecasting is can't be a predict. See, forecasting we can predict actually, but here question is that forecasting is different, and after forecasting we can take to the prediction. No, it is next part of that. How can you merge with that one? I'm asking you.
I'm not merging. I'm just asking what's the difference.
No, no. She was telling me forecasting is a long time, but the prediction is a shorter duration. But what you have said is opposite of that. That's what she is asking for clarification.
Because forecasting is a whole content, sir. When it is a prediction, it is a particular content. I can give credit to the Shravani because she explained me as am I right? Because I got some knowledge in between tea break.
What Aparna is telling the same thing only you are conveying, but please misleading what you are speaking. What you understand is that what Shravani conveyed to is correct.
Yes, sir.
Prediction is only 10%.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm just guessing.
Okay.
Sir, I wanted to add actually. So forecasting is actually it's based on previous historical data. So like we population forecasting, like 10 years data we will take it and see how we can increase, decrease. We can forecasting. That means forecasting with reference to previous year data and we predict after 5 years what is happening. But forecasting is like, long term and with reference to something else. Prediction also with reference to something else, but it is for a short time. No, actually, yes, weather also, actually there are two things. See, before like, like next year or before monsoon, so we will forecast the weather. But prediction is like, like cyclone, it's a prediction, okay, how it is, like when it is reaching Bangalore and what is the intensity. That is just a short duration.
Yes, sir. What I understand is like where here main role is the decision maker. How the decision maker predict that perspective of the changes. It is based on degree of uncertainty because we can't exactly this point that changes is happened we can't tell. So how the decision maker take a lead to the predicted condition we can take accountable of it.
Okay. Yes. Now we'll have understanding. Now it shows 5:05. By 5:30 you will wind up.
Yes.
Because 5:30 to 6:30 Kavita will speak. 6:30 there is a gentleman from Orissa will be speaking.
What about?
Don't worry about that. Worry about your
Okay, sir. So here, so for here the environmental quality.
Wait, Shravani has some.
Yeah, sure.
So, what I understood is, in terms of English vocabulary, both might mean pretty much the same, but in terms of this chapter, I think they're like very different. So, predicting impact prediction means certain predictions that you're trying to make in terms of the extent of impact versus whether the impact is actually going to occur or not, the possibility of it, like probability of its occurrence, which can, where we can interpret its significance, versus forecasting, like under this subtopic, is mostly about the entire project itself. So what we're trying to forecast is if the project happens, if the project is approved, what's going to happen, versus if the project is not approved and doesn't, like, is not proceeded, then what's going to happen to the environment. So that's the difference in terms of this chapter.
Yeah. I can agree with you. Because if it is that prediction can make that project to decline also. Because the prediction, it is a positive, like a positive way, project will be go forward. If it is a negative, we can decline the project and take back to the, that is a, can give role to the, yes.
Advantage examples. You please think about this everything it will be in the EAA. Okay. EAA can forecast. That EAA can in the forecasting that EAA can predict the nature that how that because of that is human activities, impact of human activities on our environment. Okay, like that. Then predict that prediction. How can in the absence of action or in the presence of action at initial stage. You cannot give the unnecessary examples. Okay, you please think in the EAA. You are telling about the EAA, environmental impact assessment. There is the positive and the negative impacts are there. All the impacts we can do it. How we can do. Now your hope, no, it is going to not even EAA subjects. Okay, don't give the unnecessary example. You can anyway you have in your slide everything is there. You please go through that slides properly.
Okay. So we are clear with the forecasting and the prediction. So next one is EIA contains information of following three areas. One is the determination of initial reference stage, which is gives to the environmental change, which is presuppose knowledge about the present state. Next one is an estimation or an estimation of the future state without action. So here we can take the example of recently Wayanad disaster because here that the areas that human concern and impact categories are I mentioned here. That is economical, occupational status, social patterns, social amenities, all those things. Next one is the strategic environmental assessment (SEA). SEA is defined as the formalized, systematic, and comprehensive process of evaluating and environmental impacts of the policy, plan, and program. So here SEA is defined actually it's a formalized one and systematic one and comprehensive process means already planned process and which is evaluating the environmental impacts of policy, plan and program and which with that which is evaluation findings it gives to the written document also. So the process of evaluation environmental impacts at a strategical level. So it is not necessarily the same as the project level. So here PPP, it is a policy, plan and program, which can be they are the tired one. So here policy provides the framework for the establishment of plans. Plans provide the framework for program, and programs are leads to the project. And next, rational and scope of SEA. It is a broad terms in that rationable for SEA of policies, plans, and programs comes under three main categories. One is the strengthening of EIA, strengthening the project of EIA. Next, advancing the sustainability agenda and addressing the cumulative and large-scale effects. So here EIA practice is compared to the SEA. Here we can see that EIA is a constrained one by the certain limitations and weaknesses, and it is applied in the decision making, and it is held by the project and by project. But when it comes to the SEA, it is an equivalent approach, and this I can say that complement to the project level EAA to incorporated environmental consideration and alternatives directly to the policy. So here we can say that revised version, I can say EIA settled by the SCA. We can consider like that one. So when come to the part, advanced level of EIA is the SEA, and there is no profitable. It is not a profitable organization, and most practices view SEA as a decision aiding rather than the decision making. And in the various stages of policy making cycle, and it is comes under broad perspective way, both broad policy initiatives and more concrete programs and plans that can be physical and separate references can be taken to, by the SEA, and which gives the supports to the EIA. Next, SEA process. SEA process. SEA also having their own processing system. SEA having it is a screening and timing, environmental scoping, other factors, and review and participation, documentation, decision making, accountability, and post decision. And comparison between EIA and SEA, there is usually it is reactive to the development proposal, and it is a proactive and informs the development proposal. Next, EIA access the effect of proposed development on the environment. It is access the effect of policy, plan, program on the environment, and it addresses a specific project. It addresses the areas, regions, sectors, and other development areas, and it is a direct impact and benefit is accessed, and it accesses the cumulative impact and focuses on the mitigation of impact. It focuses on the maintenance, chosen level of environmental quality comes under SEA. Telugu? Anyone?
First we thought about the forecasting environmental changes. Here, based on the historical data and present data, we will be doing the forecasting model, and according to that, we can predict what are the impacts, like possible impacts of the respected project. Thereby, we can include some. There are some categories here, that is environmental changes with respect to different aspects such as soil, water, and other biotic factors. And typically contains information mainly following three criteria such as determination of the initial reference state and estimation of future state without action, and an estimation of future state with action. Means whatever the forecasting model it has been given. Then followed by ma'am explained about ACA, that is strategic environmental assessment. Basically, this deals with a very largest projects, comes under the SCA category, and under non-A category, like category A, I guess. And in that, basically, it follows three major categories, that is PPP, planning, policy, planning, then programming. Like based on policy, uh, uh, it follows the based on policy, they will make some planning, and they will execute with programming. And also ma'am spoke about the rational and scope. Here, yeah, ma'am spoke about rational and scope. It mainly deals with strengthening the project, that is EIA, and advancing the sustainability agenda, and addressing cumulative, that is large and small scale effect. And ma'am gave the difference between EIA and SCA. That is, EIA is basically a reactive, whereas SCA is proactive. And EIA is mainly concerned on respective projects, but SCA mainly focuses on very largest domain, including all the possible effects and impact. And it also for EIA focuses on the mitigation of impact, whereas SCA focusing on maintaining the chosen level of environmental quality, etc. And ma'am explained about that model, that is SCA can be chosen by the draft to order it is there, either it can be redrafted, or by conducting SCA also we can redraft it. Followed by there is SCA processes which involves screening, timing, environmental scoping, other factors, review, then participation, final documentation, and later decision making and accountability, then post decision. And we also spoke about benefits and some constraints. Benefits, in some of the benefits include providing for considering the large range of alternatives that is normally possible in projects, and promoting integrated environment and development decision making, etc. Whereas constraints are there is no need for adequate capacity in these sectors. Appropriate skills are needed within the government.
Thank you, Ganesh.
Thank you.
Next one is the environment clearance procedure in India. When comes to the procedure, it is a utility of EIA become a clear and need to be established a project clearance procedure. Here EIA in India that made up of the following phases. They are the screening and scoping and consideration of alternative and clearance form from the Airport Authority of India, and the details of the public hearing conducted by the STCB and copies of the advertisement issued for the public hearing, and filled in environmental appraisal questionnaires issued by the MOEF. These are the checklist for the clearance procedure. And thank you. Last, anyone can summarize this part about the clearance procedures. Then any questions are there, we can take. Till I have 5 minutes.
Finally, we look into the environmental clearance procedure in India, where it starts from the EA processing and all the procedures involved in the EA process. Followed by there are a few impacts which are need to be assessed in depth, which includes air, noise, water, land, biological, and socio-economic. And then further we went to the into the guidelines of which was produced by the MOEF, and it had various guidelines, and we went into the detail of those. And then finally it is done with the clearance procedure, the reporting of it.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Nice presentation, ma'am. Ma'am, my doubt is, if I'm not wrong, only MOEFCC can conduct EIA. Am I right? Only the Ministry of Environment for...
Understood. As I know, it not be like that way, because it is giving the guidelines to the EIA, but it can be conducted with other forms also.
Like an independent...
Independent also we can able to do EIA.
I have one more thing. If MOEF, the government, the ministry can give guidelines for environmental impact assessment, then why not for environmental auditing? Your opinion?
I understood. That's what I thought of, things that they can do independently also in the EIA report. I don't have a particular answer, so I don't want to tell wrong to you. So I'm giving.
Okay, thank you.
Garima can tell, she can clarify.
The EIA reporting, implementation of project, it is given by, if it is, as I said, category A projects, it is done by the central government boards that are there, and for the category B1 and B2, it is done by the state commission. And for the auditing, see, implementation of a project, for that it is compulsorily that needs to be done.
The state pollution control board, state level authority.
State level authority.
Environmental authority.
For the auditing is to check whether they are complying with the standards or their objective is measured. So I think government can take up and give the guidelines, but it is not a compulsory thing. But since the environmental impact is happening more when the project is being implemented, so that is more weightage is given to that.
Government is intervening in the audit also. Like we have studied two types of audit, like client-driven audit is that, regulatory audit is that only. Like if the government wishes, they can intervene. But they have set the limits, they have set all these standards, you have to follow them.
Yeah. One question regarding the case which locked up. So in 1980, this is stopped or?
No, sir, it is a running project. Currently, it was there, but even though that ecosystem, that environment of that lake is getting issues, but even though that project already held there, it is there.
Means it stopped. No,
It is already work done. They are generating the hydroelectrical power project.
Because
But they are taking a measures from that time. They got to know, so they give the guidelines to that one. So EIA take a part in that time. But the project is already held and they are running. But current situation, because of their political things, and now Manipur is comes under some other criteria on a political way. I don't know what exactly happened to the project, but because of that project, still that lake have that socio-economic dynamics and that ecological way it
some hydroelectricity power project, and the effect of that was seen that it was affecting that low-tech lake.
So it is not on the local lake.
Yeah, like in the screening, she has mentioned the hydropower project was categorized as one of the requiring a detailed EIA because of its potential to significantly alter the lake's ecology. That means that
So maybe the lake is falling to, or maybe
nearby
near
the
the river.
hydroelectric power.
Sir, there is a two rivers are there.
Then
There, that I told you that Manipur river, that's the Impal river, and with the combination of another river also there, there comes under with the Brahmaputra river, mainstream. There they are held with that effect leads to the this lake. That's what they issued these guidelines to the particular lake, and which is already highly diversity happening. That ecosystem habitat is vegetation is higher there, so we have to take more measures. That's what EIA report give, particularly that can't be affected. But even the project held, but even though we have to take measures in future and past and future happen.
Any other questions are there? So I thank you, Monica ma'am, as well as Gagna ma'am for the wonderful presentation, and also Gagna for including the like experiential learning, the more cases for each of the point in the screening category. So thank you both of you.
Thank you. This hydroelectric project is local lake. It is headwater of the lake is used. It is before many of you are born. 1971 only it was one of the things. 105 megawatt is functional at that time.
Then there is a dam.
No, the lake water can also be, as long as you get the storage of water and head. See, you need a potential and kinetic energy. That is possible. All students only are there. Just like because Indians don't do the job properly, that's why.
No, sir, this is just for Indians. So, good evening, everyone. Now we'll be discussing the fourth chapter, that is EIA documentation and processes. Am I audible to everyone? Louder?
He will do that. What is that process? For her, now it was reduced.
So just now we saw what EIA is and what projects we are using EIA, what are the uses, what is the process, and each and everything Gagana and Monica discussed. So I'll be going ahead with EIA documentation and processes. So EIA process management is crucial for effectively assessing the environmental impacts of projects. This involves a structured approach, interdisciplinary teams, and careful consideration of various factors. So, while we come to the EIA process, it is more like yesterday Karthik said that wherever we go, it is about how you manage things. So, EIA processing is more about how we manage. It is about management. So, the EIA team consists of the project manager that plays the key role in selecting the team, managing the specialist inputs, and coordinating the team's contributions. So the team, composition of the team, it has house experts, external consultants, and specialists from various disciplines to see, to understand, to make others understand the impacts and assess the impacts. Like we have here, sir. He's an expert in wetlands, so he is the key member of the team. So like that, the team must effectively manage resources, including information, personnel, and equipment to ensure a high quality establishing environmental baseline and impact predictions. So now we'll understand what screening is. So you might have heard about the UPSC exam, right? So the first stage is the preliminary exam, in which is to screen, to filter out the students who really have the knowledge or who deserve to go ahead from the students who don't, right? So screening in the EIA plays the same role here, that the projects which have more impact, maybe positive, maybe negative, are separated from the ones those who have less impact on the environment. So for that purpose, we do the screening. This step aims to identify projects with potentially significant environmental impacts and those that can be excluded from further assessment. So why to waste time and money? So it's better to screen out those projects, those are of less importance, right? So second one is scoping. Scoping, like in the previous sessions are told, it is about knowing the impacts of the project, that is after building the project, what likely impacts it will be having on the local diversity, flora and fauna. Like we are constructing a hydropower project in an area. So for that we need to clear the forest land. So that is the scope of the project, that what impacts the clearing of forest will have on the local flora and fauna. That is understood under the scoping. It involves determining the key impacts of the project through discussions with stakeholders, including the developer, authorities, and the public. The next step is consideration of alternatives. This step involves evaluating alternative project options to determine the most environmentally sound and feasible approach. So, if you guys remember, while we went to Banerghatta National Park, sir gave a study of a railway project through the Banerghatta, right? So, sir said that they did the all EIA and all, and later the project was. No, sir, some railway project. I gave railway project, not passing through Banerghatta. Okay, sorry, sir. Correct me if I'm wrong. So that railway project, let's take the example of that. So suppose that railway line was passing through the forest, so it was affecting the habitat of the wildlife that was present there. Many important tree species had to be cut down. So for that, to minimize that thing, to minimize the disturbance of the wildlife, to minimize the disturbance to the local plants, we need to understand that there can be an alternative route. So instead of going like this, we can go like this. We can there will be some more spending in that, but we will have to consider the alternative so as to minimize the impact. So under this step, it involves evaluating alternative project options to determine the most environmentally sound and feasible approach. The next step is establishing the environmental baseline. Baseline studies provide a comprehensive understanding of the existing environmental conditions, including both the present and future state. Like yesterday we said that we can take the help of GIS and remote sensing to get the baseline data. It is not only for today, but to predict for the future generation that like today this is the scenario and what will be the situation after 10 years or maybe 20 years. So for that we are establishing the environmental baseline. So let's get into the detail of project screening. EIA regulations in a country may specify certain projects that are automatically screened out, and it varies from country to country. It is not same. Initial EIA study. A simple checklist can be used to assess the potential environmental impacts and determine if a full EIA is required. So based on that only, based on the how worthy the project is, whether it is important to invest our time in doing the EIA study of a particular project. Based on that, we can screen that out. So screening decisions are based on the factors such as project scale, location, sensitivity, and expected impacts. Scoping. In this, first we need to identify the stakeholders. This includes individuals, communities, local authorities, and statutory
issues and impacts. Discussion should focus on identifying key impacts and those perceived to be of particular concern, defining the boundaries for each key impact. A temporal and spatial boundary should be defined to facilitate measurement. Now, consideration of alternatives. So, like I gave the example of that railway line, we always need to have 2-3 alternatives which has less impact on the environment. So, what are the benefits? It can strengthen the decision making, and it can improve the public credibility, and it can enhance AIA methodology, which we'll understand in the later slides. And also, by considering the alternatives, we will be able to mitigate the effects by using pollution control technology, waste reduction treatment or disposal, compensation. Like if people of a particular area, like in Ayodhya also, you might have seen in the recent election when BJP lost. So some people, those who are the locals, they were actually happy because they wanted them to lose because they lost their land and did not get the compensation which they were expecting. So in that sense, we can give the compensation or concession to the affected groups. This is just for example, no political comment or religious comment. So next is the establishing the environmental baseline, present and future state. To know the present and future state, baseline studies consider the current and projected future state of the environment, taking into account natural events and other human activities. Focus on key aspects. Studies should prioritize those aspects of the environment that may be significantly affected by the project. So in this, whatever baseline data we are having, we should prioritize those aspects of the environment that will be the most affected by the project. Okay. Interaction and relationships. It is important to understand the interactions between different environmental elements such as flora, fauna, and water quality, which we can only understand or figure out if we have the baseline data with us. Now, RT impact identification. Impact identification brings together project characteristics and baseline environmental characteristics with the aim of ensuring that all potentially significant environmental impacts are identified and taken into account in the EIA process. So in choosing a method, however, analyst needs to ensure compliance with regulation. Whenever we are identifying the impacts, we need to ensure that we are compliant with the regulations that are provided by the authorities, provide a comprehensive coverage of a full range of impacts, including social, economic, and physical. We should be able to distinguish between positive and negative, large and small, long-term and short-term, reversible and irreversible impacts. Identify secondary, indirect, and cumulative impacts as well as direct impacts. Distinguish between the significant and insignificant impacts. Identify secondary, indirect, and cumulative impacts as well as the direct impacts. These are the impacts of the projects that we are going to set up. So we are identifying what are the major impacts that our project will have, and accordingly we need to incorporate everything in this. Incorporate qualitative as well as quantitative information. Be easy and economical to use. Be unbiased and to give consistent results. Be of use in summarizing and presenting impacts in the EIS. Now prediction, which was debate a few minutes later. What is forecast and prediction? So according to my understanding, like Baswa sir rightly said, that a forecast is based on historical data, long-term historical data. Like he gave an example of population, we can go back to few decades, and similarly based on that historical data, we can forecast a population. But prediction is more scientific, and I would like to give an example. Suppose this example is given in the book of a toxic liquid effluent. So it is a parameter, toxic liquid effluent. So in this case, what can be the prediction? What can be the outcome of that toxic liquid effluent? So these can be the reduced water quality, adverse impacts on the fisheries or the fauna that is present Chhat Puja, right? If there is a water body, people are offering the water to the sun, okay? So the socio-cultural change, how it is impacting because of the toxic liquid effluent. If suppose that place is filled with this toxic liquid and it is smelling bad, so people will stop going there and they will stop doing their puja and all. They will be like, now it has been degraded or degraded, right? So in that way it is affecting. So prediction is more, it draws on the physical, biological, socio-economic and anthropological data and techniques. So you got what prediction is. It is more based on the holistic approach, based on the biological, socio-cultural, and it considers these effects, and then we give the prediction. Okay. So before proceeding, please give the summary.
We initially discussed what is EIA documentation and process. So you told that it deals with the major projects, and then the main role is being played by the project manager to select the team, the project, and the team consists of house experts, specialists, and consultants. And then the project is initially screened by the team whether it requires EIA or not. So it varies from country to country, as discussed by you. And then scoping of the project deals with the possible likely impact that it will have. And then consideration of alternatives, so which is it is done to identify possible options that will make the project environmentally sound. And then we discussed about establishing a baseline. So the key aspects, and then it is done with respect to the current and future data. And next is impact identification. So the possible impact that particular project will have on the environment or the immediate surrounding in the future. Reversible and irreversible impacts, secondary, direct and indirect impacts. And then we spoke about again forecasting and prediction. And then we
Thank you. So moving ahead with prediction. So should I proceed? So we were understanding the potential impacts. Prediction in EIA involves identifying and characterizing the potential environmental impacts of a proposed project. This step aims to answer the question, what will happen as a result of the project? So based on that impact identification, compiling a list of potential impacts such as changes in the air quality, noise levels, and wildlife habitats based on the existing data and similar projects. This can be predicted. Impact prediction, scientifically characterizing the impacts, cause, and effects, including secondary and synergistic consequences, using various tools like mathematical models, photomontages, and expert judgment. Uncertainty quantification, quantifying the uncertainty associated with each prediction in terms of probabilities or margins of error. Now comes the evaluation, determining the significance of impact. Evaluation in EIA assesses the significance of the predicted impacts to determine whether they warrant mitigation. This step answers the question, do the changes matter? Comparison with the standards, evaluating impacts against laws, regulations, or accepted standards to determine their significance. Decision maker consultation, consulting with the relevant decision makers to gather their perspective on the significance of impacts. Community acceptability, assessing the acceptability of impacts to the local community or the general public, considering the values and concerns. So now we have the scaling and weighing technique, a structured approach to evaluation. For evaluating, we use this technique, two techniques, the scaling and weighing technique and the cost benefit analysis. So first one is the scaling weighing technique. It is a structured approach to evaluation that combines the measures of magnitude and significance. It assigns numerical values to environmental factors based on their score for the project's impact, and that's how we can understand that. Suppose we take SO2 or nitrous oxide or CO, CO2. So we'll assign a numerical value, and then we will see that what impact or what level of impact or what scale of impact that has on the environment. So next approach is cost-benefit analysis, evaluating economic and social impacts. Cost-benefit analysis is a comprehensive approach that evaluates the economic and social impacts of a project by assigning monetary values to the costs and benefits. It aims to determine the net social benefit of a project, considering both tangible and intangible factors. Like in the previous class, maybe yesterday or before, we had this discussion that today we are investing in something. For example, a solar plant today can cost more, but seeing the long-term effects, it will be more. Comparing to the long-term effects, it will be cheap. Initial cost can be high, but considering the long-term effects, it will be economical for us, and also it will have less impact in the environment. So in that sense, the cost-benefit analysis is done, and the impacts are understood. So that's why we are doing the cost-benefit analysis. Cost identification, identifying all relevant costs associated with the project, including construction, operation, and maintenance. Like I said, for solar panel, maybe today the construction cost is more, the operation and maintenance cost is more, but in the long term, we will have it will be economical. Benefit identification, identifying all relevant benefits associated with the project, including economic growth, job creation, and improved infrastructure. Net social benefit, calculating the net social benefit by subtracting the total cost from the total benefits. A positive net social benefit suggests that the project is beneficial overall. So in this net social benefit, we have to expect a positive net social benefit by seeing that the total calculating the net social benefit by subtracting the total cost from the total benefits. So whatever benefits we are getting, that has to be more as compared to the cost, then only we can say that it is economical and we have done the right cost benefit analysis. So mitigation. Mitigation in simple English vocabulary means reducing or reduction in some aspect, reducing the effects of something. So reducing and compensating for adverse impacts. Mitigation in EIA involves developing and implementing measures to prevent, reduce, remedy, or compensate for significant adverse impacts. This step answers the question, what can be done about them? Mitigation measures. Identifying a range of mitigation measures such as changing project designs, like in the previous class, there was a degree of freedom for designing a project, right? After understanding the impacts, the designer or the person who was having the freedom of designing the way he wanted, but after understanding or learning the impacts that it will have, he has to reduce his degree of freedom. So in that way, mitigation measures, it identifies a range of measures such as changing project design. We have to modify our project by understanding the impacts, and introducing pollution controls or offering compensation to the affected parties. Action plan development, developing an action plan that combines multiple mitigation measures to address the identified impacts. So, developing an action plan which will combine the multiple mitigation measures to address the identified impacts. We have to design accordingly using all the mitigation measures. Suppose there is an air pollution in Delhi, suppose. So we need to there was a GAPR thing, even or thing. There is work from home, 50% work from home, so that automobile use is reduced. So these are the mitigating measures, and then accordingly we have to plan and develop the plan for a particular city or for a particular project. I hope you are getting
involve the comparison with standards, decision making, consultation, scaling weighing techniques. It is a structured approach. We assign numerical values to the environmental factors. Later we see what input they have on the environment. We discussed about the cost benefit analysis, cost identification, benefit identification, and the net social benefit. Later the mitigation approach, we have in reducing the compensating for adverse impacts, changing the design of the project, action development, and the EMP plan.
Okay, fine, thank you. So the third one is environmental management plan. I think they are doing some kind of survey. No, no, this is just for the reference, so that it looks more colorful, not like usual. This is just for the reference. They are doing something, planning something. These are engineers. Maybe. I don't know. So environmental management plan. Creating an EMP to guide the proponent towards environmental improvements and ensure compliance with the mitigation measures. So we need to create an environmental management plan to guide the proponent towards environmental improvements, and we should ensure that they are compliant and they are properly using the mitigation measures. Environmental impact. He's such a nice person. Environmental impact assessment and decision.
The whole while it is mentioning that they need to ensure that they need. Who are these they?
We. I mean, like those who are responsible for undertaking the EIA. I mean, those they suppose stakeholder. You can say. Suppose I want to create or establish a hydropower project. So they is me and my team.
So they will be doing the documentation and the process.
So for EIA, like in the earlier class also they said that third parties or whatever the concerned authorities, they will be doing the EIA following the guidelines provided by the Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change.
Okay, but go to the slide that you were talking about earlier.
This one?
Yeah. Now what is the relevance of this slide with what you are just saying? So what I mean to ask is, let me ask a better question. What I mean to ask is that when we are talking about this chapter, whose lens is this chapter made for? What do I gain out of this? Like all of these points I've already read before, and I'm going to be reading the same steps further as well. So we are here talking about the documentation and the process.
Yes.
So in that aspect, where does all of this lie?
So these are the part of the documentation and process, because after EIA is done or EIA is ongoing, we need to understand the mitigation measures. We need to understand that there is a scope of alternatives. Suppose if we stick to one thing, suppose we stick to one railway line, okay, and there is a considerable damage to the wildlife or the flora near that, then that project will never get approved. So we need to understand that it comes all under the documentation and the process. That's why we are reading this mitigation measures and predictions and each and everything.
I get your point. This is what we read in the previous chapter as well. All the points were already listed in the EIA. These are the points that we do. Here, what is the relevance here? Is it already just documenting all of this, putting it all together?
Based on these, we are doing the documentation.
Oh.
Yes, based on these. These are kind of, you can say, the criteria, because we need to understand that what, suppose there is some large scale impact of, because of some air pollutant that my industry is releasing. So I need to understand that there has to be a mitigative measure to control or curb that, right?
See, actually what happens in the system is, the people who do the EIA, they read the chapter 3. The documentation is done by another set of fellows. They get the data, they give it in the reason, then the documentation starts. For them to have clarity, this part is added in that chapter. So what you said is correct. it's a repetition, 3 and 4, but from the point of the view of the people, because these are different set of people who develop the document. The people who go to the field are the field specialists. They collect the data, they'll give it, they analyze and give it. The next part documentation happens for them to have some clarity. That part is introduced. Okay?
Sir, I have another question. Do we have a mechanism in place to ensure that whatever is collected in the ground, on ground, is actually being reflected in the
It happens. The manager of the team is the same. He is there in the reason, he or she will be in the field as well as when the documentation happens. But
That's why I mentioned in the first slide, the project manager. He is the one who manages each and everything, and he has to have the idea of what mitigation is, what prediction is. That's why we are reading all this.
Thank you.
So now we come to the decision making part. So after the EIA has been done, so it comes to the decision making. We are now going to take the decision. EIA plays a crucial role in promoting sustainable development by informing decision making processes. This presentation explores the integration of EIA into planning and development. It highlights the influence on the project decisions and environmental outcomes. So decision making process, it is on different level. First, the national level, the national departments of energy make decisions on energy policy. This is an example. National department of energy make decisions on energy policy direction, such as the mix of coal fired versus gas fired electricity generation and subsequent sector programs. So here we are giving the example of this department of energy to understand that who is the concerned person to take the decision, right? The next is stakeholder collaboration. Various combinations of stakeholders, including the private and public sectors, participate in decision making at different stages of planning and development. Now, after all the EIA has been done, now it comes to the concerned people or authority, or we can say the general term stakeholders. Now they will be helping or participating in decision making. Integrated decision making. A sound integrated decision making process considers both socio-economic and biophysical environmental factors, ensuring sustainable outcomes. So here also socio-economic and biophysical environment factors are important in making a decision, because we need to understand the flora and fauna of an area, so that there is no imbalance in the ecology. Also, we need to respect the culture and like we had a discussion yesterday of the local people, so they accept the project and they don't oppose it, even though it is in the favor of people. So by considering that in mind, socio-economic, that we can make them understand that there will be employment generation, and so electricity will be the bill of the electricity will be reduced. So by making them understand, and this comes under the socio-economic factor. So we need to understand all these factors, and then we can make the decision, right decision. Judging environmental acceptability, ecological, physical and biological components, degrades essential life support systems, degrades conservation, degrades productive estates, adversely affects ecological integrity, loss of biodiversity. Now we are judging the environmental, whatever the impact has been done. Now we need to judge and understand that what are degrading the environment, and what are helping, like in socio-economically they are helping. So based on that, we need to understand the ecological effects, is it degrading the conservation, is there a loss of biodiversity and all. So no degradation beyond the carrying capacity. Like there is a carrying capacity threshold limit to everything. Beyond that, if we do something, it is going to imbalance and going to degrade. So no degradation of productive system, wise use of natural resources, economical use of natural resources, compatibility with defined environmental policy goal. Whatever the policies have been defined by the authorities, we need to be compatible. We need to be compatible with that. Social loss of human life. We need to understand that air quality is degraded, so in long term they can have bronchitis, asthma, and all, So in that sense, the public health and safety and unreasonably degrades quality of life where people live. So these all things we need to understand, and based on this we need to judge. Now, EIA in the planning and development process. Initial planning. EIA is conducted to assess the potential impacts of major projects, aiding in decision making and ensuring environmental considerations are integrated into planning process. So, accordingly, we will plan any project. We will understand what are the potential impacts of the projects, and then accordingly we will plan. Project design and redesign. EIA findings inform project design and redesign, incorporating mitigation measures. Like in SCA we read, right? We can first do the impact analysis, and then we draft, and then with the help of SCA, here I am using just an example that. So this is just an example to make you guys clear that there is a scope of drafting and redrafting in the same manner. Project design and redesign. When we know the EIA, when we have done the EIA, we know what will be the probable effects or impacts. So we can redesign our project by incorporating all the mitigation measures to it, and so that the negative impacts are minimized. Implementation and monitoring. So EIA continues to play a role during the implementation part and monitoring phases, ensuring that the mitigation measures are effectively implemented and that the environmental impacts are tracked and managed. Now, assessing the impact of EIA on decisions. EIA's influence on decision making is assessed by evaluating its impact on the project approvals and outcomes. This is again the same thing, that how the EIA is influencing the decision making by the authorities. When we understand what are the likely impacts, we will be able to take the right decision. Now, EIA monitoring and auditing. The focus of EIA and auditing has evolved from purely technical and scientific aspects to encompass management considerations. Key elements in EIA and auditing include the accuracy of impact prediction and the quality of EIS. While traditional emphasis was on testable hypothesis, compliance monitoring and auditing, the current focus has shifted towards the project implementation mitigation. This is in simple terms, like in earlier times, we were relying on hypothesis, hypothetical situation, that what if we do this, this can happen. We did not have solid proof or data. But now that we have we have gotten the EIA, and we have the technical know-how, so we now the current focus has shifted towards the project implementation while incorporating the mitigation measures and all. Because now we have better facilities, better technology, better the relevant people, so we can now, in a better way, incorporate all the changes. However, EIA monitoring and auditing remain less developed in the pre-decision stages of the EIA processes. Relationship between monitoring and auditing, objectives and uncertainties. Objectives of EIA monitoring and auditing. So, controlling, correct implementation and operation, effects on the environment. So now, somebody? Okay, okay.
So this is about documenting the EIA process. So in the documentation, we are also considering the steps as such says there are the other stakeholders who have captured the data and done the initial inputs given. Now the other team will be doing the documentation. So these are the documentation steps, like taking the data, then doing the screening, then there is the alternatives, and then so on and so forth. And then there are, previously you talked about those models and checking those the data, and then
No, no. See, that's not correct, okay? Either you give one instruction and then there's a, don't try multiple things. Either she listened to him, nor you are listen, that's what happens.
Sir, actually I missed something that only she was telling.
No, fair enough, but then you could have asked the summary. You could have asked the summary after that. Of course, he did the assessment of impact of not listening.
So now we are discussing the relationship between monitoring and auditing. So objectives of EIA monitoring and auditing, we are taking different points. So first one is controlling, correct implementation and operation, permit and general environmental standards effects on the environment. So by this we mean that the EIA monitoring and auditing with respect to the control, correctly implementing and so we are trying to understand the relationship between the monitoring and auditing, objectives and uncertainties. So as per the EIA monitoring and auditing, with respect to the controlling, we need to understand that there is a correct implementation and operation of whatever the measures we are told, whatever the impacts we are told. There should be scientific knowledge must be incorporated. Accuracy of prediction methods, like I told earlier, the whatever we are predicting the effects, those should be accurate, and we should have solid proof of whatever we are predicting. Acceptance and legitimization, public acceptance must be there. So this is the part where public participation comes after making them understand the
Mother we sound like. Can we listen to him and continue yours after?
yes, yes, sir, no
Because
problem. No
he is
problem.
getting married on you.
No,
You
sir.
know, boys when they get married they'll be so
Sir, I can
tense.
understand. Marriage problem.
So you tell him strictly that 1 hour now and 15. Madam will take over after that. So now you also got some rest. You can continue to be the chair. Ravi Shankar, you wish Durga Mother.
Hello, sir. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, sir, I can see your screen. And sir is going to say some few words.
So, Durga, your parts are not visible. You make it full screen. Now it is all right. Okay, Durga, congratulations. All the participants convey the best wishes for your wedding. And they all said that if you are married on 8th, they all would have attended. Now you are marrying on 5th and 6th. They said neither coordinator nor them can attend. Sorry? From Bhubaneswar. So he will send virtually treat. Now that is a treat he is giving through his talk. What else academician can give? We can only give a talk. Hmm? Durga Madam, how come you are still in late 2022? We organized late 2024. क्या हो गया?
hello?
Marriage. Can you hear us?
He can hear. He's changing the slide sheet.
You attend exam, all the Then the slide is visible, your voice is slightly weak. Voice is okay, but quite we are trying to improve that.
Yeah, can you speak now?
Yes.
Am I audible now?
Oh, very good.
You are able to hear?
You can hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Should we start? Vishesh?
Yes, sir, you can start.
Thank you. A very warm evening to all my friends over there who is attending the course here. As sir might have already
a brief note of the things that we have been doing. So here we are going to discuss on various aspects of conversion of biomass into fuels and other bioderivatives. So this particular talk would primarily focus on three different aspects. Number one is how do we make sure that we accomplish the vision net zero by 2070, which is one of the mandates from Government of India. What are the different routes, what are the different priorities, and where is that we can make a difference. Secondly, we are going to talk about biomass in terms of the algal biomass. How, where, and when do we grow these algal biomass, and is it really possible to turn these biomass into fuel? Thirdly, we will be talking about a case study where we are going to look at how have we screened and sampled the biomass from wastewater, and from wastewater, what is the journey of converting that into a renewable fuel, and how is that this particular algal biomass is not just able to meet the requirement of fuel, but also are sometimes utilized as potential fertilizers. So based on these three aspects, we are going to cover this topic. So the presentation is entitled Green Gold, Harnessing Bioderivatives for the Sustainable Future. This is this particular slide would give an overview of what are the challenges today. So in terms of when we look at our country, presently people say we have few problems. So when it is few problems, it is not the numbers; those are less. It is a nexus problem which is to do with the food, energy, and water. So here, all of these three items are, or the three entities are very intricately linked to each other. So perhaps a little difference or a little challenge in one would affect the other. So that is why we have to critically understand the nexus between the food, energy, and water. And that would help us resolve the crisis and at a larger end, the sustainability issues. So in this context, we are going to see what is happening to wastewater in India. So as a lot of people would have already been doing their projects on waste sampling, waste characterization, wastewater treatment, and so it is pretty much apparent from an Indian system that probably we are producing today mostly 85 billion liters per day. So that's the total quantum of wastewater is getting produced. However, we are treating less than 25 billion liters per day. So you just imagine that more than 70-75% of the water goes to the receiving water, which is untreated. So that is not just a threat to the health and hygiene of the community, but it's a greater threat to groundwater, surface water resources, and at large, it is a threat to the very ecosystem's integrity, be it aquatic or terrestrial. So this is to do with the numbers versus quantity. When we look at the water itself, although we are a very smaller chunk of land compared to the entire globe, so we are just like 2.45% of the total land area. So we also have only 4% of freshwater reserves. So that is our share for the country. But then we cater to 20% of the total population in the world. So that is what. There's a greater deal of heterogeneity in resources that are there and being distributed. So therefore, we need to find a critical trade-off between water management, wastewater treatment, and recycle, so that we could balance out this issue wherein we have a larger problem of surface water pollution and groundwater depletion happening simultaneously. So this has been very rampantly increasing for the last 3 decades. So therefore, we need to ensure that we really know the sources of this water and the quality of the water. Then comes treatment aspects, which we are eventually going to discuss, and a thorough knowledge of the resources and the type of energy that is required to maintain these resources is therefore very essential. We then come to fossil fuels. As you all might be knowing, these are the powerhouse of the globe. So, because of being highly energy dense, these have been considered one of the best energy sources. However, we are slowly transitioning from fossil to renewables, and therefore the target is to reduce the import of you know crude oil and vegetable coal and natural gas to around 45%. That's the target in the next 20 years. And therefore, a lot is to do with the understanding of the indigenous biomass of the indigenous in India, and how do we make use of these particular raw indigenous fuel systems into a package where we could meet the requirement of the fuel, which is an industry or a transport requirement. A significant amount of investments could be saved if we are adopting these two. And therefore, if you compare the renewable energy share, which is from the biomass, which is around 3%, so the target is to improve it from 3% to around 10%. So that is a huge target, wherein we are trying to see whatever biomass is actually as a feedstock for production of fuel. Thirdly, we are an agri-based society, and presently, if you look at, we are at a surplus of food grains. However, the trend is not so nice for the next 10 to 20 years, is because the gap between the demand and the supply of nitrogenous fertilizers have grown very high. Whereas the demand of the nitrogenous fertilizer is 30 million tons per annum, whatever is presently met is only 23 million tons per annum. So that's a huge deficit, which could be only back when we have again some nitrogen and phosphorus sources which is indigenous to the country. So no more importing phosphorus from Morocco and other different places would be possible in future, is because both nitrogen and phosphorus are energy intensive ways of putting in this nutrient system, whereas phosphorus is a very highly energy intensive mineralization process from rock phosphate. Nitrogen through Haber's process is also very much daunting, is because it takes substantial amount of energy and fossils for conversion of atmospheric nitrogen into or fixing it to urea and ammonia and so on and so forth. So therefore, a greater focus on some of these aspects of the renewable biomass production within the country would reduce the phosphorus and the nitrogen dependency of from the synthetic fertilizer, and therefore would ensure an adequate food security for the future. So this will cater to the depleting nutrient sources that we have. So if you look at the present soils data, so the most of the soil are devoid of the threshold organic carbon which is required for the plants, and there is a bigger mismatch between the demand and supply. So when we adopt such type of sustainable means, we could see that we are not just meeting the requirement of soil conditioning or soil amelioration. At the same time, we are also having N and P enriched into the system, which would help us make better food grains and have a better opportunity for our agricultural food security. So this particular map actually gives us an idea of the nutrient deficiency of various soils in India. So the very first one which you can see here with the blue sets and the yellow legends are the nitrogen and the zinc deficient regions in India. So you could see, although we have a fairly larger biogeographical regions which adds to the diversity, however, our soil. Hello. Yes, please. Is there any problem? Okay. So yeah, you can ask questions if you have any. So there's no issues. You can just, whenever you feel like, we can discuss on this. So this particular map gives you an idea of the nitrogen and the zinc deficiency, and these are the other places where you could see that there is a lot of issues with potassium, copper, and sulfur. As you see, these are the pockets where there is potassium, copper, and sulfur deficiency. If you look at the plain lands and the plateaus are mostly, and some of this eastern coastal belt is mostly devoid of sulfur, which is very critical, just because that adds to a lot of important amino acids in the proteins. If you look at methionine and cysteine are the two amino acids that impart sulfur to our body, which is very critical. and this is only from few of the food items. So unless we make sure that the soil is enriched in first sulfur, we are going to be deficient in these two, vital amino acids, or you can say essential amino acids, which is important as a protein synthesizing machinery in the body. And these red dots are also deficient in manganese. So this particular map gives you an idea of the phosphorus deficiency in India. So these black patches is where there is a decrease in the phosphorus level than the threshold, being Himachal, Haryana, UP, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Maharashtra, parts of Bihar, Jharkhand, MP, some parts of Tamil Nadu and Bengal and Assam. So here we could see that there is and where all phosphorus deficiency is there, because phosphorus has a link with iron, we have those places you could also see a lot of iron deficiency in the system. So this is where we need to be pretty much aware of our soil systems and to what extent we can add to the amelioration of the soil, or making sure that the soil is having the required nutrients for that. So in this case, what is very much important is to understand and identify systems which add to a circular bioeconomy. So it is not just an economy which is driven by technologies, which is also an economy which is mostly driven by the use and reuse of products and byproducts. 25, we had a vision, and that vision statement is today extended to 2045. So this is where a lot of focus is on renewable natural resources, which would suffice the requirement for food, energy, products, and services. Most of the industries today, which is looking at for utilization of biomass and bioproducts, are based on animal, plants, microbes, biomass derived commodities, and organic waste. Whereas we have the primary production system, which is powered by agri-forestry, fisheries, and aquaculture. Mostly the economic and the industrial sectors are powered by the food, feed, field fertilizers, and bioproduct services. So on a whole, if you look at Indian economy is substantially powered by the biological entity or the bioeconomy part, wherein it strengthens in different aspects. Most of the major contribution to this bioeconomy is from the biopharma or the bioservices sector. So these three pie charts gives you an idea of the distribution of the major contributions of the bioeconomy as on date. So whereas we have the biopharma contributing to the maximum, you could see. However, if you look at the biofertilizers or the biofuel parts, it is pretty much less. So when we have been looking at from the Indian context, the improvement in soil conditions is very important, for which we are required on biomass, and we need alternatives of energy for which we require biofuels. So if you look at for all the major shareholders are to do with the vaccine component, the 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 BT cotton, which is the bacillus thuringiensis cotton. Uh, these are actually the products which are genetically manipulated crops. However, we have a lower share of the biofuel and the biofertilizer, and therefore it becomes very, very critical and essential for us to make sure that how do we improve upon these sectors so that India is no longer dependent on those huge imports to meet either the energy requirements or the fertilizer, but at the same time to resurrect this water infrastructure. So now, if we are having such grave problems, what could be the solutions? So what we have studied earlier at the laboratories in IISC and abroad is a green component which is making a lot of landmarks today. There's a lot of news when we see greening of. So when we say green, it adds to prosperity, right? So we could see waters getting green. We could see that vegetations of a different nature are getting green. We could see terrestrial surfaces which the land is looking green. It is all because of a lot of algae that has been growing. So growing algae is not a problem wherever there is a moisture and is slightly a slightest of nitrogen and phosphorus. We could see this growing. So if we are strategizing to adopt algae as one of the facilitators for energy, water, and fertilizer, then we could choose these ways of cultivating algae. So wherein algae could be cultivated in the watery region in the country, could be cultivated in where you have a standing water across seasons, which is mostly the practice. It could be also cultivated in the waters with today a headache for the country because none of these wastewater treatments today might be very much workable in the economic level. So wherever you need a sustainable and economic wastewater treatment, you have to make sure that it is in tandem with the algal way. So therefore, we could also see that if we are able to plot algae together with paddy, then we are going to have a greater share of such type of benefits. So this is actually a plot where you could see these are the states which have flooded paddy, and this is Karnataka where the most of the districts and this particular difference in the densities of these regions goes to what extent it is possible to grow algae here. So wherever you have a higher rainfall and your high predominance of this standing water in paddy field, there is an equal likely chances of growing algae, which could be like a fodder or a fertilizer or a fuel. We could also look at the seeded cultivation. These are some of the spots in Rameshwaram, which is in the Tamil Nadu coast, and you could see this is a particular algae which is called Caprifaci algaraci. So this is where lots of bamboo rafts are thrown into the waters, and there are such type of this type of seaweed saplings, which is 2 to 3 centimeters, which are attached to these bamboo rafts, and within a month, within 3 to 4 months, they grow enormously, and therefore they could be having a very high growth, and they could suffice actually the requirement of biofuels. Some of our earlier students in our lab have worked upon bioethanol from seaweeds, and you can look at some of those literatures where there is a greater amount of potential of such type of seaweeds to be converted to ethanol because it has a lot of carbohydrates. And then we have a scope of growing such type of algae in backwaters. Some time back, we had a good opportunity to visit backwaters in Vembanad, where we could see a lot of potential for such algae to be grown. So therefore, there is ample ways in which you could actually see them growing already, or you can plan to grow these algae where it could yield a surface, you could say a surface yield of roughly around 20 to 25 grams per meter square per day. So that could be the typical yield of this type of algae which could grow on these type of waters. Then we have the touch lands, which is also present in Gujarat. So these are salt inundated areas which are very high experience. There also, some of the specialist algae could grow. So these algae are mostly halotolerant in nature. They can tolerate a salt concentration from 15 ppt to around 30 ppts. So this is very high in salt, and the benefit being that there would be no competitor to this algae. So whenever they go, they predominate, and such algae which can grow in these areas also could be harvested for fuels and other utilities. Now this is where we have a possibility of growing algae. Let's see that what would be the approach, what would be the choice when we have different resources and different targets. So when it is the choice of algal species and process, so here we have given you a flow chart which might look little bit clumsy here. So here it gives us an idea of various types of pathways. This is algal biofilm process path 1, path 2, path 3, 4, 5. So path 1 is mostly to do with the production of single cell proteins. During COVID times, we were all very much vulnerable to any type of infections. So there was an advice made that we should increase our core strength and immunity by taking additional protein supplements. So therefore, a lot of biomass are today taken as whole food supplements or protein supplements, which is single cell proteins. And we could see that chlorella and spirulina, these are the two algae species which is really doing well in terms of single cell cultivation. Then we have targets of silica, which is through diatoms, and pigments, which could be also, so this is carotenoids and xanthophytes, which could be obtained from a lot of these type of algae, like Cyclotella, Navicula, and Fragilia. So the pigments are actually a lot of antioxidants and anticonvulsants. These have a lot of therapeutic uses. Therefore, such type of algae could be extracted for pigments, and the inorganic silica could be extracted for its use in a lot of different fields today, like optoelectronics and so on and so forth. Then we have the third pathway, which is mostly towards the fuels. So this is biohydrogen and bioethanol, where the process is through dark fermentation and fermentations. So here we typically Synodesmus and Senecococcus are some of the species which are excellent towards that. Then comes the lipid part, where we have Hematococcus, Menochlorosis, and Doneliella, which are very good in terms of oil. And some of these things also could be converted to biogas. And finally, we have the process which gives us food feed and pulp of fiber. So even fiber and pulp could be extracted from algae by specific processes. Uh, uh, Way back in 2010, when we were having a fieldwork in Ansi Dandeli, we came across a filamentous algae where we could actually extract fiber from. So this was not very much, because we have seen that algae are not very much differentiated in their cells, because they are lower plants, or they are they are cryptograms. So there is a not that there's a less cell differentiation. However, we were very much shocked and then happy to notice a lot of fiber content. And today, so there is a lot of opportunity for us to also look at if we can have those fibers being used as a replacement for plastics, or it could be a replacement for jute and a lot of other things. So that is also possible. And then comes food and feed, where we have all these particular algae that we have tested, which is very good in these aspects. So this is where the choice comes into picture. If we are looking for food, feed, fertilizer, tools, pharmaceuticals, what is the kind of algae do we choose? Is the, now the that how do we get quickly an algae getting their growth? So there are very many natural ways of growing algae, and we have engineered certain pathways of how do we make sure that we. And so here, this is what we have designed in IISC in our own lab, which is called the multi-tier algal cultivation. So here we have a reactor where all three different categories of algae are actually grown at the same time in the same location and could be also harvested at the same time. This is because this algae grow as a function of depth, which is to do with the transparency and insulation. So as you know, different wavelengths get into different levels in the water. So different types of algae could grow at different levels. And when we have a harvest algae, it could be used either for the production of biodiesel or for other purpose. We have seen some of these algae producing a higher quantity of biodiesel, and the rest of the algae cake which is remained behind can be put into anaerobic digesters for production of biogas. So this particular technology has been already reported and published from our lab from IISc Bangalore. Then we come for a multi-cropping rice culture. So this is what we have discussed earlier. So where you could actually see simultaneously algae, which is cyanophyceae, and rice could grow together, and this would sort of balance out the excess nutrient which reaches out or which is gone off as runoff, and could actually lead to eutrophication. So if we have such type of cultivation practices where we have rice paddies along with algae, then all these supplementary nutrients or the excess nutrients are absorbed by algae, and there is no leaching or no runoff, which makes the system completely safe. And that could be potentially algae that could be harvested, and these could be helped in could be used for biodiesel production, and again the cake could be used for advertising. Then we have the cascading algal blood flow reactor. This was also designed by us in the laboratory. So here we are talking about wastewaters to be used directly as a feed or supplement for algal cultivations. If you could see, there are 4 stages here. The initial settling and anaerobic study here, which actually helps in conversion of these system into set levels. And finally, you could see that in 3 different phases, we are able to convert and transform the entire wastewater lot into biomass. At the same time, we have the effluents, which is converted into treated water. So this is done through the CAPFR, which is the cascading algae flow reactor. So we are very happy to share that this technology was conferred a national award in GYPN way back in 2014, where we were actually given a privilege to present it at several different locations in India, and we got some support also on these regards, and therefore we were able to put it as a scale-up study in the US for the future studies. So now let's look at how do we, so the subject we have understood, how do we cultivate algae, where do we cultivate algae, and what do we cultivate. So let's look at whether there is ample possibilities of harvesting these algae. So how do we harvest such algae? So if you look at harvesting also becomes important is because you might grow them in a lot of water, but how do you get it back? How do you make that? So during our course of study, we found out these many ways of harvesting these algae. So a typical UVNFIC is a particular member in the algal family which has a typical chemotactic and phototactic behavior. So the moment it interacts or senses some type of chemicals, then it will send some response, and as a stimulus to that, it would actually go and have chemical chemotactic movements, which is aligned to the chemicals. Similarly, whenever there is a presence of the light, it goes away from the light. So that is what we have seen. It has a phototactic movement. So based on this chemotactic and phototactic movement, you can easily make sure that you harvest the acidic. So chlorococcum is another type of algae which shows us auto flocculation. If you look at this particular experiment that we did in the laboratory, so we had this is at various days, we incubated the algae, and you could see that at the end, so at the end of a week, you could see that these algae are auto flocculating on its own at the top of it. So we could see that more than 87% of the algae has already auto flocculated. So this is where without any addition of flocculants, you could see them happen. And this is because of the EPS or extracellular polysaccharide that is being secreted with this algae. So this is a natural way of algal harvest that could be ensured. And then we have species like spirulina, which normally forms clusters or aggregate. As you can see here, if we zoom in the culture pond, this is after the growth has happened. You could see these small, clusters or aggregates floating. So this is a way in which, if we keep on magnifying, you could see hundreds of these type of filaments are intertwined with each other. So this gives you an idea of naturally how do we best extract such type of algae and harvest them. And this would lead to different types of products. So we are basically focusing on biofuels, but we could also have single cell proteins, lipid starch, which is a precursor for bioethanol, pigments which are having a lot of pharmaceutical importance, like they are antioxidants, and then silica, which is today revolutionizing the silica or the semiconductor industries because of its incredibly minute porosity and the type of the structure. So today it is also being used to enhance the signals for detectors or radars. So there's a lot of utilities for us to learn from nature and to put it in practice when we are looking at algal cultivations perspective. So now this in short will give you an idea of the waste bioeconomy. So we have different kinds of waste that we see on a day-to-day basis. We have domestic wastewater, industrial wastewater, biogenic, a solid waste, and we have gaseous waste. So this could be a sort of a grossing of different categories of waste, and this is actually the black box. So here the system is the microalgal cultivation. All these wastes could be taken as a nutrient by microalgae, and through various processes it could be used for production of various types of bioproducts or fuels. As you could see, anaerobic digestion leading to methane and hydrogen, and it could be used for LPG fuels. You have acidogenic fermentation that could be used for biohydrogen or carboxylic acid production, which will ultimately give you fuels, chemicals, and solvents. When we are using microbial fuel cells, we are able to create electricity, and these could be used for industrial and domestic applications. You have different ways of converting such type of biomass into different types of products, which is, let's say, PHA polyhydroxyalkanoids, which today is a good substitute for plastics, or it's a good bioplastic. We have biohydrogen, a lot of industrially important chemicals like acetate, butyrate, ethanol, and methanol getting produced. They have biohydrogen, biodiesel. So various types of processes we are converting these biomass into final or the target application which we do it meeting the energy requirement, polymer requirement, chemicals, solvents, fuel, food supplements, and so on and so forth. So these are very many ways of catering to all different categories of waste that are produced through the catalytic or the microalgae catalytic way, wherein we could actually have a lot of different applications for that. So here we could see that just a minute, there was a small problem here. Yeah, I just got missed out on the slide, sorry. So let me, yes, this is the one. Yes, thank you, yes. Yes, yeah, thank you, yeah. So I just got missed out. So yeah, so we could see that some of the studies have already been reported, and this is a snapshot of the findings that is reported in national dailies as, and also it has made an international news. So we are very proud to say that we are the laboratory from where the algal linkage to energy has been developed in India. So way back in 2008 and 9, when we had an interaction with Professor Richard Gordon from who came from abroad for a talk. So here, Professor TVRAMACHANDRA actually did the ideation of the linkage between algae and energy. So at that time, if you see, there were no literature or no articles reporting the potential of algae-like diatoms for energy. And therefore, our lab initiated that vision for accomplishment of the fuels to diatoms by one of the very famous publications that was released in American Press way back in 2010. 2010. So here, so this is the article which you people can read, which talks about milking diatoms. One of the very famous articles where a lot of strategies, a lot of possibilities, and a lot of results were discussed. How do we achieve the unachievable? So for the very first time, diet and solar panel mention was there, and today it is making strides. So people are developing solar panels from organic platform based on the ideation that was done long term. We started with diatoms, biofuel aspects, then the flocculation. Now there are a lot of people who are working on silica bioengineering, which is to do with the diatoms. Silica is now the frontiers in in photophysics. In photonics is because these type of intricate silica architectures have incredible ability with surface enhanced Raman scattering and abilities of categorically deflecting or reflecting or refracting light in very many ways, which is to do with so these are some of the results that have been showed here. So this is to do with microalgae. When we looked at filamentous macroalgae, we did this study and
Durga, can you hear me? Durga? Durga, can you hear me?
yes, sir.
Yeah, can you wind up in
Yes,
5
sir.
minutes? There is a speaker from Uttarakhand.
So how much time I have, sir?
5 more minutes. 5 minutes.
Okay, sure. Okay. Uh, so yeah, these are some of the studies that I think maybe sir might have already told you. So let me rush through the results. Uh, some of the outdoor studies, and you can see here how we were able to categorically treat wastewater. So this is what is initial regions where there's a lot of sludge upwelling and things being done. So this is actually a real-time snapshot of a treatment plant effluent, and then it is through the introduction of these algae, and finally the water is very clear like this. So you could see that where do we intervene at what point of time. So this particular pie chart gives you a flavor of the different types of algae that grows in these regions. So the essence of the slide is categorically a right kind of treatment which happens by the algal approach. This system actually that we did in laboratory in India, we actually scaled up in the US, and you could see that this has a series of algal reactors juxtaposed to each other. Some of the results which shows the distribution of algae here across various seasons, and we also did a sort of a community-based analysis on the interaction between algae and bacteria, and we see a sync between their growth, and therefore both algae and bacteria work together to conserve the nutrients and to help achieve better effluents according to EPA, which is one of the agencies in US that confers to the water quality. We did a very critical community analysis to find out the best populations and the ones which were very, very essential for the treatment of nitrogen and phosphorus especially. So this is one of the first reports which gives you an idea of only those bacterial and algal species which are specifically helping breaking down nitrogen and phosphorus. These are some of the results which we are still working upon because we did roughly around 700 samples, and slowly in batches we have been, and it takes a lot of time for each of the sample to get analyzed. So this is one such snapshot which gives you a dendrogram. It's a two-way dendrogram that these and all these white patches are the ones where we predominantly find the important algae. And this is the quantity of nitrogen and phosphorus that we estimated if we are categorically achieving a harvest of algae from such type of treatment. This is in reality the pilot plant that is running in the treatment unit, and this is how we have been achieving the algal the algal biomass. And right away, these algal biomass are being put after extraction of oil. They are being put and to see whether the nitrogen and phosphorus that is remaining behind could actually help in growth of these plants. And we have seen that a lot of such type of cultivation systems have shown very good results. We have went on to get to have a techno-economic analysis to look at that if we are simulate that at the level of half of the wastewater that is developed in Bangalore, let's say 500 million liters per day, is it a worthwhile exercise to cultivate algae, whether the revenue are higher than the investment? And it turns out to be that, so it is profitable if we manage this the way we have found out in the laboratory. This techno-economic analysis gives you a balance sheet of materials and economics, and finally the profitability aspect. And as you can see here, we are having a better rate return on investment, which is 17.07, and gross margin is 30, and therefore a payback time of 5.86 years, which shows that this particular route is profitable for algal cultivation and wastewater treatment. And we also did an LCA on that, and this LCA has showed a remarkable improvement in water quality that adds to or brings down the emission component. So if you look at the upper and the lower axis here, this is tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year. You could see that we have a higher amount of carbon getting fixed that gives us a carbon negative technology, which says that LCA gave the positive assessment regarding the reactor, which is the microbial bioreactor. So this is a snapshot of the work that we have done. So very quickly, the lab scale setup. Initially, then we have went for the mass production. Then we went on to developing the pilot plant design and operations. We did a long-term monitoring, and with that, metagenomic and microclimatic analysis were performed. Finally, techno-economic assessment gave us an idea about the revenue. Thus, life cycle analysis gave us the sustainability aspects and how environment friendly is this particular technology. And finally, the final outcome is after extraction of oil, whatever algal biomass you're getting, you can see that this particular image shows a better or a competitive growth of crop plants. So this is spinach in picture compared to the other synthetic nitrogenous fertilizers, which actually gives us an idea about how we should go for managing the wastewater in such a fashion so that we meet the energy requirements and the fertilizer requirement at the same time treat water. Thank you very much. And although I rushed at the last minute, but if there are any questions, I'll be very happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Yeah, there's a one question. Yeah, can you come here?
Yes, please.
Sir, very recently in some exhibition, I came across one water purifier. In that they are there is an application in this. I don't know if they are mixing something else. It's they are mixing algae with water and then putting it in that instrument, air purifier, and the outcome is oxygen. So yeah, so and the price point they have kept is 10,000 with 2 months. Another incremental cost of 2,000 in 2 months. They will give you the algae. So I think that will be another one application. If you want, I can share more on that product.
Yeah, I think we perhaps sir will be giving a better idea. Sir, this is probably the no algae, which is actually sold as a powder, and because they have a lot of, they say that there's a package of algae and nanonutrients together. So when you put it in any water environment, the nanonutrients solubilizes, the algae grows on it, and it generates a lot of oxygen. So I think you can also design such type of technologies. The only thing is that we should make sure that the algae are viable while you are actually, drying and powdering it. So once you also sprinkle these algae in water, if they are getting revived, they will also generate a lot of oxygen. This is not a magic. This can be possible, and algae also contributes to a lot of oxygen in the system. So I don't think there is any type of higher technology involved in it. Some of these technology creators like New Algae have already approached us, and sometimes you need to actually see that whether the algae could grow in some conditions. What we have been talking about is a very septic wastewater conditions where it is at a redox of minus 300 to minus 150 millivolts. So that's the type of range. And in these cases, algae would struggle to grow, and therefore we need a sort of a treatment or a pre-treatment before we do that algal incorporation. Uh, so, uh, um, so I think you have got a point that yes, there's a lot of technologies today. However, we have to be very, very careful to what conditions or to what type of thresholds are such technologies applicable. We have to know. So what we are talking is something at an open end where the algae is freely available in nature. It is indigenous. So what we do is that you just make sure that you create the right kind of redox environment for the algae to grow, and they take over, and they will not just treat the water, but also will be a beneficial product at the downstream. I hope I have answered your question. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions?
One more question.
Yes, please.
So Niam is asking a question.
Yes, please.
Sir, like you mentioned about the Xenococcus, one of the microalgal strain, by the dark fermentation, it has the possibility to make the biogas, particularly biohydrogen. So since the algae, they have a property of photosynthetic organism, so they can be like any possibility of integrated system, like the photo fermentation also can be coupled with dark fermentation. So is there any reported study on that?
Yes, you can read a very interesting article that came, I think, this February. It talks about a hybrid system, dark plasma system happening in two different chambers, not in the same chamber. Because in one case you actually require light, in the other case you don't. However, the effluent of one could be the influent to other. You got it? You please make sure that you read that article. Yeah, of course you can design certain hybrid systems where both the things could happen together. And of course, like algae as a biomass could help us in getting maybe hydrogen and acetate at the same time. A lot of possibilities of getting fuel and chemicals together.
And sir, like, is it like viable to go with the process like first we go with the dark fermentation, and followed by that we also get some of the like volatile fatty acids as a byproduct. So they can be
Right.
the second step. They can go with photo fermentation. So is it
Of course, it is. Yeah, of course, you can. Yeah, go ahead with that. If you are making the requirement of the feed subject that is for the photo fermentation, it can be done. It could be done the other way also. You could start with the photo fermentation, have enough amount of biomass. That biomass could be actually hydrolyzed and can be used in the dark fermentation to grow another kind of bacteria or algae which takes over. Yeah, you could plan the way if you have understood the systems of the redox, the type of the nutrient requirement and the conditions. So what we did is also the same. We actually initially didn't change the system because most of the urban systems are septic systems. If you look at, so they are actually stinking, there's a lot of sulfurous odor. So this is where you have a very low redox potential, which varies from sometimes minus 450 to minus 250, something like that. So we didn't change that. We brought it and we make sure that we are catering to the conversion of the carbon to VFS. And these VFS could be very well taken up by mixotrophic algae initially. And then they are taken over by the phototrophic algae. So that is why we called our reactor system as a cascading algal plug flow reactor. It's like a cascade. Many reactors put together, which gives you a feel of a PFR. No, it is a simple logic. Many MFRs put together that gives you a feel of a plug flow reactor. And that has been modeled and it is already there in our lab. So you could actually look at some of the publications and the artifacts are there and still being used in the lab today. If you ask Cincy and Sulava, they will also tell you regarding the design and the other aspects.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Durga, thank you very much and wish you all
Thank you so much.
Marriage is on 5th, no? So your
Sixth,
those,
sixth.
Yeah, your those Ravi Shankar sends a special message to you. And many married men are happy because you are getting into their club. And Professor Murthy want to say something. Okay, I give the mic to you. You know Professor Murthy, Rajshankar Murthy?
Hello, Durga.
Next time, sir.
Are you coming to Bangalore again?
Sir, I might visit very soon, sir. However, at this point of time, I am stuck in Bhubaneswar, sir.
We will be here in Bangalore for another couple of months. So.
Yes, sir. I will be there because I make it a point once or twice. If I get a chance, I go and meet, sir.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you very much, sir. Need your blessings. Thank you so much.
He came to Lake Symposium, no? You met him, no?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Alvas he came. He
Yes, sir.
came to
Yes.
Alvas. Oh, you didn't meet him there. Durga sir was there in Lake Symposium. No, Durga Madhav was there. The Durga Madhav came to Mudbidre to attend Lake Symposium. I met him there, yeah. Okay, Durga.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
So our course goes up to 6. We will wish you all the fun from here while conducting a course, okay? Thank you very much. All the best. I will try to send Ravi Shankar Mishra to your wedding. Okay? He will help you. Okay, bye-bye. Take care.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Now we will go to another person from Uttarakhand, okay?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Sure. Thank you.
This was off, you had kept.
I'll just quickly wrap this. So some of few things were missing in my slide. Actually, not missing; they were jumbled up. So I would like to throw some light on what a good EIS looks like. EIS, environmental impact statements, are broadly organized into following sections. That is, it should have a non-technical summary, discussion of relevant methods and issues, description of project and of environmental baseline conditions like we discussed, and a discussion of project's likely environmental impacts. So now, review of EIS. Essentially, an EIA report satisfies the following three criteria. It should satisfy these three criteria, which are completeness and conformance with the terms of reference for the EIA, accuracy and veracity as defined by the general acceptable scientific criteria, and clear description of the environmental impacts, recommended mitigation measures, environmental monitoring plan, and environmental management plan. And also, there is a checklist for reviewing an EIA report. So, it should have the checklist should check this the executive summary. There should be an executive summary, an educated summary of the significant findings of the EIA report, and sufficiently detailed description of how significant environmental issues will be resolved. Presentation of the study's conclusions must be there, and it should be very effective, simple, visual presentation must be there. There should be an introduction which should describe the project rationale, consideration and evaluation of project alternatives like we discussed, methods used to identify, predict and assess the impacts, the description of the project should have the listing of mitigation measures, the listing of project activities, location, scale and scheduling of activities, potential accident or hazard scenarios. Information should match the expected operations. The other pointers, description of the baseline environment, the description of the environmental components that may significantly be affected by the project, an explanation of the derivation of environmental indicators, base maps for spatial data, baseline values, prediction and assessment of the impacts, a description of the major issues must be there, documentation of the cause and effect relationship, identification of secondary or higher order effects, impact predictions must be there, which must include a number of stated assumptions, predicted impacts, their probability of occurrence and degree of impact. Methods used to predict the impacts, justification for the choice of methods used to predict the environmental impacts, and assessment. Now the development of mitigation measures, a description of all the environmental protection measures considered to mitigate or offset damaging environmental impacts, description of the cost and benefits, appropriateness and cost effectiveness of the environmental protection measures, description of the technology, a time schedule, and a table that illustrates how the mitigation measures address the significant environmental issue. Next is the public consultation and the participation, description of strategy and approach. This all comes under the public consultation, chronology of individuals and groups consulted, description of methods used to consult with public like survey and all, summary of the information obtained during consultation, sampling program design, analytical system quality assurance, information for reporting monitoring results, environmental management plan and institutional arrangements. This is another checklist which should have detailed description of the environmental protection measures, monitoring requirements, allocation of responsibilities, staffing requirements, budgets and schedules, administrative arrangements, administrative mechanism, and lastly, the checklist should check the summary and conclusion. We should have a summary and conclusion which should contain net benefits which justify the project, explanation of how adverse effects have been mitigated, explanation of use or destruction of any irreplaceable components, and provision for the follow-up surveillance and monitoring. So next I will be quickly discussing a case study. So this is the case study of a hydropower project in Himachal Pradesh. So as a project manager or the project staff, while I am preparing the document of EIA, what points should I need to consider? So this was the project site characterization and sustainable impact management. Now we'll be seeing the findings from the environmental assessment. The baseline environmental conditions, we need to know what type of climate it has. So in this case, it has cool and dry. What is the average rainfall, which is 1459.2 mm. The land use, which is 82% is the forest land and 3.3% is agriculture. Ecology, the ecology of the area, it is in the close proximity to the Great Himalayan National Park, which is in Himachal. So there are a lot of rare species present in the vicinity. Socio-economic, how it will be affecting it, 148 affected families and 54% of population is literate. Now predictive impacts. These are the prediction made. Water, in the water there is no significant long-term quality issues because as we already said that it is in Himachal Pradesh, so it is a water-rich area. There are a lot of rivers. Air and noise, minimal due to the modern practices and limited fossil fuel use. The air and noise pollution are also very less because of the modern technology we are using. Ecology, forest land acquisition and potential wildlife disturbance, this is for sure. Now what mitigation measures we can take for the biodiversity and ecology? The land which has been cut and deforested, we can practice reforestation and conservation of the river ecosystem because there are lots of rivers are there. Limiting human interference and noise from construction activities. Hydrological regime, maintaining the river flow and sediment management must be there so that we make sure the power project is in a good state and is running. Socio-economic aspects, resettlement plans, ensuring employment and infrastructure. All the local people whose families have been affected by this project, they must get a right compensation and they must be resettled. Public health improvement through better facilities like they can be hospitals and all. And now the key takeaway from this is hydropower is a sustainable and reliable energy source. Effective EIA is very crucial for balancing development with the environmental conservation because this is located in a very fragile area, very in the mountains, which is very fragile and very much susceptible to destruction. So we need to carry an effective EIA. So integration, these are the final thoughts. Integration of environmental considerations ensures the project's success with minimal negative impact. Can someone summarize? Meg, ma'am, you can summarize. Someone else. Correct me if I'm wrong in that part.
You're right. So, okay. So after the break, when we came back, we talked about the checklist of an EIA report. We talked about what are the components of it. We dissected them bit by bit, and we also discussed what is it that is required to be written in it. And from there onwards, we gave an example of this one dam, right, which is in Himachal. And we talked about why is it so important for us to have a EIA done for a program like this, and what benefits we can gain from it. Basically, what we discovered is that EIA is a very important process, and for understanding biodiversity and also understanding what effect it is going to have, a project is going to have on the biodiversity, we need to have a report like this in place.
Thank you. Okay, Chair, any comments? Yeah, Samita, can you give the mic to her? No. As the chair, you have to comment.
So can you say how to compute the net social benefit?
Net social benefit. So we can consider that whatever the project we are planning in a place, we need to understand that first of all, the nature of employment that was there, and because of that, people are now being affected. So, is our project feasible enough, or is it generating enough employment generation for the local people? So that can be one aspect. Employment generation.
Rainfall, can you give me an idea? 14,000
Yes, sir.
centimeters.
Yes, sir.
Is it account for?
Sir, rainfall, sir.
Rain all the time or?
No, sir.
No, Tanuja, first of all, what he is asking is it centimeter or
Millimeters.
First correct that.
Millimeters, sir. 1452 point something millimeters. That is the, when the rain comes, that is the depth, sir, correct me if I am wrong, from the ground we are computing in or centimeters. Right, sir?
The water doesn't freeze?
Sir,
I mean, ice cubes coming through the water.
Sir, not in the monsoon, but yes, in the colder times, because it is Himachal Pradesh, it snows also.
Sometimes snowfall happens. So is it considered as a rainfall or is it accounted? If you have idea, fine, because it is taken from other.
Maybe I may have, but right now I am unable to recall that.
What is your question?
Sometimes snowfall happens. Is it accounted?
Like in that 1,450 millimeters.
That is something. The flowing water is different. Precipitation different from the snow.
Can you give an example for scaling weighing technique? Can you explain that?
Like air quality monitoring, we have, suppose we are taking two components, nitrous oxide and sulfur dioxide, okay? So, suppose we are keeping constant the nitrous oxide
And we are changing the value of sulfur dioxide. And now then we are seeing that what kind of effect sulfur dioxide alone is having in the air quality. Is it more or less by changing the quantity of sulfur dioxide while keeping the nitrous quantity?
Tanuja, what is her question?
Scaling and weighing technique.
What you are answering?
Sir, I am just trying to give the example. Your answer is similar to sensitivity analysis. We are assigning a numerical value, and as the numerical value increases, that means that it is good for that. In the definition, it is written. And if the numerical value is less, then it is having adverse effect. And the value is, that is not okay for the environment. Pollutant level, if it is higher, then we say it is bad. This is what I understood. Yes. We are assigning numerical values, and based on that, yes. Sir can give the right answer, sir, because everything is mixed in my mind right now.
Tomorrow, how will you write it?
I don't know, sir. Ram Bharose.
Then how will Ravi Shankar correct the paper?
He was Ram Bharose.
It's always as a
If anyone else knows this, can answer, because I had this doubt. Sir, I had the same doubt, and I discussed it with one of my colleagues in the lunchtime. So I knew that I will be stuck in the same thing, and I did. If anyone has clear clarification about this scaling and weighing technique.
Gagana will tell you.
nobody knows.
Gagana knows. See, depending on the variable, you assign the weight. Say, for example, let us say the plants, the endemic species of plants. Which one? Huh? Okay. So, क्या किया? See, let us say in a region, the maximum species is 25 and minimum is 3. You have divided the region into the smaller grid. In each grid you will find out what is this number of species. For 25 you will give the higher weight. Let us say your scale is between 0 to 10. And for the lower one you will give 0. For 0 you will give 0. Then the other one will come 1 or 2 the next level. That is called weighing technique, scaling and weighing technique. Okay. Now is it okay? Your head is all right. Clear with the doubt. You said that doubt. Huh? The Western Ghat decision support system what we have developed is a real this one. It's available online where you can visualize eco-sensitive villages. Where we have used the scaling and weighing technique to prioritize the region which are ecologically sensitive. Okay, you can check that. Okay, online it is available. Okay, if time permit, tomorrow or day after tomorrow I will demonstrate that. Okay. So now we have moved to the tomorrow we have couple of things. There is a guest lecture at 6 o'clock by Professor Bharat Aita. Morning we will start with chapter 2 and chapter 7. So Kaveri, if Kaveri comes early, then Kaveri will do the first presentation. If Anupam comes early, Anupam will do. Then the chapter 1 is there. The Aparna and Shravani are doing. In case they come early, before Kaveri and Anupam, they will do the first chapter. Don't blame me later. Okay? Then afternoon we will have the examination at 2:30. We will wind up at 1 o'clock, but we will start the exam at 2:30. Since did you hear what I said? 2:30. Okay? So 2:30 to the kind of 5:30 is the exam. The question paper will have all 10 chapter representatives. So depending on my this one, some section I give 7 questions. You have to answer some 2 or 3. Okay, some chapter like that. Okay. Tomorrow it is a time for you to test your ability, how far you have learnt in this course, and also your ability to write. Because some of you would have stopped writing after certain age. Am I right, Tirukote? So, huh? No, we are into the research. Then following that at 5:30 to 6 you can relax. Then our Bharat will come and he will take the session. Okay, this is the thing. Is there any question? The tomorrow chairs are Mahek Singh and Karthik in first research. Then Indranil and Devraj. Devraj is not there. Only Indranil will do. We will put someone to so that you will feel comfortable. Okay. Okay. Any questions from anyone about exam? Yes, sir. Equal. There is no, we do not have the reservation system or that kind of categorization. We don't follow the equal weightage. 10 chapter, 10 marks. For each chapter, 10 into 10 is 100. You are given 5 chapters, you got a mark for that. Now the next 10 chapter, when you write, you get a exam marks. Okay. So what are you telling? You don't want the 5 chapters. That is this one. You know the preliminary round. Like in IISC, he also got through in the preliminary round. But final round he didn't get through. He didn't go. So now in the final round, we will have the preliminary round question as well as the final round new questions. Not the same question will come, but the same chapter questions will come. Okay, any other questions? The random number we will generate tomorrow. So depending on that, you will sit. That's where from 1 to 2:30 we need some time to make that arrangement. So we will have that arrangement and we will have the son and the invigilator, some remote fellows will come to do the invigilation. Uttarakhand from UP. People I have invited them. They will come and do the invigilation. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, now is the time for you to go home, relax, and if you can shift to the campus would be good. No, otherwise with this kind of rain, no, whether you will get washed away, I do not know. You understand what I said? Bangalore is flooding actually today afternoon TV. I saw some part is flooding. And Manitapark in all probability will be flooding. Okay. The only Tirupati kind of people can walk through. So that's you take her, you sit on her shoulder. Correct, no? That's what you meant, no? Take your capability. Anyone? It's here only. Today morning you asked me and now also I am confirming it. It is here. And we will randomly. Huh? Tarun asked. Okay. Yeah, same question came. So you will write the exam here. There will be air circulation in the room. You wear proper gadgets. You can wear, we have no restriction on dress. You can wear proper this one, okay? If you want, we can get some burqas also. So you can wear and be comfortable. We have no issue. But we'll make sure that within the inside burqa, no material has come for writing. Okay? Okay, any other questions? There are no questions, then we'll take a break for today. And we'll meet tomorrow as usual at 8:30. If you can come early, that's also good. So that we can start it early. So 8:30 we'll start the session and we'll have regular break in between. Okay. Okay, we are ending today's session. See you all. Thank you.